and writing clean, efficient code. Here we will cover essential concepts like merging two objects, finding common keys and values, converting object to arrays, swapping keys and values, checking if all values are numeric, removing duplicates, summing up the values, and much more. This challenges will enhance the problem solving skills and help us to tackle the JavaScript interview questions with more confidence. So grab the notebook, code along, and let's explore this exciting object-based problems together. And if you get stuck anywhere, please drop a comment. I'm here to help, guys. Also, don't forget to like the video, share with your friends, and subscribe for more coding challenges. And let's get started with our first question. And the first challenge is merging two objects in JavaScript. This will be very super useful for combining data and managing object properties more effectively. So let's jump into today's challenge and open up our VS Code. So if you see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned. What is the question? Write a JavaScript function that object combining these, right? So let us break it. So part here that we have to write a JavaScript function. So I'll take here and I will put it over here. After that, what is the important part here? That we have to merge two objects combining all their properties, right? Here, this function to merge objects. So we'll come here and we function name object. So come here and gather object. Now, before we have written merges to binding object, this function is going to do. What approach here is we as a spread use operator. What does this do and what is the syntax operator is? Okay, if to talk about to object the what. So this is where I take an example of a colon and another object C and D modifies. We are now correct object. Our find B if B we will proper 50 should output question. How we okay right and a single you will and you stop you will put it. We are going now training here. And it is not a construct in object. What happens? So then what will happen is and we are spreading out the elements. It will go and it will spread out the properties of that object into a new object. Got it? What it is going to do initially whenever we are doing this, okay, it is going to construct a new object. Okay, it is going to construct a new object. Now when it is going to construct a new object, the new object is empty. Okay, so what it does, the spread operator spreads the properties of this object into the new object. Got it? And in the next phase again it will find out this, correct? Again, it will spread out the properties of object 2 and it will put it in our new object. So this is what it is going to do. First of all, it will construct a new object and that object which is being constructed, that will be an object, will be an empty. So this object when it encounters, it will spread out the properties and it will put it into that new object. Again, it will encounter this. It will spread out the properties of that object and it will spread out into new object, right? Then the final object, what will happen now? We will get here as a final object. That final object will hold everything. So the resultant will come like this. The resultant will come what? It will come like this. So this is what this particular line is going to do. If we write it, it does so many things. It constructs a new object. Then it will encounter our object 1 with a 3 dots, that is with a spread operator. So it will spread it out and it will put it into a new object. Again, it will encounter. Then again, it will spread it out into a new object. So this is what it is going to do. So now how we will proceed with this? So we will come here and we will write a function called as a merge object, the function which we have discussed here, right? So we'll come here and we will put it over here and quickly we will invoke this as well. So we'll come here and we will write here what? Merge objects, okay? And we are going to pass the same object from here as well, okay? So what we will do, we will take it here and we will pass it here like this directly, okay? So A:1, B:30, and in the new another object, C:56, D:45. This is what we are going to do, okay? And now let us come here and let us receive here what? obj1, comma obj2 like this, okay? And let us just console it and test it out, okay? Whether we are able to receive it or not. So obj1, comma obj2. Directly we will write here and let us test it here. So today's challenge is day 21. So I will write here node 21 challenge question and you will see here we get this particular object very correctly here. That means this function has been successfully executed, okay? Now what we will do here is we will come here and we will declare one variable which will hold our object. So we'll come here and we will write here just like a merge, okay? So we'll declare it like this. And what we will do, we will come here and we will put our object, okay? And we will put with a spread operator. So triple dot obj1 and then comma triple dot obj2. Okay, we'll come here and after that, let us come here and console this, okay? So console.log, we will come here and we will do merged, okay? And now once again, let us test it here. Node day 21 challenge. So we'll come here and if you can see, we are successfully able to get this. You can see the resultant is almost the same we have got it here, right? It is the same A:1, B:30, C:56 and D:45 and it is inside one object, right? So what we have done, we are able to get this by writing just this. So what we have done, we have created an empty object and in that we have passed this. So when you write this, what it is happening, it is constructing a new object and that new object is initially empty. So when it encounters, what it does, it spread out the properties and put it into your new object. Again, it will come here and it will spread out the properties and it will put it into the same object. Why? Because we are putting inside this flower braces. Flower braces are the symbol of our object, right? This is how we define it. How do we define an object? We define an object with a curly braces, right? So this is what we do, right? And now let us come here and comment our line number 15 and we will just improvise our console by writing here as merged object. So I'll write here just as a merged object with a colon I will write here and let us put a space here. And let us once again clear the terminal and let us run it one more time. If you see here, you get here what merged object as this. So this is what we are passing from here and we are able to get it. You can put another example and you can do as well. So if we come here and if I write here a merged object and if I put here X:67 and we can write here Y:89 and then let us define another object. Suppose let me write here as a name as a object, okay, and another one let us write here as a G:90. Now let us just test this one more time. We will come here and we will write it over here so you get it both of them, right? So what we are able to do, get it here, merged object X:67, Y:89, name as object and G is 90. So we are able to get it. Even if we are passing it like this in a string, it is going to accept it and it is going to come here and give it as a output. Correct? So once again, let us recap this, okay? This was very simple, but this was very tricky, guys. How we merge our two objects, okay? That was a very important part here, okay? So if you want to pass one more object, Pass it from here and just you have to come here and put comma and 3 dots obj3. That's it. Okay, this is what we are going to do. Here right now I have shown you merging a two object. You can, with this you can merge n number of objects. Okay, but just you have to make sure you're passing it inside this. Okay, so let us come back to this question and let us revise it once again. Let us have a recap on this. So what it was been asked, we have to merge the two objects, right? Combining all their properties, correct? So we have declared here a function name that is a merge object. We have defined our function name as this and we are using a spread operator to achieve it, right? Spread operator syntax is triple dots. It is going to spread the properties of an object, right? So this was our example which we have took and we wanted this as a resultant, right? So we have to pass it like this in an object. What it does, it is going to construct a new object. Initially that object is empty and when as soon as you write it, it encounters with a spread operator. It will spread the properties and it is going to put it into that object. Similarly here as well. After that it will encounter this and it is encountering with a spread operator. It is going to put it inside that object. Okay. So we defined here function called as a merged object and same thing we have written here. We have just improvised our console.log by writing a merged object as and here we are getting the merged value. So here is the function invocation. Once again, let us come here and clear the terminal and let us run it one more time. If we see we are able to get it in a proper way for both the test cases, right? So if you want, you can try it out with the different test cases and you can try it out with more than two objects as well. It is going to work that as well. Let's move to our next challenge and this challenge is finding the common keys and their values in two objects. This problem will help us to sharpen our skills with object manipulation and comparison in JavaScript, okay? So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JS function to find the common keys and their values in two objects, right? And here we have been provided with the two objects and for that, this is the output, okay? So first of all, what we are going to do? We are going to break this question. So I will write here what? JS function, okay? And in the next line, we are going to write the next important part of the question. That is what we have to find here what? Common keys and their values in two objects, right? So let us put it over here. Now let us come back at line number 9 and we will define our function name, okay? So we will keep here function name as what? Find common keys values with a parenthesis, okay? So this will be our function name, okay? So let us come here and we will understand first our input and output, okay? So we have been provided with two objects. In that we have a key value pair, right? That is A:B, B:2, C:3, right? And in the next object, what do we have? B:2, C:3 and D:4, right? So if you see here in both of them, what is common? B:2 and C:3, right? Because this is here as well and here also you have the same. So that is where you are getting the exact output as what? B:2 and C:3, right? So this is your output. And now we will come down and we will write here our approach to achieve that particular output, okay? And in this question, we are going to use what? Loop itself, okay? But not our normal for loop we are going to use. We are going to use our foreign loop, okay? So whenever we are working with an object, we will be using foreign loop, okay? And this I have told you in my previous challenges also. Whenever we are doing an iteration for an object, let us use a foreign loop, okay? Now what we will do here is we are going to write our foreign loop. So I will write here what? For let key in our obj. So whatever is your object, you are going to write here. What is the key? Key is nothing but A, B, and C. This is called as a key, right? A, B, C. So for this particular input, what will be the key? A, B, and C. For this particular input, what will be the key? B, C, and D, okay? And what is the value? 1, 2, and 3. Here, 2, 3, and 4, right? So that is what is a key and a value. So we are writing here what? Let key in obj, okay? And after that, we will be writing here what? Parenthesis. So what is our key? If I have to tell you, key is nothing but what? A, B, C. Okay, for this particular first obj. So A, B, C for our first obj, and for the second obj, what will be the key? It will be nothing but B, C, D. Okay. So we are going to use here loop. to iterate through all the keys of our first object. That is what we are going to do it. Okay. So this is our normal for in loop I have written. Now let us come down and we will write our for in loop with respect to our this question. Okay. So for let key in obj1. Okay, so we are going to iterate through our obj1. Okay, and in this flower braces we are going to write the logic to find the common keys and values in two objects. Okay, now what will be the logic we are going to write here? Now this key, right, we are using this key, right? So this key will help us to do that. Okay, so for each key we are going to check if it exists in our second obj or not. Okay, so this particular key is what? It is of obj1, right? And we are going to check that it is existing in our obj2 or not. So I will just write here what? Check existence in obj2. Okay, let me write it like this. Okay, once it is found, then we are going to proceed ahead. Okay, so this we have to check. So first of all, for this, what we are going to use? We are going to use a method. Okay, that is known as what? Has own property, and to that we are going to pass a key. Let me write it over here. Okay, so I'll write here what? Has own, and I'll write here what? Property. Okay, and to this we are going to pass a key. Okay, now what does it do? It checks whether that specific property is existing in that object or not. And if it is existing, it is going to give you true. And if it is not, then it is going to return you what? False. So if you see, it is returning what? Boolean values. Okay, and how we are going to use it here? We will be using what? obj1 dot has on property, and we will pass our key to it. Okay, then we will write here what? obj2 dot has on property, and we will pass a key to it. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. And here we are going to check the existence of that key in our object. If it exists, it is going to give me what? True. Okay, and if it is not, then it is going to give me false. So depending upon the availability of the key, or we can say depending upon the availability of the property in our object, it is going to give me true or false. Okay, so this is our first check. Okay, so I will come here and I will write here what? First check. Okay, now let us go for the second check. Okay, so I will write here what? Second check. Okay, now in the second check, what we are going to do? We are going to compare. Okay, how and what we are going to compare? We are going to compare our obj1 of key should be is equal to our obj2 of key. Okay, this is what we are going to check. And depending upon our key, we are going to get true and false, right? So that also I will write it over here. So this will be our second check. Now how we are going to write it? We will be writing it using our if condition. Okay, so I will write it using our if condition and our AND operator. Okay, so this too we are going to use it and we are going to do it. So how we are going to write it? We are going to write if our obj1 dot has on property, and we will pass our key to it. Okay, if this, okay, and we will use here AND operator, and we will write here what? Our obj2, okay, dot has on property, and then we will pass this also, okay, to this itself. So we will come here and we will use one more AND operator here. So I will write it like this, and with the space we are going to write it like this. Okay, so this will be our final condition which we are going to write it. Okay, so that is what I said. To achieve this, we have to do a double check here. So first check whether that key is existing or not, and then we are going to compare it. Okay, so if this condition turns out to be true, how it is going to come true? It's all the condition here has to be met, because we have used here AND operator. If any of the condition turns out to be false, then further execution will not happen. So that is why here, if all the conditions are met and it is going to give me output as true, then what we will do? We will add the key and its value to a new object. Okay, so I will write it here what? If this condition turns out to be true, then what we are going to do? We are going to add our key and its value to a empty object, or we can say to a new object. Okay, so for that we will have to create also, right? So in the beginning itself, we will come here and we will create an object called as a common keys. Okay, and we will initialize with an empty object. Okay, that is what we are going to do. So if this condition turns out to be true, what we are doing, we are going to add a key and a value to a new object, correct? And then finally we are going to print that new object. That is nothing but our common keys. Okay, so let me write it here. So this object we are going to print it, and we will have that object containing all the common keys and values. Okay, and that is what this question is asking from us. Okay, we have to print what, or we have to show it in the console, a object that is containing all the common keys and their values. That is what you can see here in the output, correct? Now we will do the same implementation inside our function also. So let us come down and we will write our function. Okay, so we'll write here what, function, and a function name will be what, find common keys values, right? And we will invoke it here. Okay, so I will write here what, find common keys and values, and we will pass here our both the objects, right? So let us come here and we will take this our both the objects and we will just put it down. Okay, so at line number 38 let us put it, and we will just uncomment it over here. Okay, and I will pass here what, our obj1 comma our obj2. Okay, now let us come here and we will receive at the top as what, obj1 comma obj2 as a params. Okay, now let us just console it here. So I will write here what, console.log our obj1 comma obj2. Okay, now let us just quickly test it in the terminal. So I will write here what, node day 74 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we got? We got our both the objects printed in our console, right? Now let us come here and we will declare here our empty object. Why empty object? Because we have to store our common keys and their values, right? So I will write here what, same name, common keys here, and we will initialize it as an empty object. Okay, so that is what we have done. Now let us come down and we will write our foreign loop. Okay, so that it can iterate through all the keys in our object one. Okay, that is what we said here also. We are going to iterate in our object one, correct? So let us come here and let us write that here. So I will write here what, for let key in our obj1, right? And I will show you what is the key now. Okay, so let me just console it here. So I will write here what, console.log of key. Okay, let me write it here. And let us clear the terminal, and I will write here what, node day 74 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, what do we got? We got here A, B and C. That means nothing but it is our keys, right? So that is what we are getting here. Okay, now let us come down and we will check that if the key exists in our obj2 and their values are same or not. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to write this our if condition. Okay, so let us write here what, if, and we are going to write here what, obj1 dot has own property, right? So let us write here has own property, and in this we are going to pass our key, right? Then our AND operator, and then with our obj2 also I will write it like this, and here also I'm going to pass it our key, and then our comparison check, right? That is what we have done here. So again our AND operator we will write here, and then we are going to write what, our obj1 of key is equal to obj2 of our key, right? That is what, and now just we will check whether it is turning out to be true or not. Okay, so I will write here what, console.log of true. Okay, now let us come here in the terminal and we will just test it out. So I will write here what, node day 74 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see here in the input and output, what is the object one? It is nothing but A:1, B:2, C:3, right? And what is our object two? B:2, C:3 and D:4, right? So in both of them, where is the common key and value pair? We have for B:2 and C:3, right? Here also for B:2 and C:3. That is where in the output we have how many key and value pair? Only two. That is nothing but B:2 and C:3. That is where you are getting here. For B key is true and for C key is true, right? That is where we are getting it here. Okay. So now we will come down, and what we will do, we will add our common key value pair to the new object. Okay, so we will write how? We will write here common keys, and in the square bracket we are going to write our key is equal to, then we will write here what? obj1 of key. Okay, and then after that we are just going to console our common keys. Okay, so let us come here and we will write here what? console.log, and we will write here what? common keys. Okay, now let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 74 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, you got here what? B:2 and C:3. That was what it was expected from us, right? This was our final output, right? So now let us come down and we will just uncomment our other console.log statements. So line number 37, line number 40, and then line number 42 also we will comment it out. Okay. Now let us clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 74 challenge, and we will hit enter. I got B:2 and C:3, right? That is what we were passing here, and we have done the further execution, right? Now we can just invoke it with another objects also. So we can write here what? Find common key values. And in this, let us write here what? Z:20. Okay. And then I will write F:80. Okay. And now we will put here flower braces one more, and we will write here what? F:80. Now let us see what do we get in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node day 74 challenge, and hit enter. You got here what? F:80. So even if 1 is there, it is going to give me the exact output. Okay. So this is what this question was demanding from us, and we have successfully achieved as well. Okay. So now let us have a quick recap of this particular question. Okay, so let us come above and we will read out our question. So what we have to write? We have to write a JavaScript function to find the common keys and their values in the two objects, right? They have given here the two objects, that is nothing but obj1 and obj2, right? And we have here our output. Okay. And then at line number 9 and 10, what we did, we just wrote here the important part of our questions, right? And also we defined our function name as what? Find common keys and values, right? That is what was our function name, right? Then we understood how we are reaching to this particular output, right? And for that, we have written our approach also. So in this, we used a loop, right? But we did not use our normal traditional for loop. We used here what? Foreign loop, okay? This foreign loop is best used in our object cases. Okay, that is why we have used it. Okay, then we have understood that how a normal foreign loop is written, right? At line number 15, for let key in obj, correct? And then we wrote it with respect to this particular question, right? So for let key in our obj1, right? And this key is nothing but what? It is nothing but, here we have seen, right? A comma B comma C and B comma C comma D, right? That is what is our key, right? Now, why we are doing it? We have to check here that if this key is existing in our second object or not, okay? And if the values are same, then we are going to proceed ahead. So for that, what we did here, we did a double check. First of all, we used one method that is called as what? Has on property method, and we were passing the key to it. So this has on property method is going to return us what? A Boolean value, okay? So it is going to return a Boolean value after checking if an object has a specific property or not, okay? So once that checking is done, then we are going to compare, right? And this checking has to be performed in our both the objects, right? That is what we have written. And here then we came down and we did a comparison check also, that our obj1 of key should be is equal to our obj of 2 key, right? That is what we have done. And that also is going to return us a Boolean value. So at the end of the day, it is going to return us what? True or false itself, right? Because it is a comparison check, right? So after that, what we are going to do, we will be using our if condition along with our AND operator, so that we will make compulsion that all our condition has to be true, then only you have to do the further execution, right? So that is what did. And after this condition is turning out to be true, we are going to add our key and its value to a new object, right? And for that, we are going to declare a new object, right? That will be an empty object, correct? And then finally, that new object, we are going to print it because it is going to hold our respective keys and their values, right? So that is what we are going to do it, and this is what we understood, right? And then the same thing we wrote inside our function also, correct? Then at line number 36, we came down and we wrote our function name, right? That is nothing but find common keys values, and here we were passing obj1 and obj2 as in params, right? Then we just consoled and we tested here, and we created here our empty object, right? Then we wrote here our foreign loop, and inside that we did our comparison check, right? And then finally we added our common key and a value pair to a new object, right? And then at line number 46, we printed, okay? And then at line number 49 and 50, we wrote the same input which was written above. And then at line number 49 and 50, we just wrote the same input which were being provided to us for obj1 and obj2. And we passed it over here in the function, right? And we got our output here, correct? Then we invoked it one more time and we passed here another two objects and we tested in our terminal, right? So we will clear it up and we will see it once again. So I will write here what? Node day 74 challenge, and we will hit enter. So this is what it was expecting, and we have done here the same thing, right? Now I'll tell you why this challenge is useful. Object manipulation is a fundamental skill in JavaScript, and by solving this challenge, you will practice comparing object properties, working with the loops, and using conditional statements effectively, guys. It's a great exercise for improving your understanding of JavaScript objects. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to convert an object into an array of keys and an array of values. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? Let's read out. We have to write a JS function that takes an object and convert it into an array containing two subarrays, right? So one for the keys and one for the values, correct? Now let us come down and see our input output also. So in input, what we have our object, and in output, what do we have? We have an array which is containing two subarrays, right? Now what we will do, first of all, we are going to break down this particular question, okay? So we are going to write here what? JavaScript function. So let us take this and we will put it over here, okay? After that, what is the next important part? That it is going to take an object and it is going to convert it into an array containing two subarrays, right? So that also let us put it over here, okay? Now, what do we understand by array containing two subarrays? That means there will be an array and inside that there will be two subarrays, okay? So that I am putting it over here. Now, in the first array, it is going to hold what? The keys, okay? So here we have written one array is for the keys. So let us take this and we will put it over here, okay? And after that, what is the second array? It is only for the values, okay? So let us take this and we will put it over here. So that is what we have to do. We have to create an array which will contain two subarrays. First array will contain the keys and second array will contain our values, okay? So now let us come to this input and output and we will understand how we are reaching to this output, okay? So if you see here, what do we have? We have A:1, B:2 and C:3, right? This is nothing but an object, okay? Now, if you see the output clearly, we have an array and inside that there are two subarrays, right? So this is the first array and this is the second array, right? So I can say this is our first subarray and this is our second subarray, right? So in the first subarray, we have here what? All the keys we have, that is A, B and C, right? And in the second subarray, we have all the values, that is nothing but 1, 2 and 3, right? So that is how we are reaching to this particular output, okay? Let us come down and let us write our approach, okay? So I will just write here approach, okay? In this question, we are going to use nothing but object methods, okay? Now, what methods we are going to use? We will be using object.keys, okay? So let me write it over here. And the another method is what? Object.values, okay? So these are the two methods which we are going to use it, okay? Now here, you can see here object.keys and object.values, okay? So the first method, that is object.keys, it is going to return what? It will return an array of keys, okay? And the next method that we have written, object.values, it will return what? An array of values. So I will write here what? it returns an array of values. Okay, that is what it is going to do. Okay, now how we have to use it? Okay, so we are going to use it like object dot keys we will write, and in this parenthesis we will pass our object. So I will write here obj. Okay, so obj is nothing but our object. Okay, and here what we are going to write now, object dot values we will write, and in this parenthesis we will pass our obj. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. And if we consider this input, okay, for this particular thing, so let us come here and let us just comment it and write it here. So for this case, first time this method when you use, it is going to give you what? Object keys. Okay, and in the second one it is going to give us the object values, okay, in the form of an array. So that is what we are getting it. Okay, but the output is what? We have to store it inside another array, right? And this will be the sub array of our main array, right? So for that we will come here and we will declare an empty array. Okay, and inside that we will pass our array of keys and array of values. Okay, like this. Okay, now let us put this array of keys and we will put our array of values also. So let us put it over here. And now when you finally print your result, you will get the final output, right? That is what we wanted, correct? So this is what we are going to do it. Okay, now let us come above at line number 9 and we will define our function name also. So what will be our function name? Convert obj to array. Okay, so that is what I am going to write a function name. Okay, so this will be our function name. Now let us come down and we will implement the same thing inside our function also. So I will write here what function, and our function name is what? Convert obj to arr, right? That is nothing but convert object to array. Okay, now let us quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Convert obj to arr, and we will pass our object, okay, to this. So let us take this object and let us pass it over here as an argument. Okay, and let us receive it as a params as a obj. Okay, now let us come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj. Okay, now let us come here and we will write here what? Node day 76 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? Our object. Okay, now let us come down and we will use our both these methods to extract the array of keys and to extract the array of values. Okay, so we will declare here variable called as a let keys is equal to, and we will write here what? Object dot keys. Okay, we are going to write it, and in this we are going to pass our obj. Okay, let us console our keys and let us see what do we get in the terminal. So I will write here console.log of keys, and let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node day 76 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our array which is holding our keys, right? So that is what we have got it, right? The same output. Now let us come here and we will use our another method, that is nothing but object dot values. Okay, so I will write here what? Let values is equal to object dot values, and in this we are going to pass our obj again. Okay, now let us console the values also. So I will write here what? Console.log values, and we will come here and we will rerun it. So I will clear it up and I will write here what? Node day 76 challenge and hit enter. If we see, we got here what? Our array of values, right? So that means line number 30 is giving me what? Array of values. Line number 28 is giving me what? Array of keys, right? That is what we have done. So what we decided that we will declare an empty array, and inside that we are going to pass our both the arrays, right? So let us do the same thing. So I will write here what? Let result is equal to, and we will initialize this with an empty array, and inside that we will pass our keys array and our values array, right? So let us come here and do the same thing and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of result. Okay, now let us come to the terminal and we will test it out. So I will clear it up and we will write here what? Node day 76 challenge, and we will hit enter. what do we got? We can see here clearly that we have an array which is containing the two sub-arrays. So one is our keys array and another one is what? Value sub-array, right? So we have got the exact output what was been asked to us, okay? Now what we will do, we will come down and we will invoke it with another input objects, okay? So let us write here convert object to array, okay? And let us write the object, okay? So I will write here what? X colon 10 and then we will pass here what? Y colon 20. Let us see what do we get. So we will come here, we will clear the terminal and we will write here what? Node day 76 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? X and Y and here 10 and 20, right? And that is where we are getting our exact output, okay? So this is what we had it. Let us invoke it one more time. So I will write here what? Convert obj to array. Okay, and let us pass another object. So I will write here what? Name colon and here we are going to write here what? Code with Poonam. Let us write it and let us pass here date and let us write here what? Today's is what? 4th January. Let us write that. So I will write it over here and let us come here and clear the terminal. So I will write here what? Node day 76 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? Name and date and here we got code with Poonam and today's date, right? So that means we are getting the exact output, okay? Now let us comment out the console.log statement. So line number 26 we will comment out, line number 28 we will comment out, line number 30 we will comment out, and we will clear the terminal one more time and rerun it. So I will clear it up and I will write here what? Node day 76 challenge and we will hit enter. What do we got? This is for the first input objects, this is for the second input object, and this is for the third input object. We are getting the exact output, right? Now let us have a quick recap of this particular question, okay? So let us come above and we will read out the question. What it was been asked, we have to write a JavaScript function that takes an object and converts it into an array containing the two sub-arrays, right? So one sub-array will have the keys and another sub-array will have the values, right? At line number 5, 6, and 7, there was an input and output example, right? So that we understood how we are reaching to that output, correct? After that, at line number 9, 10, and 11, we wrote the important part of our question and we also defined our function name, right? That is nothing but convert obj to ARR, correct? Then we understood and we wrote our approach, right? So in this question, we have to use what? Object.methods, right? What were the methods? Object.keys and object.values. What does object.key return? It is going to return an array of keys, right? And what does object of values is going to return? It is going to return an array of values, correct? Then we understood this with respect to this input, right? What will be the output, correct? For the keys and for the values method, right? So we came here and we wrote the same thing, right? And then finally we stored our keys and value inside an empty array. And finally we printed that variable, correct? That is what we have done here, and the same thing we implemented inside our function also, right? Then at line number 25, we defined our function convert obj to ARR, right? And we were receiving here obj as a params, right? At line number 26, we just consoled our obj to test whether our input object has been received correctly or not, right? Then at line number 27, we used here the method called as object.keys to extract all the keys from that particular object, right? And then we finally consoled here at line number 28. Same thing we have done here at line number 29 also. We used the method called as object.values and we were passing obj to it, right? To extract all the values from the object, correct? Then at line number 30, we just consoled it out, okay? So at line number 28, it was giving me our array of keys, right? And at line number 30, it was giving me what? Array of the values from that particular object, right? Then at line number 32, we declared here an empty array, right? And in that, we were passing our keys and values, right? And then we finally consoled that variable called as a result, right? And then at line number 35, 36, and 37, we invoked it with three different input objects, right? And we got our exact output in the console as well, right? So let us come here and we will clear the terminal and we will write here what? Node day 76 challenge and hit enter. We got our exact output, right? So this is what this question was expecting from us and we have done the same thing, okay? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful. This challenge helps us to practice working with the objects and arrays in JavaScript. It's a fundamental skill which is useful for tasks like data transformation, API responses, and more. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about swapping keys and values of an object. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see here, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JavaScript function that swaps the keys and values of an object. And here we have been provided with two inputs, right? And correspondingly, we have here two outputs as well. So first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to break down the question, okay? So what we have to write, we have to write a JS function. So first I will take this and I'm going to put it over here. Now, what is the next thing here? That we have to swap the keys and values of an object, right? So that is the next important part. So we will put it over here. Flow mein main bhul jati hu. Let us come at line number 10 and we will define our function name as what? Swap keys and values. Okay, so let us write it over here. Now, let us come at line number 4 and 5 and we will understand here our input and output. Okay, so what is the input? It is A:1, B:2, C:3, right? And in the output, we have 1:A, 2:B, and C:3. Now, let us observe here our each key and value pair. Here it is what? A:1. But what do we have here? 1:A. It has been swapped. Let us see here also. It is B:2, right? But what do we have here? It is 2:B. Again, it has been swapped. Here it is what? C:3 and here we have what? 3:C. That means it has been swapped. So each key and value pair has been swapped. So that is how we are reaching to this particular output. Okay. Now, since we have understood how we are reaching to this output, now with respect to this, we will come down and we will write our approach. Okay. So I'll just write it over here. So first of all, I will create here a variable called as a swap and I am going to initialize it with an empty object. Okay. So if you see this particular output, it is in a form of what? Object, right? That is why we are doing it here. That means here we are going to store our final result. And that means we are going to store here what? Swapped keys and values, correct? So this will be the usage of this variable, okay? After this, what we are going to do now? Now, since you see here, we are going to work upon each and every key and value pair, right? That means we have to use here what? Loop, okay? But here, which loop we will be using it? We will be using here for of loop, okay? Now, let us see how we are going to write it, okay? Now, in this for of loop, we are going to use here first object method, okay? Which object method? We are going to use here object.entries method, okay? Now, what this method returns? It returns an array of key and value pair. So, if I have to say, it is going to convert the object into an array. Okay, I'll write it over here of key and value pair. So I will write it like this. Okay. So this is what we are going to get it. Okay. Now let us see with respect to this input what we are going to get. So if I assume this is our input. Okay. So when we are using this method object.entries method, what we will get? So we will get an array and inside that we will have here 3 sub arrays. Okay. So I will write it over here like this. And inside this sub array, what we will have? We will have A, then we will have comma 1, then we will have here B, then we will have here comma 2, then we will have here C, and then we will have here 3. So like this, we will get an array. Inside that, we will get our 3 sub arrays. Why 3 sub arrays? Because we have here what? 3 keys and value pair, right? That is what we are going to get it. So how we are going to write it? We are going to write here what? Object.entries method. And inside this, we are going to pass our object. So if I assume this is our obj, I will write here what? obj. Okay, so I am going to pass here obj. So this is how we are going to write our object.entries method, and we are going to get an array of 3 sub arrays, right? So it converted into an array of key and value pairs. Okay, now since it is coming up like this, now we can easily use our destructuring concept. Okay, so I will write here what? Destructuring over here. Okay, now how we are going to use it over here? So I will write here what? Const key comma value. Okay, and I will pass here our first sub array, that is nothing but our a comma 1. Okay, so now what is this? This is nothing but our key and this is our value, right? That is why I have written it over here like this. Now in this case, what will be our key? It will be nothing but a, right? And what will be our value? It will be nothing but 1, right? Then when you come here and for the second instance, okay, so I will write it here like this, and we are going to assign our second sub array. Okay, so then in that case, what will be our key now? It will be nothing but key is equal to b, and our value will be what? 2, right? Then let us come here for the third instance. Okay, so let us take this and I will put it over here, and we will assign it with a third sub array, that is nothing but c and 3, right? Let us come here and put it over here. So in this case, what will be our key? Our key will be c, right? And our value will be 3, right? So that is how we are going to use our destructuring over here. Okay, now let us see how we are going to implement both the thing inside our for of loop. So I will write here what? For, then I will write here what? Const, then key comma value I am going to write, and then here it will come off. Then I am going to write object dot entries, and in this I am going to pass our obj. Okay, now inside this we are going to write our logic for the swapping. Okay, so I will write here what? Swapping we are going to do, and how we will be doing it? With a simple assignment operator. Okay, so I will write it here like this. Now let us see how we are going to do that. So I will use our swapped variable, and here I will pass the value, and right inside I am going to assign it with our what? Key, right? That is how we are going to do it, and we are going to get our final output stored in our swapped variable. And finally, we will just print it over here outside our loop, our swapped variable. Okay, and we are going to get our final output. Okay, now we will implement the same thing inside our function also, and I will show you how this destructuring is going to work, how this object.entries method is going to work, and everything. Okay, so let us come down and we will write our function as what? Function. Okay, and what will be our function name? Swapped keys and values. Okay, and I will quickly invoke it. Okay, so I will write here what? Swapped keys and values, and we will pass our first input object, right? So let us take this input object and we will come here and we will pass it over here, and we are going to receive here as an obj. Okay, so as in params. Now let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj, and we are going to just run it over here. So I will write here what? Node day 79 challenge, and hit enter. If you see, we got our input object. Okay, that means this function is accepting our input object, right? Now let us come here and we are going to create a variable called as what? Swapped. Okay, so I will write here swapped is equal to flower braces. That means we are initializing with an empty object, right? Now I will show you how our object.entries method is going to work. Okay, so I will just write here what? Console.log, and inside that I will write here object.entries I will write, and inside that I am going to pass our obj. Okay, now let us clear our terminal, and I will write here what? Node day 79 challenge, and I will hit enter. So what do we got in the output? If you see, we have got here an array, and inside that we have a sub array, right? How many sub arrays? 3 sub arrays. So it is exactly the same what we have it in the left hand side, right? That is how our object.entries method work. Okay, now after that, what we are going to do? We are going to write our for of loop. Okay, so I will write here what? For, and inside that I am going to write here what? Const. Then I will write here what key, comma, value I'm going to write. And outside this, I will write here what of. Then I will write here what object dot entries I am going to write. And inside that obj, I will pass it. Now, inside this flower braces, we have to write our logic for the swapping, okay? Before that, I will just show you by printing what is key, what is value over here, okay? So I will write here what console.log of key, comma, value, okay? Now let us just test it in the terminal one more time. So I will write here CLS and then I will write here what? Node day 79 challenge and hit enter. So we have got here what? A1, B2 and C3, right? That means we are getting exactly the same what we have done here, right? Now what we will do? We will just do a simple swapping by using our assignment operator. So I will write here what swap, write here value and then is equal to, I'm going to write our key, correct? Then outside our loop, let us just console our swapped variable, okay? Let us see what do we get. So I will write it over here and then once again CLS and then node day 79 challenge and hit enter. See, you got the exact output. Let us match up with the output. It is 1 and A, then 2 and B and 3 and C. It is the same, right? So we have reached to our exact output, right? Now let us come down and we will invoke it one more time and we will pass our another input object, okay? So let us take this input object and we will pass it over here, okay? And now we will test it in our terminal also. So let us come here. We will type here clear screen and then we will write here what? Node day 79 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? Fruit, apple, vegetable, carrot, right? If you see, it was apple, fruit, carrot and vegetable. So that means it has been swapped successfully, right? Now what we will do, we will just comment out the other console.log statements, okay? So line number 32, line number 34 and then line number 37. And then we will again type here CLS and then node day 79 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we have received here what? The exact output, what was needed, right? Now let us have a quick recap, okay? So let us come above and we will read out the question. So we have to write a JS function that swaps the keys and values of an object, right? And here we have been provided with an input and output example, right? Then at line number 10 and 11, what we wrote the important part of our question and we also defined our function name, that is swap keys and values, correct? Then we understood how we are reaching to this particular output, right, from this input. And then on the basis of that, we wrote our approach, okay? So first we created here an variable, right? And we initialized it with an empty object because we wanted to store our swapped keys and values, right? Then we wrote here what? For of loop, right? And inside that, what we have to use our object.entries method and destructuring concept, right? Both of them, we understood it properly, right? That how destructuring is going to work and how object.entries method is going to work, right? Then we wrote our for of loop by using both of them, right? Then we finally printed here our swapped variable and we got our output. Now the same thing we wrote inside our function. Then at line number 31, we wrote our function and we defined our function name as what? Swap keys and values, correct? And we were receiving here our obj as a params, right? Then at line number 32, what we did, we just consoled and we tested whether our obj has been received here or not, right? Then at line number 33, we just declared a variable and we initialized with an empty object. At line number 34, we saw how object.entries method work, right? Then we wrote here our for loop and inside that we used our destructuring concept and we swapped here with an assignment operator, right? Then at line number 40, we just printed our swapped variable, right? Then at line number 42 and 43, we invoked here with two different input objects, right? And we got our exact output, right? Let us see out one more time. So I will write here what? Node day 79 challenge and hit enter. We got here output and this is what our question was expecting also, right? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is important. This challenge enhances our JavaScript skills by doing object manipulation using object.entries method. It also helps us with data transformation tasks like Swapping key value pairs commonly used in the web development, and practicing this improves problem solving and prepares us for the real world coding scenarios. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to check if an object contains only numeric values. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output. So let us read out the question. We have to write a JavaScript function that checks if all the values of an object are numeric values, okay? And here we have been provided with an input and output example. So we have been given with 3 inputs and we have to get here 3 outputs as well, okay? Now, first of all, what we will do, we will come here and we will break down our question, okay? So what is the most important thing of this question? That we have to write a JavaScript function, right? So I will take this and I am going to put it over here. After that, what is the next important point? That we have to check if all the values of an object are numeric values, okay? So let us put this here as well, okay? Now we will come here at line number 11 and we will define our function name. So we will define our function name as what? Has only numeric values. So let us write it over here, has only numeric values, okay? So this will be our function name. Now let us understand this input and output, okay, which is being provided to us. So let us come here and we will observe our first input and output, okay. So here they said what we have to check if all the values of an object are numeric values, right? That means here what is the key? What is the value? A:20. In this, A is our key, 20 is our value. B is our key, 30 is our value. C is our key, 50 is our value, right? And they said all the values of an object are numeric, right? That we have to check. So here if you check 20, 30, 50, all of them are numbers, right? If you check the data type, what are they? They are numbers. That is why in the output we are getting here what? True, okay? Now let us go for the next input and output. If you see here, A:20, B:30 and C:50. Here also we have the same. But if you check here, B:30 is not a number. If you check 30 data type, you will get here as what? String. That is why here it is being mentioned in the output as what? False, okay? Now we will go to the third input and output. A:10, B:9, C:40, right? So here 10 and 40 are the numbers, okay? But here we have in a value nan. Nan means not a number, right? That is why in the output we are getting here what? False. So now since we have understood how we are reaching to this output, we will come down and we will write our approach, okay? So I will write here what? Approach. To solve this particular challenge, we will be using it here, object.values method, a for of loop, a type of operator and isNaN method. So these are the 4 things which we will be using it in this challenge, okay? So let's see the step by step. Now we know that we have to work here with the values of an object, right? So that means we will have to do a iteration, and for that we need to use a loop. So which loop I am going to use it? We are going to use here for of loop. So I will write it here, for of loop, okay? Now when we are doing the iteration, we will be here iterating over the array of object values, okay? So I will be writing it over here, what? Iterate over the array of object values, okay? Now we have to iterate here over the array of object values. That means we need to get here what? Our object values, right? So how can I get that object values? Here we will be using it object method, okay? So I will write here what? Object dot values method we are going to write it. And by using this, we will get here what? All the values of the object as an array, okay? It will return nothing but an array, okay, of object values, okay? So that is why we will be using this method, okay? Now let us consider this input. If this is the input, then when we use this object.values method, what will be the output? We will get here output as nothing but 20, 30, 50 in an array. And how we are going to use it? We will be using it here what? object dot values, and in this parenthesis we are going to pass our obj. Okay, so if you assume this is our obj, this obj we have to pass it over here. Okay, and that is how we are going to get this particular output. Okay, now this one we have to use it in our for of loop. So let us see how we are going to write it. Okay, so I will come here and I will write here what for, and here I am going to write const value. Okay, of. Okay, then I will write here what object dot values of our obj. Okay, now in this flower braces we are going to write here our if condition. Okay, and in this if condition we are going to check for a non-numeric values. Okay, and if this condition turns out to be true, we are going to print here what false. Okay, and we will do here early return. That means we are going to stop the rest of the execution. Okay, otherwise what we will do, if this is turning out to be false, then what will happen, we will come here and we will just print here that we have a numeric values. Okay, and that is where we will print here finally true. Okay, that is what we are going to do it. Okay, now I said that we have to write here our if condition, right? So now let us see what will be the condition. Okay, so I will just write here what our if condition, and we are going to use our type of operator. Okay, now what this type of returns, it returns the data type of that particular value whatever you are passing it. Okay, suppose I write here type of 20, so it is going to give me what number. Okay, because it's a number data type. If I write here type of double quotes of 20, then it is going to return me what string, because it's a string, right? That is how it works. So what we are going to write it here, I will write here what type of value. Okay, and this should not be is equal to number, right? So I will be writing here what not is equal to number, and that is where we are going to check here for a non-numeric values. Okay, so here what we are going to write, I will be writing here is nan. Okay, and in this we will be passing our value. Now is nan is nothing but is not a number, and we have already written here that we have to check for a non-numeric values. That is what we are going to do it. Now if you come here, it is not mentioned nan everywhere, right? That is where what we will be using it here, we will be using it with a or operator. Okay, so how finally our if condition will look. Okay, so I will be writing here our if condition, and inside this type of we are going to write, then value we are going to write, and not is equal to number. Okay, and then we will use our or operator. Okay, and we will just pass this is nan method. Okay, over here. So this is how our if condition will be, and if this condition turns out to be true, we have to print here what false, and we have to do a early return. If this execution turns out to be false, then we have to print our numeric values. That means we have to print here true, right? That is what is our output. So it's the same thing we are going to do it in our function also. So let us implement the same thing inside our function. So let us write here our function. So function I will write, and here we have to write has only numeric values, right? And let us quickly invoke it here. So I will write here what has only numeric values. Okay, now let us pass our first input object. So I will take this and I am going to put it over here. Okay, so let us put it over here, and we are going to receive here obj as in params, right? Now let us write here what console.log of obj. Okay, and we will just come here and we will write here what node day 80 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, we got here our object, right? That means this function is properly receiving our input object. Okay, now we are going to see how we can get the values of an object in an array. So for that, I will just write here what console.log, and inside that I am going to pass here what object.values, and inside this I am just going to pass our obj. Okay, now let us rerun it. So I will clear the terminal and I will write here what node 80 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, we got here what 20, 30 and 50. This is the exactly the same what we are getting it, right? So now the same thing we have done it over here also. Now let us write our for of loop. Okay. So I will come here and I'm going to write here what for, and then I will write here what const value. Okay. And then here I'm going to write of, and here then object dot values. Okay. And to this I will pass our obj. Okay. Now inside this we have to write our if condition, right? And that if condition is going to check for non-numeric values, right? So I'm going to write it over here. So how we are going to write? I will write here if, and here we are going to write what type of, and then we have to write here our value, right? Then not is equal to number, right? So let us write it here, and then or operator we are going to write. Then we have to write here what is nan, and to this we are going to pass our value, right? And what we have to print? We are going to print here what? Console.log of false, right? That is what, and we are going to do a early return. Okay. And outside our loop, what we are going to print? Console.log of true, right? Now let us see for this input object what we are getting the output. Okay. So let us come here and clear the terminal. I'm going to write here what node 80 challenge and hit enter. What do we got? We got here true. Okay. Now we are going to invoke here for the another input object. So I will write here what has only numeric values, and let us come above and let us take the second input object. Okay. So I will take this and we are going to pass it here, right? And now we are going to run this. Okay. So let us come here in the terminal, clear it up, and I will write here what node 80 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting here what false, because this is a string. It is not a number. Okay. Now let us do it for the third input object also. So I will invoke it here. Okay. First, and let us come above and let us take the third input object. So let us take it and we will come down and we are going to pass it over here. Okay. Now let us see what do we get. So clear it up and we will write here what node 80 challenge and we will hit enter. If you see, we got here also false because of this nan. Okay. Now let us come here and we will remove our console.log statement. For that, we will just comment it out. So line number 42, then line number 43. We are going to comment it out. Now let us clear it up and we will rerun it, node day 80 challenge, and we will hit enter. So now what we have got here, we have got true, false and false, right? So let us just compare it with our sample output. So here also we have true, here also we have false, and here also we have false. That means true, false and false. The order is correct, right? That means we have successfully executed this, and that is what this question was demanding. Okay. Now let us have a quick recap of this particular question. So we are going to write here what? A JS function that is going to check if all the values of an object are numeric values, right? And here we have been provided with 3 input and therefore corresponding 3 outputs we have, right? Then at line number 13 and 14, we came here and we just broke down our important chunks of the question, right? And also we defined our function name as what? Has only numeric values, right? Then we understood how we are getting this particular output, right? And therefore we wrote our approach as. So in the approach, what we wrote here our for of loop, right? Why? Because we have to iterate here over the array of object values, right? And to get the object values, we have to use here. So we used here what? For of loop. Why for of loop? Because we have to iterate here over the array of object values. Okay. And this would be the easiest one to use it. Okay. And to get the object values, we have to use here what? Object.values method, because it returns an array of object values, right? We understood with the first input example, if we use it, how? देखो approach में कोई टुकड़ा नहीं चाहिए. Then we came here and we wrote here what? For loop. Why? Because we wanted to iterate over the array of object values, right? Now we needed the object value, so therefore we used here what? Object.values method, and we got here what? Array of object values, right? Then we understood for this particular input, if we use this particular method, what will be the output, right? Then we wrote our for of loop, correct? And inside that we wrote our if condition. And in the if condition, we have to check here for a non-numeric values, right? If it is true, we are going to print false and we are going to do a early return. That means the execution should stop, right? Otherwise, we will come outside our loop and we are going to print here what true, because there will be a numeric values, right? Then we here understood what would be inside our if condition, right? We understood what is our isnan going to give, what is our type of operator is going to give, right? And why we are using here or operator also, right? Then this would be our final condition which we are going to pass it inside our if condition, right? Then we came down and we wrote our function. So we wrote our function with a function name as what? Has only numeric values, and we were receiving here our input string as in parents in our obj, right? Then we just consoled here over obj, and we also consoled here our object dot values of obj, right? So we understood that this is going to return me an object, and line number 43 will return me what? Array of object values, correct? Then we came down at line number 45 and we wrote our for loop. We wrote our if condition also inside that, and we printed false and we did a early return also. And at line number 52, we just consoled here true, right? Then at line number 54, 55 and 56, we invoked here with 3 input objects, right? Which we were being provided, okay? And we got the exact output. So let us see what was the output. So I will just clear it up and I will write here what node 80 challenge, and we will hit enter. If you see, we are getting here the same output. This is what we needed, and that is what we have exactly done also, right? Now I will tell you why this challenge is useful, because it enhances our understanding of type checking in JavaScript, and also it helps to understand the difference between the nan and numbers, and it is essential for data validation when we are working with our dynamic inputs. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about merging the two objects and summing up the values with the same keys. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JS function to merge the two objects where the values with the same keys are added together, okay? And here we have been provided with a sample input and output. So let us come down, and first of all, we are going to break down this question. So we have to write here what? JS function, okay? After that, what is the next important part? That we have to merge the two objects, okay? So that also I am going to write it over here. After that, what is the next thing? While merging up the objects where values with the same keys will be there, we have to add them together, okay? So here we have 3 important part of the question, okay? Now let us come here and we will understand how we are reaching to this particular output, okay? With respect to both the objects, okay? Now if you see at line number 5 and 6, we have 2 objects, and in total, how many key and value pair we have? We have total 6, right? And in the output, we have how much? We have only 4 keys and value pair, okay? So now how they have achieved this? So if you see here, we have A:1, correct, in this particular object, and we have here what? A:3, okay? And in the output, what we have? A:4. So what they have done, they have found out the same keys. That is why they have added up here, okay? That is why we are getting A:4. Now when we go for the B, so B:2, and here we have B:4. That means if you add it, we will get here what? B:6. So that is what you are getting it here. Now when we move ahead, we have here what? C:3, and here we have D:5. So we cannot find in the second object related to C, right? Or neither we can find related to D anywhere in our obj1, right? So that is why it is written as it is, C:3 and D:5. And this is how we are getting this particular output, that is A:4, B:6 and C:3. And the last one is what? D:5, right? Now we have understood how we are reaching to this particular output. So we will write our approach, okay? So I will write here what? Approach. To solve this particular challenge, we will be using here spread operator, a for loop, and a conditional check. That is nothing but our if conditions, okay? Now we will come down and we will see how we are going to proceed with this. Okay. Now I said first we have to use a spread operator. Okay. So I will write it here, our spread operator. Now what is the use of this spread operator? We will be using this spread operator to create a copy of our first object. Okay. So I will write it here. Now what is our first object? It is nothing but our obj1, right? So we have to create a copy of our obj1 and we will be storing it into our result variable. Okay. So how we are going to write it? We will declare a variable called as a result and then we will create a copy of it. So 3 dots is nothing but our spread operator syntax, right? And we are going to write here our obj1. Okay. So by using the spread operator, we are creating a copy of obj1 into a new object called as a result, and this is how we have to write it. Okay. Now after this, what we have to do? After this, we have to write a loop. Okay. So in this question, we are going to use a foreign loop. Okay. So here we will be iterating over the second object. Okay. So because first object we created here a copy of it, and the second object we will be using it for the iteration. Okay. So we are going to iterate here with the second object. Okay. That is nothing but our obj2. Okay. So then how we are going to write our foreign loop? So I will write here what for, and inside this I am going to write here what const key in I will write. And here I am going to directly write my obj2. Okay. Then we are going to write here flower braces. So in this flower braces, we are going to write a logic for summing up the values if key exists. Okay. So I will write here what summing up the values if key exists. Okay. Otherwise, what we have to do, we have to just add a new key value pair to it. That is what they have done, right? Here it was not existing, right? So they just added here. So that means they have just merged here, right? So that is what we have to do it. So then how we are going to do that? If we see, we have already created a copy of our obj1 and stored in our result variable. Okay. So this result variable is not only used for creating a copy, it will also be responsible to show our final output. Okay. So what we are going to write? I will write here what result of key. Why result of key? Because this is the place where I want to update our values, correct, against our key, right? And I will use it a simple assignment operator for that. Now what I will write? Result of key plus our obj2 of key, right? Now, when the key exists, I will add up and I am going to get a proper resultant output. Okay. But what if we have to add a new key value pair, right? If our key does not exist. So in that case, this is not going to work properly. Okay. So then what we are going to do? So we will come here and we will use our OR operator. Okay. And I will just add 0. So what that means, if this is not there, then you work out with 0 and you give me the output. So that is why we get here what? 0 plus 3, 3, 0 plus 5, 5. That is why we are getting it. But like this, we cannot just keep it. We will have to put it inside a parenthesis. So let us put this inside a parenthesis. So that means if result of key is existing, then you please add up with obj2 of key. And if it is not existing, then you please add up with 0 to our obj2 of key. And that is where now we are going to get our final resultant. Okay. So why I said, guys, we have to put there 0. Why I said we are not going to get a proper resultant output? Because if you're not putting 0, then that means it does not exist. So when you are adding it up, it is going to return a nan. That is not a number. So that is where our output will be wrong. And that is where we have added here our OR operator and we have put here 0. So if the key already exists, it is going to add the value to the existing value. If it does not exist, then simply it will add the key value pair to the result. And finally, after this, what we are going to do? We are going to just print our result. Okay. And that is where we are going to get our final output. Okay. Now let us come at line number 9 and we will define our function name as what? Merge and sum, because we have to do both the things, right? So this will be our function name. Now let us come down and we will implement the same thing inside our function also. So let us write here what? Function, and it will be what? Merge and sum. And let us quickly invoke it down. So I will write here what? Merge and sum, and to this we are going to pass our both our input objects. Okay. So let us take this first input object and we will pass it over here and we will put comma. After that, let us pass our second input object. So let us take this also and we will put it over there. Okay. Let us come down and put it here. So now let us come here and we will receive it here as what? obj1 comma obj2, right, as a parents, and we will just console it out. So I will write here console.log of obj1 comma obj2, right? And now let us just test it. So I will write here what? Node 81 challenge and hit enter. We got here our both our input objects. Okay. Now what is the next thing we are going to do? We are going to create a copy, right, into our result variable using our spread operator. And copy of which object? Our first object, that is nothing but our obj1. So I will write here what? Let result is equal to, and flower braces 3 dots, and then I will write here what? obj1. Now if you console it and see, you will get our obj1 object inside our result. Okay, so let us see, and we will come here node day 81 challenge and hit enter. You can see here we are getting exactly the same as our obj1 because we have created a copy and we have stored it inside our result variable, right? Now we will come down and we will write our foreign loop. Okay, so how we are going to write? We will write here for, then inside this I will write const and then key, and then I will write here what? In, and I'll just write here what? obj2, because we have to iterate over obj2, right, inside a foreign loop. Now we will come here flower braces and we have to write the logic for summing up the values for the key exist. If not, then we just have to add the new key value pair, right? So first of all, I am going to write a logic only for this. Okay, let us see what do we get. Okay, now what we have to write then? We will be writing here what? Result of key. Okay, then our assignment operator, result of key we are going to write, and then I will write here what? Plus obj2 of our key, right? Now we will just come outside our loop and we will just print our result. So I will write here what? Console.log of result. Okay. Now let us just test it in the terminal what we are getting. So I will write here what? Node day 81 challenge and hit enter. What do you got? You can see here we are getting nan here. That means if the key is existing, it is summing up, because you can see here A:4, B:6. But if not, then finally the last value it is giving me as none. That is why we are going to do what? We are going to write here our OR operator, then 0. And then we are just going to put it here inside our parenthesis, right? So when key will exist, it is going to add up directly with our obj2 of key. And if our that key does not exist, then we are going to add up 0 with our obj2 of key. And that is where we are going to get now proper result. And let us see here. So I will write here what? Node 81 challenge and hit enter. Now you can see you got here what? A:4, B:6, C:3 and D:5. Let us see here the output. A:4, B:6, C:3 and D:5. So exactly the same output we are getting. Okay. So this is what our question was demanding and we have done the same. Okay. Now let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. So what it was being asked, we have to write a JS function to merge the two objects where values with the same keys are added together, right? And here they provided us with an input and output sample, right? Then we came down at line number 9, 10 and 11 and we just broke down our important parts of the question and we wrote here, right? And we also defined our function name as what? Merge and sum. Then after understanding how we are reaching to this particular output, we wrote our approach, right? And inside the approach, what we have used our spread operator, our for in loop, and then we have just used a simple conditional checking, right? Using our OR operator, right? So then what we did, we came down and we just created a copy, I can say, of our obj1 and we stored it inside a variable called as a result, using a spread operator. Then we came down, we wrote our for in loop, and then inside our for in loop, we wrote the logic to sum up the values if our key exists. If it does not exist, then you simply add the key and value pair to the result. That is what we have done here. And in this, we also added OR operator, and then we added here 0. Why? Because we were getting nan in the output, right? So in order to avoid that, we have done here OR operator and 0. Okay. Now, also remember, in our for loop, we are not going to iterate over our first object. We are going to iterate our second object, because we want to add our first object value to the second value, right? So here we have to add up our first object value to the second object value. And where is our first object value stored? Inside the result. That is why we have to iterate over a second object, and then we have to add up inside our logical statement, right? That is what we have done. And once the loop is terminated, then we are just going to print our final resultant output, right? The same thing we have written inside our function also. So we came at line number 25 and we wrote here our function name as what? Merge and sum, and we were receiving our two input objects as obj1 and obj2 as a params, right? Then at line number 26, we just printed here. Then we created a copy and we stored it inside a result variable, right? Then we wrote here our for loop, and then we wrote the logic for some of the values if the key exists, and also we did the logic for if there are no keys existing for that respective, then you simply add the key value pair to the result, right? And then finally at line number 34, we just printed our result. So at line number 36, we invoked here and we passed here our two input objects, right? And we got our resultant in our terminal, right? Let us clear the terminal and rerun it. So node day 81 challenge and hit enter. We got here our final output, right? Now let us just comment out the console.log statement. So line number 26, line number 28, we will comment out and now clear it up here and we will rerun it. So I will write here what node day 81 challenge and hit enter. Now you can see you are getting the exact output what was needed, right? So that is what it was needed, and we have done the same thing inside our function and we got our exact output, okay? Now I will tell you why this challenge is important, because it enhances our understanding of object manipulation in JavaScript. It helps in learning how to handle the dynamic key and value pairs, and also it's a great practice for working with the loops and conditional statements. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to remove the duplicate values from an object in JavaScript. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. Here in the VS Code, if we see, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JS function to remove the duplicate values from an object. And here we have our input and output, right? Now, first of all, let us come down and we will write here our important part of the question. So first of all, we are going to write here what? JavaScript function, okay? Because we have to write a JS function. After that, what is the next important thing? That we have to remove the duplicate values from an object, right? So that also I will take it here and I'm going to put it over here, okay? Now, since we have to remove the duplicate values from an object, we will come at line number 7 and we will define our function name as what? Remove duplicates, okay? So I will write here what? Remove duplicates, and I will put here our parentheses, okay? So this will be our function name, okay? Let us come here to the input and output and we will understand how we are reaching to this particular output, okay? So here we have A:1, B:2, C:1, D:3, and E:2, right? So these are the 5 key and value pairs which is being given in the object, okay? Now in the output, what we have? A:1 we have, B:2 we have, and D:3 we have, right? So that is what they have removed the duplicate values from an object, okay? Now let us see how they have removed, okay? So we will start from here, A:1. So what is the value here? 1 is the value. So let us check whether we have anywhere else 1 again repeated. So if you see here, we have here C:1. So if you see 1 is appearing twice, right? So only the first occurrence is going to be there. So that is why we get here what? A:1, whereas C:1 is removed, okay? Now let us go to the next key value pair. It is B:2. So what is the value 2? So let us again check whether that that two value is being there in this object or not. We can see here it is there, E colon 2. So what is the first occurrence? It is B colon 2, right? So only this B colon 2 will be kept here. That is why we have A colon 1, B colon 2. Now, if we move to the next one, C colon 1 is already removed because it was duplicate, right? Then we go to our D colon 3. Now, this D colon 3 is unique, right? So it is going to remain as it is in our output. That is why you get here D colon 3. Now, E colon 2 was what? It was a duplicate, right? So that is why it has been removed. So the final output is nothing but our A colon 1, B colon 2 and D colon 3, and that is how it is going to be there. So our value 1 appeared twice. So the first occurrence is kept, that is A colon 1. Our value 2 appeared twice. So only the first occurrence is kept, that is B. Then the value 3, that is unique, right? So that is why it remains as it is in the result. That is why we have D colon 3. So that is how we are getting our final output. Okay. Now we have understood how we are reaching to this particular output. Now we will come down and we will write our approach. Okay. So I will write here what approach. So to solve this particular challenge, we will be using here our set object. Now why there is a need of a set object, guys? Because JavaScript objects only ensure unique keys, not unique values. So we have to take an set object to keep track of the values. Okay. So now what is our set object? It is a special JavaScript object that stores unique values only. It automatically removes the duplicate, which makes it perfect for this problem. So that is why we are going to use here set object. Okay. So how we will be doing it? So first step is what? We are going to create a set. Okay. So I will write it here. Now why we need a set? Because we want to keep a track of our unique values. Okay. So for this, we are going to create a variable called as a unique value. So I will write here what? Unique values is equal to new and then set with a parenthesis. So this will help us to keep a track of what? Unique values. Okay. So it will help us to keep the track of unique values. So I'll write it like this. Okay. Now, after that, we are going to declare one more variable called as a result, and we are going to initialize it with an empty object. Okay. So why I am doing this? Because this variable we will be using to store our final output. Okay. So I'll write here store our final output. After that, what we are going to do? We are going to use a loop. Okay. So we have to iterate over an object. So what we will be using it here? We will be using our object.entries. Okay. In the previous videos, we have used this object.entries method. What it does? It returns an array, and inside that we will have a sub arrays, and that sub arrays will be what? It will be a key and value pair, right? So it gives me an array of our key and value pairs, right? So if we are considering this object, okay, so I will write here what? Obj is equal to this particular object. And if we are using our object.entries method, okay, inside this we have to pass our obj, right? So what we will get? We will get here our array, and inside that it will be our A comma 1, right? And then what we are going to get? B comma 2, right? After that, what we are going to get? We will get here nothing but C comma 1, right? After that, what we are going to get? We'll get D comma 3, right? After that, what we have? Our last subarray we are going to write E comma 2, right? So this will be our final resultant after we use our object.entries method, right? Now, inside our loop, we will be using our destructuring concept also, right? So I will just write here what? Destructuring it. So how we are going to use it then? I will write here what? Const, okay? And then in this, I am going to write here key comma value. And then right inside, we will have our first sub array. So I'll just take it and I'll put it over here, okay? Then what will be our key then? We will get our key as what? Our A, right? And then what will be our value? It will be nothing but 1. So this is the destructuring concept which we are going to do it for all of our sub arrays. Okay. So then finally, how we are going to write our loop? So we will write here what for, and inside that we are going to write here what const key comma value I am going to write. Okay. After that we are going to write off, and then we are going to write here what object dot entries, and inside that we are going to pass our obj. Okay. So now in this flower braces, we are going to write a logic to remove the duplicates. Okay, so I'll just write it over here. Okay, now how we are going to do that? So we are going to keep a check that if that value is already present in the set, then we are not going to add up anywhere. If it is not present, that means it will be unique, right? And when it is unique, then you please add it to our set also, and also add it to our resultant object also, which we created here, right, to store our final output. That is what we are going to do. So how we are going to do here? First of all, we have to check that value is present or not, right? Correct. And if it is present, then we are not going to add. If it is not present, that means it is unique, right? So if it is unique, then you please add it to the set. Okay. And also you add it to the resultant object which we have created. Okay. So that is what we have to do. So this will be our for loop. Okay. And after that, we are just going to print our resultant object. Okay. And that is where we will get our final object. That means we will get our final output. Okay. Now we will have to see what we are going to write inside this our flower braces. So here we will be writing definitely our if condition. Okay. And here in this if condition, we have to use here two methods of our set. So what are the two methods of set which we are going to use it? We will be using add method, and we will be using our has method also. Okay. Now what does this methods do? So this method, add method, is going to add a value which we can see here. So it is going to add a value to the set. Okay. If it exists, then it will not add. If it is not existing, then only it is going to add. Okay. So it keeps a check that also. Okay. So here, if exist, then not added. Okay. And if it is not existing, then only it will add. Now, what is this has method? This has method returns a Boolean value. Okay. So I'll write here what Boolean value. Now, what Boolean value? True and false. Correct. So this is going to return us what? True or false. So if it is going to return true or false, then it is going to check something, right? So what it is going to check? It will check that value is present or not. Okay. So that value is present or not, that it is going to check, and it is going to return us a Boolean value that is true and false. Now you will say how it will check the value. So in this parenthesis, we have to put the value. So whatever the value you will pass here, that it will add, and whatever the value you will pass it to the has, it is going to check, and it is going to return us a Boolean value. Okay. So I will write here what value, and here as well value. Okay. Now let us see how we are going to use this methods. Okay. So this has method returns me what? Boolean value, right? So I will just write here what present, and this one is going to give me true, right? If that value is present, right? So that means as per our logic, if it is true, then it should not add, right? Because we have said existing value should not be added, right? So existing, that means, right? That means don't add. So don't add means no execution here, right? So how we will be writing then this? So we will be taking help of our not operator. Okay. Now how we are going to use this not operator? So we are going to write here what? Not of true, suppose I get. Okay. Then what it will be? It will be false, right? Then our if condition won't execute. That is what we want. Okay. And then we will come here down. Okay. Now, when it is not of false, okay, so I will write here what? Not of false. So what we will get? True, right? That means our if condition is going to execute then. So I will write here, and then it is going to execute. That is what we want. So let us see how we are going to write then. So we will be writing here how our if condition will be there, okay? So let me write it here, our if condition, and inside that not of, we are going to use our unique values. Okay. So unique values dot has, and then inside this we will pass our value to it. Okay. Now if this turns out to be true, then we have to add it, right? So how we are going to add it then? We will be writing here our unique values only. So I'll take this unique values, and then unique values dot add I will write, and I will pass our value to it. Okay. After that, what we will do, we will come here and we will also assign it to our resultant object, right? So I am going to write here result of key is equal to value, and hence it will get assigned at both the places. Then it can check and it can give me again and again the output. Okay. And that is where after that we are going to print our final resultant. Okay. So this will be our logic which we are going to write it inside our for of loop. Okay. Now let us implement the same approach inside our function. So I will write here what function, then I will write here what remove duplicates. Okay. And now let us quickly invoke it. So I will write here what remove duplicates, and to the we are going to pass our input object. Okay. So let us take this and we will pass it over here. Okay. And now let us come at line number 47 and receive it. So I will write here what obj, and we are just going to console it. So console.log of obj. Now let us see in the terminal. So I'll write here what node 82 challenge, and we will hit enter. We got here our final output, right? That means this input, whatever we are passing, it is accepting inside our function, right? Now let us come down and declare our variables. Okay. So I will write here what let unique values is equal to new set. Okay. And then parenthesis. Okay. After that, let result correct. That also we have to do it, and we have to initialize it with an empty object, right? This is going to store our unique values, and finally on the basis of that we can check it, right? And this we will put here our final output. Okay. Now let us come here and we are going to do our iteration. Okay. So we will use our for of loop. So I will write here what const, then key comma value, right? Destructuring, and then off, and then we are going to write here what object dot entries, correct? And to this we will pass our obj, right? Now let us write our logic inside this to remove the duplicates, right? So we will write here what our if condition, then we are going to write here what not of unique values, right? Dot has method we will use of our set object, right? And to this I am going to pass our value. Okay. Now inside this what we are going to write, if it turns out to be true, right? I have explained you here what it is going to do, right? And then we have to add it here, right? So unique values dot add, that means if it is not present, it is going to give me false. What is not of false, it is going to give me true, right? And therefore we have to add it, right? So we are going to add our value, right? And then we have to store this inside our result also, right? So I will write here what result of key, okay, is equal to value, okay? That is what we are going to do. And after that, we are going to come here finally log our result. Okay. So I will write here console.log of result. And now we will just clear the terminal and we will write here what node 82 challenge, and we will hit enter. So we got here our final output, removed duplicates, right? A:1, B:2, and D:3, right? That is our final output. Okay. Now, since we have got our final output and we have understood how to solve this particular question. So now what we will do, we will have a quick recap of this question. Okay. So let us come above and we will read out the question. What is our question? We have to write a JavaScript function to remove the duplicates from an object, right? And here, if we see, we have our input and output, right? Then we came at line number 7 and 8. We broke the important part of this question and we wrote it over here, right? And we also defined our function as what? Remove duplicates, right? Then we understood how we are reaching to this output, right? And that is why on the basis of that, we wrote our approach, right? So in the approach, majorly, we are using here set object, right? Other things we are also using the iteration, that is loop, condition, but everything revolves around our set object, right? So what is a set? A set is nothing but a special JavaScript object that stores the unique values and removes the duplicates, right? And here, why we are using a set object? Because JavaScript objects only ensure unique keys, not unique values. So we have to use here set object to keep the track of the values, okay? So what we have done here, we have created a set, right? That is what we have done. We created two variables, unique values and result. Here, this is going to keep a track of our unique values, and this one is going to store our final resultant, right? Now, in the loop, we have to use what? Destructuring concept and object.entries method also, right? So that is what we have understood and we have clearly done here, right? Then we came down and we wrote our loop and we understood that inside our loop, what logic we are going to write, correct? So here we have to check for the duplicates. If a value is already present in the set, then we are not going to add it. If a value is not present, then we have to add it to our set object, and also we will have to add it to our resultant object also, right? That is what we have done. And then finally, we have to print our resultant object, right? That will be our final output. So inside this, we understood, right, that we have to use a if condition and we will have to use our set methods, correct? So we understood we have to use here add method to add up a value to the set, right? So it adds a value to a set. If a value already exists, it won't be added again, okay? Now, what is this has method going to do? This has method checks if a value exists, it returns true. If it doesn't exist, it is going to return me what? False. So on the basis of this, we wrote our condition and we used our not operator to solve this problem, right? So that is why we have done here usage of our not operator, and then we added to the unique values set object, and also we added the key and value pair to our resultant object also. Then we wrote our function with a function name remove duplicates, and here we were receiving what? Obj as a params, right? Then at line number 48, we just consoled our obj, right? And we saw that in our terminal that we were receiving our input object, right? Then at line number 50 and 51, we declared the two variables, right? So one is going to store the unique values and one is going to store our final output, right? Then at line number 50 to 58, we did our iteration, right? And we wrote our if condition also, that if a value is already there in set, then don't add. If a value is not there in our set object, then you please add it, and you also add the key value pair to our result object, right? Then at line number 59, we printed our final resultant object, right? And at line number 61, we just invoked it, remove duplicates, right? And we passed our input object and we got our final output, right? If I write here node 82 challenge and hit enter, we will get our final output, okay? So let us just comment this line number 48 and clear it one more time and rerun it. Then if I write here what node 82 challenge and hit enter, we will get our final output, okay? Now let us comment this line number 48 and come here and we will rerun it one more time. So we will clear it up first and we will write here what node 82 challenge and hit enter. We got here final object, right? So that is nothing but our final output, okay? And this was our question was demanding from us, okay? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is important. This challenge strengthens our JavaScript fundamentals by making efficient use of set for handling unique values. It also improves problem solving skills and is useful for data cleaning, form handling, and preventing duplicate entries in data sets. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about object manipulation. We are going to reverse the keys and values order in an object. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JavaScript function that reverses the order of keys and values in an object. And here at line number 3 and 4, we have have been provided with an input and output, right? Now what we will do, we will come down and first of all, we are going to break this question, okay? So we have to write here what? JavaScript function, okay? So I will take this and I'm going to put it over here. After that, what is the next important part? That we have to reverse the order of keys and values in an object, right? So that also I will take it here and I'm going to put it over here. Now at line number 6, we will come and define our function name. Now since we have to reverse the order of keys and values, so we will keep our function name as what? Reverse keys and values. So let us keep our function name. So reverse keys and values with a parenthesis. So this will be our function name. Now we will come to this line number 3 and 4 and we will understand from this particular input how we are reaching to this output, okay? So if we see here, what do we have? We have A:1, B:2 and C:3, right? That means total 3 key and value pair, right? Here also we see it is 1:A, 2:B and we have 3:C. That means here also we have 3 keys and values pair, okay? But what is the difference here? If we see here, it is A:1, but here we have what? 1:A, right? So that means we have reversed the order of keys and values, right? In other words, I can say we have swapped it. Whatever was the key now, it is a value, and whatever is a value, it is a key now. That is what we have done. So here also it is B:2 and here it is what? 2:B. Here it is what? C:3 and it is 3:C, right? So that means here we have reversed the order of keys and values in that particular object, right? And thus we are reaching to this particular output. Now since we have understood how we are reaching to this particular output from the given input, we will come down and we will write our approach. So I will write here what? Approach. Now in this question, we are going to use our loop, that is our for of loop, okay? So I will write here what? For of loop. After that, what we are going to use? We are going to use our object.entries method also. So that also I am going to use it, and we will be using here our destructuring concept plus our swapping concept also. So all this 4 we are going to use it and we are going to solve this particular question, okay? So first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to declare a variable and we are going to initialize that variable with an empty object to store our final result in. So I will come here and I will declare a variable called as a reversed obj is equal to flower braces. That means nothing but initializing with an empty object, and I will write here what? Why we are doing this? Because we want to store our final output, okay? So that is what I am going to write it, okay? Now after this, what we are going to do, we are going to use our object.entries method, okay? So I will write it here. Now what it does, it gives us the array, and inside that we have a sub array of our key and value pairs, right? So now what we are going to pass it here, inside this we have to pass our obj. So let us assume this is our object, okay? So I will take this and I am going to put it over here. Obj is equal to this one. Now how we are going to pass it? I will write here what? Object.entries, and in the parenthesis I am going to pass our object. So what we will get as an output inside an array, we are going to get what? A:1. This will be our first sub array. After that, we will get here B, and then we will get comma and 2. This will be our second sub array, right? After that, we will have our third sub array. That is nothing but 3, and then we will have here comma and 3. So this will be our output after we pass our object to this object.entries method, right? So what it does, it converts into an array and we get a sub array of our key and value pairs, right? Now, since it is being written like this, now on this we can use our destructuring concept, right? We have seen that in our previous challenges also. So we will use here our destructuring concept as well. So I will write here destructuring, how we are going to use it. We will write here what? Const, then we will write here key, then comma value, and we will write here what? Is equal to our first sub array we will pass, okay? So I will pass it like this. Now what we are going to get here then? Our key will be what in this place? It will be nothing but our A, right? And what will be our value? Our value will become what? 1, right? So that is what we are going to get. And you can just test it for the other sub arrays also. It will be the same. key will be B and value will be 2, and key will be C and the value will be 3, right? That is what it is going to happen when we use our destructuring concept, okay? Now our object.entries method and destructuring concept, both we are going to use it inside our for of loop, okay? So let us come down and we will write our for of loop. So let me write it here, for of loop. So I will write here what for, and then we will use our destructuring, okay? So I will write here what const, then we will write here what key comma value, and then we are going to write of, then we will write here what object dot entries we are going to write, and inside this we are going to pass our object, correct? So this is our for of loop, okay? Now inside this we are going to write a logic to reverse the order of keys and values in an object. So for that we are going to use our swapping technique, okay? Or we can say swapping concept. So we will come down and we will use this reversed obj, okay? So we are going to use this variable reversed obj of value I will write, and we are going to write here what is equal to key. Now here in the output, if you see, we have a value left hand side and key is placed right hand side, right? If you check the input, A is our key, right? And value is 1. And in the output, 1 is at a left hand side, that is value is left hand side, and A is our key which is placed at a right hand side. So that is what we have done here as well. So when we are swapping, we have to reverse the order. So key will become value, value will become key. That is why reversed obj of value is equal to key we have written, and that is where it will get swapped and we will get our final output, okay? So after this loop is completed, we are going to come here and we are going to print our final resultant object, okay? So I will write here what? Print result. That is nothing but print your reversed obj, okay? So this reversed obj is going to hold our reversed order of key and value of that input object, okay? Now let us do the same implementation inside our function as well. So I will write here what? Function reverse keys and values, and let us invoke it, okay? So we will write here what? Reverse keys and values, and here we are going to pass our input object. So let us take this input object and we will pass it over here. And we are going to receive here as an obj, right? As a params. And now at line number 27, we will just console it out. So console.log of obj I will write. And now let us come here and we will test it out. So I will write here what? Node and then 83 challenge and hit enter. We got here our input object. That means whatever we are passing from here, it is able to receive and it is able to print it as well, right? Now let us come down and we will declare a variable called as a reverse obj, and we are going to initialize with an empty object, correct? So let us come here and do that. So I will write here what? Let reverse obj is equal to empty object. This we are going to initialize it with an empty object to store our final result, right? So now let us write our for of loop. So I will write here what? For, and inside that we are going to write our destructuring. So I will write here what? Const key comma value we will write, and then we are going to write here of, and then we will write our object dot entries method, right? And inside this we are going to pass our obj, right? So this is our for of loop. Now inside this we are going to write a logic to reverse our order of keys and values. So for that we will use here what concept? Swapping concept. So let us write here what? Reversed obj of value is equal to, we will write here what? Key, and after our loop we are just going to print our reversed obj, right? So console.log of reversed obj. Now let us just test it in our terminal. So I will write here what? Node 83 challenge, and we will hit enter. What do we got? We got here 1:A, 2:B, and 3:C. Let us test it out with our output also. See, it is 1:A, 2:B, and 3:C, right? So it is exactly the same what we are receiving it here. So we have successfully done this, right? Now let us come here and we will invoke it with another input, okay? So let us write here what? Reversed keys and values, okay? And what we are going to write? We will write here x:20 we will write. And we are going to write here what? y:30. Let's see what do we get in the terminal. So we will come here and we will clear it up, and I will write here what? Node 83 challenge and hit enter. what do we got? 20 colon x and 30 colon y. So individual, it has been reversed, right? Your value is now key and key is your value, right? So we have got this. Now let us come here and we will just comment out our line number 27, okay? And we will clear the terminal and we will rerun it. So I will write here what? Node 83 challenge and we will hit enter. If you see, we are getting the exact output for this two input objects, right? Now let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. So let us come above and we are going to read out this question. We have to write a JS function that reverses the order of keys and values in an object, right? So here we have our input and output, right? Then at line number 6 and 7, we wrote the important part of our question and we defined our function name as what? Reverse keys and values, right? Then we understood how we are reaching to this output on the basis of this input, right? So for that, we wrote our approach as well, correct? So in that, we have to use our for of loop, our object.entries method, destructuring and swapping concept, right? Then we came here and we declared here a variable and we initialized it with an empty object, right? So we declared it to store our final output, right? Then we used our object.entries method, right? Now in this, we passed our obj and it is going to give me what? Array. Inside that there will be a sub array of keys and values pair, right? Then we understood how destructuring works, right? And then both of them we used it inside our for of loop, right? So inside our for of loop, we used our destructuring concept object.entries method. And then finally we came here and we wrote our swapping logic also, right? With the help of this swapping logic, we reverse the order of the keys and values of our particular object, right? Then at line number 26, we came here and we wrote our function name, function reverse keys and values, right? And here in the parenthesis, we were receiving as in params as in obj, right? Then at line number 27, we just printed our input object, correct? To test whether our passing input object is been received here or not. Then at line number 29, we just initialized an empty object to store the result. After that, we wrote our for loop. Inside our for loop, we used our destructuring concept. We used our object.entries method and we used here our swapping concept also. And then finally at line number 34, we just printed our resultant object, right? Then at line number 36 and 37, we invoked here with two different input objects, right? And we got our final output. So let us test this one more time. So we will clear it up. And we will write here what? Node 83 challenge and hit enter. If we see, we are getting here what? Exact output, right? This is the exact output and that is what it was needed from us. Also guys, I have not showed you the object.entries method today in the terminal. This already I have shown in my previous videos. So do watch out that you will get a better understanding and clarity on that, okay? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful. This challenge strengthens our understanding of object manipulation and object entries. It improves the problem solving skills for data transformation tasks and it is useful in data restructuring tasks like swapping metadata or reorganizing the data. Let's move to our next challenge and this challenge is all about to check if all the object values are of same data type. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output. So let us read out the question. We have to write a JavaScript function that checks whether all the values in an object are of same data type. And down we have been provided with our sample input and output, right? Now we will come down and first of all, we are going to break this particular question. So we have to write here what? JS function. So I will take this and I'm going to put it over here. After that, what is the next important part of this question? That we have to check whether all the values in an object are of same data type. So we will take this and we are going to put it over here. Let us come at line number 9 and we are going to define our function name. So our function name will be what? Are values same data type, okay? So I will write here the same, okay? Same data type. type. Okay, so this will be our function name and we are going to use it when we are going to write our function. Now let us come to this part and we will understand how we are reaching to this particular output, okay, from a specific input. So let us understand from this particular input, okay. This is our object. Now in this, how many key and value pair we have? We have three, that is A colon 1, B colon 2 and C colon 3, right? Now in this, what are the values? It is nothing but 1, 2 and 3, right? And in the question, we have to check whether all the values in an object are of same data type. So we have to check the data type of the values, right? So 1 data type is what? Number. 2 data type is what? Number again. What is the 3 data type? It is again a number. And since all of them are same, we are getting in the output as what? True, okay? Now let us go for the second input object. Here, how many key and value pair? 3, right? A colon 1, B colon text and C colon 3. Now here, what are the values? 1, text and 3. Now we have to check their data type, right? So 1 data type is what? Number. What is text data type? String. What is 3 data type? Number. If you all the values of their data type are not same, right? That is why here we get what? False, okay? Now we come to this one. It is an empty object. Here they have said if it is an empty object, you have to give me what? True, okay? So that also we are going to do it, okay? Now for the last input object, what do we have? A colon true, B colon false and C colon true. In the output, we are getting true. Why? Let us see. What are the values here? True, false and true, right? If you check their data type, it is not written in double quotes. It is just true, false and true. So their data types are what? Boolean. And all of them have a Boolean data type. That is why in the output, we are getting as what? True, okay? So here, if we see here, it is true, here it is false, here it is true and here it is true, right? Now we have understood how we are reaching to this particular output, right? From the given input. So we will write here what? Our approach on that basis, okay? The first thing what we are going to do here is we are going to extract here the values, okay, from our object. So we have to extract it, correct? So how we are going to extract it? We will be using here object.values method, okay? So what this will return? It will give me an array of what? Of the values. So it returns an array of all the values, okay? So how we are going to write it? So suppose we take this as our object, okay? So let us come here and I will write here what? Obj is equal to this. So how we are going to write it? We will write here what? Object.values and in this we will pass our obj, okay? So what it will return? It is going to return me an array of our values. So I will write here what? 1, 2, 3. So this method returns me what? It returns me an array of our object values. So we will store inside a values variable, okay? Now, after this, first of all, we are going to check for this empty object. When it is an empty object, you give me what? True, okay? So for that, we are going to write our if condition, okay? And in that, what will be our condition? We will be taking this values, okay? So I will take this values dot length we will write. And if this is equal to 0, I am going to print what? True. Now, why I am writing this logic? Because if it is an empty, you will not get here anything inside an array, right? And thus it will remain as empty. So the length will be 0. And if our length is 0, you please print true. That is what we are saying. And we will achieve this, okay? And also we have to do here what? Our early return. Why early return? Because I don't want to execute our rest of the code, okay? So that is where we are going to stop it, okay? Now we will check for the remaining input objects, okay? So we will check for our remaining input objects. I will write here, okay? Now, in the remaining input objects, what are they? We have this, correct? We have this as well. And we have this also, right? So we are going to check now for the remaining 3. So for that, what we are going to do? First of all, we will store our first value data type, okay? So for that, we are going a variable. So I will declare a variable called as what? First type, okay? And in this, we are going to store the type of our first value using type of, okay? So I will write here what? Type of, okay? And then How can I get it? I will be using this variable itself. So type of values, right, of 0. This is me the data type. If we are talking with respect to this, so here the output I am going to get as what? Number. Okay. Now this we are keeping it stored inside our first type. Okay. Now what we will do, using this first type, we are going to compare with the remaining. Okay. Now we have to do a comparison check with the remaining. So how we will be doing it? We will be using here our every method. Okay. What does this method do? This method takes a callback function. Okay. So it is going to take what? Callback function. And inside a callback function, you have to write a condition. That condition passes, you will get what? True. And every method means it is going to work for the each element of that array, and each element should pass that test. That is why the name is every. So each element should pass the test. Okay. And if each element is passing the test, then only we are going to get here as what? True. Otherwise, we are going to get as what? False. So this method we are going to use it. So we will come down and see what we are going to write it. So we will be writing here what? Our values. Okay. It's an array method. So we will have to write here what? Values dot every, we will be writing it. And inside that we are going to pass our callback function. Okay. Now in this we will write here what? Element, because it is going to work on each and every element. It will test its condition on each and every element. So we will write here our condition. Okay. So what will be our condition? We are going to write here what? Type of element we will write, and we are going to write here what? Is equal to first type. Okay. It will check with all of them. So this element will have to be same as first type. If it is same, it will return me what? True. Otherwise, it is going to return me false. Okay. So depending upon the cases, it is going to give me true and false. Okay. And what we will do, this also we are going to store it inside a variable called as a result. Okay. So I will write here what? Result is equal to. And then finally, we are going to print our result. Okay. So this result variable, we will print it, and we are going to get our final output. Okay. So this will be our entire approach which we are going to do it. Okay. Now, since we have understood how we are going to write, now since we have understood this approach, so let us do the same implementation inside our function as well. So I will write here our function, and our function name will be what? R value, same data type, and let us invoke it. Okay. So I will invoke it here. First, I will just pass my empty object. Okay. After that, again, I will invoke it, and we will take our first input object. So let us take this and we will put it over here. Okay. Inside this. Now let us receive it here as a obj, as a param. So I will write here what? Obj, and we will just console it out. So console.log of obj, I am going to write it, and we will write here what? Node day 84 challenge, and hit enter. What we got? First our empty object and another our input object, right? So both of them we are getting it, right? Now, first of all, we are going to extract the values, right? So we will write here what? Let values is equal to, and which method we will be using? Object.values method, right? So I will write here what? Object.values, and inside that I am going to pass our obj, correct? Now let us just console it out. So console.log values, and let us see what do we get in the terminal. Okay. So I will write here what? Node 84 challenge. First I got here was empty, correct? And second I got here what? 1, 2, and 3, right? Now you can see here, right? For this empty object, we are getting what? Empty array, because we don't have any key and value. So it cannot extract, but it will return an empty array. Okay. That is what it is returning me. And here it has extracted properly 1, 2, and 3, correct? That is what we are getting here. Now, the first thing we are going to do it for our empty object, right? So we will write here what? Our if condition, and we are going to write here what? Values dot length is equal to 0. Then you please print here what? True. So I will write here what? console.log of true I am going to write, and we have to do what? Early return, correct? Now let us come here and we will just run it. So I will write here what? CLS and then node 84 challenge. If you see, for this we are getting true. Here we have not written anything for them, right? Now we will come down and we will write for them as well, okay? So we will come down and we will create a variable, right, called as a first type, and this will hold what? It will hold our type of our first value, right? So let us declare it. Let first type is equal to type of, we will write, then values of our 0, okay? Now we will just console it. Right here, what? Console.log first type. Okay. See what do we get in the terminal. So I will just clear it up. Node day 84 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? Our number, right? So we are getting the data type of what? 1 we are getting, right? Now after this, we are going to do a comparison check, right? For that, we are going to use our array method, correct? What was the array method we are going to use? It is nothing but our every method, right? So let us come and do that. So first of all, I will declare a variable called as a result. And in this, we will write what? Values dot every, correct? And then inside this, it will take a callback function and we will pass here what? Element, right? And then we are going to write here what? Our type of element is equal to our first type, right? Then you give me true, right? And it is going to check for all the values. That means each element it is going to check. And I will just console here what? Result. Let us see what do we get, okay? So I will write here result and we will come here, clear it up and rerun it. Node day 84 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? True. That means here it is getting me true and our all the values of the data types are same, correct? Now we will check for this input also. So let us take this and we will come here and invoke it. So I will write here what? Our values same data type and inside this pass our input object, okay? Now let us clear it up and rerun it. And we will see here what we are getting here as what? False, because we already discussed, right? B colon text, that means text value is a string data type, right? And that is where here we get here as what? False, right? If you test one, you will get true because all of them are what? Boolean, right? Let us test that out. Come here and write here what? Our value same data type and invoke it, and inside this pass our input object. So let us clear it up and rerun it here and let us see the output, okay? What we get? Boolean and it is a true, correct? Here it is a number, all of them true. Here it is not, right? Number, string and number, correct? That is why here we get false. And here we are getting again true because it was an empty array, right? So we wrote our logic, right? Because if it's an empty object, it will give me an empty array. We calculated the length and we got here as true, right? What we will do, we will comment out our console.log statement. So line number 28, line number 30, line number 33 not needed, right? Then line number 38 we will do it and then we will save it, and now we will just clear it up and we will write here what? Node day 84 challenge and hit. Got here what? True, true and true. Now we have got that output with respect to the inputs, right? Now we will come up with question. We have to write here what? A JavaScript function that checks whether all the values in an object are of same data type, right? Then here we have been provided with several input and output, correct? Then we came at line number 9 and 10 and we defined our function and we also understood our input and output also, right? And then we wrote our approach on the basis of that. So first what we did, we extracted the values from an object, right? And for that we used our object.values method, correct? And then first test case we wrote here for what? When our object is empty, right? So then we wrote here what? Our values.length is equal to 0. Please print true and you please do a early return. How this was possible? Because this method is returning what? An array, correct? Array of what? Array of our object value. So that is why we use this and we did here this logic and we did a early return as well. So that further execution should stop, correct? After that, what we did it for the remaining input objects, right? So we came here and we declared a variable, right, called as a first type, and there we stored the type of our first value using our type of, right? And after that, we used this for a comparison purpose. Then we used our array method, that is nothing but a every method, right? So array every method we used here, and in that we passed our callback function. In that function, we have to write a condition, and it is going to work for each and every element of that particular array. If that condition passes out, we are going to get true. That means all of them, right? And otherwise, it will give me false. So depending upon the scenario, it will give me true and false, right? And finally, we will print that particular result, correct? The same thing we wrote inside our function also. Then at line number 27, we wrote our function, and our function name was what? Our value same data type, right? And we were receiving here what? Our obj. Then we just consoled our obj to test whether we are getting our input objects or not. Then we wrote here a method called as object.values to extract the values from our object, right? And we consoled and we tested also. Then we wrote this logic for an empty object, right? That if our values dot length is equal to 0, then you please print true, and you also do a early return, right? Then we did here a check for a remaining objects, correct? So for that, we declared a variable and we stored here our type of first value, correct? Using a type of, correct? Then we came here and we used our array every method, right? It is going to work on each and every element of that particular array, right? And we wrote here our conditional test. If this conditional test passes out, that means all the elements should pass out. If that is the case, it is going to give me what? True. Otherwise, it will return me false. And finally, we printed here, right? And that is where we got our output as well. So then we came here at line number 44 to 48, and we invoked it with different objects, right? And we got here our exact output on the basis of what the logic we have written, right? Let us clear it out and see one more time. So I will write here what? Node 84 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? Our exact output, right? So this is what it was asking us, and we have done the same thing, okay? Now I will tell you why this challenge is important. This challenge is useful because it enhances the understanding of data validation techniques. It also strengthens the concept of the data type and array methods like every, and it is helpful in the scenario like form validation and data consistency checks, all those things, right? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to count how many times each value appears in an object. So let's proceed with this challenge, and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JS function to count how many times each value appears in an object. And here we have been provided with the 3 test cases. So this is our first input output, this is our second input output, and this is our third input output, okay? So in all, for all of the 3 input, we have to find their respective output, okay? Now we will come down and we will just break down our question. So first we have to write here what? Our JavaScript function. So I will take this and I'm going to put it over here. After this, what is the next important part over here? That we have to count how many times the value appears in an object, right? So this is the next important part. So I will take this and I'm going to put it over here. Now we will come to our line number 13 and we will define our function name. Now, since we have to count here the value occurrences, right? So we will keep our function name as what? Count value occurrences, okay? That is what we are going to keep it, and this we will be using it when we are going to write our function, okay? Now we will come to this input and output, and we will understand for each of them how we are reaching to the respective output, okay? Now let us consider this input first, okay? So this is our object, correct? So we have here what? A:1, B:2, C:1, D:3, and E:2. So first of all, we have to get the values, right? So what are the values? 1, 2, 1, 3, and 2, right? Now, if you see here in the output, each one of them, they have found out that how many times it has been repeated, we can say, or how many times it has been occurred. So if you see for a 1, It is been there 2 times, right? So that is why you get here what? 1:2. Where it is here A:1 and it is at C:1. That is why for 1 it has been occurred 2 times. That is what it is written here. Now, let us go to the next output. It is 2, right? 2:2. So you can see here there is B:2 and there is E:2. That is why 2 value is also occurred 2 times. And that is where we get here what? 2:2. Now, when you come to the next, it is what? 3:1, right? So now let us see how many times 3 value has been occurred. If you see, it is only 1 time. That is D:3, right? That is where you get here what? 3:1. So that is how we are reaching to this particular output from the given object. Okay. Now let us come down to the next input output. If you see here, what are the values here? Apple, banana, apple and grape. So how many times apple has been occurred? 2 times, right? That is why you get here apple:2. Now what about banana? Only 1. That is why banana:1. What about grape? Here it is also been occurred only once, right? That is why grape:1. So for this input, we are reaching to this particular output, right? By checking how many times it has been occurred. Now, when you come here to the last one, what we have in the values? We have the Boolean values, right? So Boolean values are also counted here. So how many times true has been occurred? 3 times, right? It is here and then it is here and then it is here. So A:true, C:true and D:true, right? That is where we get here what? True:3. What about false? Only occurred 1 time. That is where it is B:false. That is where we get here what? False:1. So that is how we are getting this particular output. Okay. So if you see here in the output for all of them, if you consider what is there in the left hand side, it is the value, right? And what is the right hand side? It is nothing but how many times it has been occurred. If you see for this output also, it is the same. Even for this also, it is the same. So the same thing we have to do it, and therefore we are going to write our approach. Okay. So I will write here what? Approach. Now let us see what we are going to use it to get this particular output. Okay. So first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to initialize a count object. So I will declare a count variable and I am going to initialize with an empty object. Why we are doing it? Because here we are going to store our count. That means we are going to store that how many times our value has been occurred. Okay. So that is what I am writing it here as well. Okay. After that, what we are going to do, we will be using our for/of loop. Okay. So I'm going to write here what? For/of loop. Now inside our for/of loop, we will be using our object.values. Okay. Why object.values? Now I hope you all know, right? Because we have seen in our previous videos that what does object.values does? It is going to return nothing but the array of our values, right? So that is what it is going to give. So since it is going to return us the array of the values, so suppose if I consider this as our first input object, okay? So I am taking this and I am going to put it over here. Obj is equal to this, okay? So this is our first input object. So how we are going to write? We will be writing what? Object.values, and in the parenthesis, we will pass our obj. So what it is going to return? It is going to return me an array of the value. So what I will have 1, 2, 1, 3, 2. This will be the output, okay? And this object.values we will be using inside our for/of loop. So let us write our for/of loop. So I will write here for, then I'm going to write here what? Const value of object.values, and inside the parenthesis we will pass our obj. Okay. Now inside this flower braces, what we are going to do here, we are going to loop through the values. Okay. So for each value we are going to check if it already exists in the count object, then you please increment it by 1. Otherwise, you please initialize or set it to 1. Okay. So that is what we are going to do it. So what we are going to do, we have to increment, okay, by 1. Okay. Otherwise, we have to initialize it by 1. So I will just write here what? Initialize by 1. Okay. So how we are going to write it? We will write here count of value is equal to, if count value is present, you please use that. or if it is not present, you please use 0, okay? And after using that, you please increment by 1. That is what we have to do it, okay? Now guys, I am going to explain you how this for of loop is going to work, okay? So suppose we consider this particular object, okay? And we know that our count object is an empty, okay? So let us take this also and I'm going to put it over here. Now, in this for of loop, what we have written object dot values of obj. That means it is going to return me what? An array of all the values, right? So we are going to get this correct. Now, what this loop is going to do, it is going to work on each and every value, right? So it will start processing from our 0th index, that is with our 1, correct? 1 value. So now initially our count object is empty. So it is going to check whether it is present. It is not present, right? So this count value will not be used, right? And therefore it is going to initialize it with 0 and we will do +1 on it. So we will get here what? 1. So we will write here what? 1:1, correct? Now your count object has updated with what? 1:1, right? So I'll write here 1:1, okay? After that, it is going to check for the second value 2. 2 is also not present inside this, right? So that is where it is going to use what? Our 0 and then +1. That is what we are doing, initializing by 1 if it is not present. So now your count object will become what? 2:1, correct? After that, what it is going to check? It is going to again check for 1, okay? So now what does it encounter? Yes, I have 1 inside it, right? So it will come here and it is not going to now use your 0. It is going to use this count value and then +1. So I will write here 1 + 1. So what we will get 2 and therefore this will become what? 1:2 and therefore it is going to update our count object as what? 1:2 now. That is what it is going to do, okay? After that, we move to our next value, that is nothing but 3, right? Now, if you see inside this count object, 3 is not present. So what will happen? It will use this 0 value and it is going to do +1 and therefore we are going to initialize this also by 1 and our final object will be after this what? 3:1, correct? After that, what will happen? It will again iterate. Now it will see there is a last value that is nothing but 2. So it is going to check again and it checks, it finds out, right? So then it is not going to use 0. It is going to use count of value, right? So then we will get here what? 1 + 1, right? That is where you will write here what? 1 + 1 and you will get here what? 2, correct? That is where our count object gets updated as what? 2:2, right? And therefore we are going to get this particular output, okay? Now let us see, it is the same 1:2, 2:2 and 3:3. So this is what we are getting as our final resultant, okay? And after our loop ends, what we are going to do? We are just going to print our object. Which object? Count object, okay? So we will write here our count object. And this is going to hold nothing but our all the value frequencies, okay? Now this was our complete approach and the same thing we are going to implement now inside our function, okay? And we will be checking for all the test case which has been asked to us, okay? So let us come down and we will write our function and our function name will be what? Count value occurrences, right? Let us quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Count value occurrences and let us pass our first input object, okay? So I will take this input object and we will pass it down, okay? Now let us come here and receive here. So I will write here what? Obj, okay? And we will just console it out. So console.log of obj. Now let us test in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 85 challenge and we will hit enter. If you see, we got our input object, right? Now let us come down and we will initialize our empty object, okay? So I am going to write here what? Const count is equal to flower braces, okay? After that, we are going to write our for of loop. So let us write our for of loop now. So for and then const value of object dot values we will write. And we are going to write here what? Our obj, correct? Then inside this flower braces, I will just show you now the values, okay? So console.log value. Let us come here and let us run it one more time. Node 85 challenge and hit enter. Now, if you see in the output, what we are getting our each value, but it is printed one after the another. If you see in the output, what we are getting our each value, but it has been printed one after the another, right? Why? Because we are printing this inside our loop. That's the reason. If you want to see that whether it is coming in an array or not, let us just come here and we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of object.values, okay? And inside that, we are going to pass our obj. So let us pass it. And now let us just test it one more time. So node 85 challenge and hit enter. So what we get, see, in an array, we are getting all the values of our object, right? So that is what we are going to get it. So now we will come here and we will write a logic to check if it already exists in the count object. You please increment the count. Otherwise, you please set it to 1, okay? That is what we are going to do. So let us write here what count of value is equal to count value. If it is there, you please use this. Otherwise, you use our 0, okay? And then you please increment by 1 or it is going to set it by 1, correct? That is what is our logic for this. And after our loop ends, we are just going to print our count, okay? So I will just print here what? Count object. Now let us come here and we will just clear the terminal and we will run it. So I will write here what? Node 85 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our output. Let us see it is the same output or not. If you see 1:2, 2:2 and 3:1. So we are getting our output, right? Now let us do it for the next input object. So I will take this and we will come down and we are going to invoke it. So I will write here what? Count value occurrences, and in that we are going to pass our object, okay? Now let us run one more time. So node 85 challenge and hit enter. If you see, you are getting what? Apple:2, banana:1 and grape:1. Let us see about, see, Apple:2, banana:1, grape:1. So it is the same. Now let us test for the third one also. So we will take this and we are going to come down and invoke it. So count value occurrences, and in this we are going to pass our input object. Let us pass it. Let us clear the terminal, okay, and rerun it. So node 85 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting here what? True:3 and false:1. Let us test above. You see, it is the same. It is 3 and 1, and here also we have 3 and 1. So if you see, for all the test cases, we have passed it and we are getting our exact output. Now let us come above. Now let us come down and we will just comment out our console.log statements. Okay, line number 38, line number 40, then line number 42 also, and we will just save it and we will come here, clear the terminal and rerun it, node 85 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting here only the outputs, and this is exactly the same what was needed from us, right? So we have achieved the exact output, guys, okay? Now let us have a quick recap of this particular question. So what it was been asked, we have to write a JS function to count how many times the each value appears in an object, right? And we have been provided with the 3 input and output test cases, right? Then we came down and we wrote the important part of our question, that first we have to write a JS function and then we have to count how many times each value appears, right? And on the basis of that, we defined our function name as what? Count value occurrences, right? And we understood how we are reaching to the specific output for each of our input, right? And on the basis of that, we wrote our approach, right? So what we wrote inside our approach, first we initialized a count object, right? So we created an empty object to store the count of each value, right? After that, we understood that we have to use here what? For of loop, right? And inside that, we have to use this method that is nothing but object.values method. What it is going to do? It is going to get our all the values from the object, right? In an array form. That is what we have done and we have understood as well, right? Then we wrote our for of loop, and inside our for of loop, what we did, we looped here through the values. So for each value, it is going to check that if the value already exists in the count object, then you please increment it by 1. Otherwise, you set it to 1. That is what we have done. And after that, we understood how the iteration is going to perform, right? So after that, we print our count object, and in our count object, what it is going to hold? It is going to hold our final count object with the value frequencies, right? Then at line number 37, we wrote our function count value occurrences, and we were receiving our input object as a obj, as a params, right? Then at line number 38, we just consoled and checked our obj, right? Here we just initialized our empty object, const count is equal to flower braces, right? Then we just tested here whether it is actually returning me an array or not. And we saw that it was returning me an array of all the values of a particular object, right? Then we wrote our for of loop, right? And finally, we printed our final count, right? Which is giving me all the value frequencies, right? Then from line number 47 to 49, we invoked our function 3 times, and in that we passed our 3 different input objects, right? And we got our output as well. So let us clear the terminal and let us see one more time. So node 85 challenge and hit enter, you will get your exact output, right? So this is what the question was demanding from us, and we have done the same thing, right? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful, because it enhances the knowledge of object manipulation and value counting. It also strengthens the understanding of loops and conditionals in JavaScript, and it is useful for data analysis, poll results, and survey data management. Okay, let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about transforming an object into an array of objects containing both key and value pairs. So let's proceed with this challenge, and we will move towards our VS Code. In the VS Code, if we see, we have here our question along with the sample input and output. So let us read out the question. Write a JavaScript function to return an array of objects containing both key and value pairs from an object. Okay. And if we see here, we have been provided with 3 input and output, right? So this is our first input and output. This is our second input and output, and this is the third input and output, right? So we have to check here for all the 3 test cases which they have been asked, okay? So first of all, what we will do, we will come down and we are going to break our question, okay? So first of all, what we have to write? We have to write here a JS function, right? So I will write here what? JS function, okay? After that, what is the next important part? That we have to return an array of objects containing both key and value pairs, right? So this is the next important line. So let us write it over here, that as well, okay? Now we will come at line number 12 and we will define our function name. So our function name will be what? Array of objects, okay? So I will keep it like this itself, and with a parenthesis. So this will be our function name, okay? And this we are going to use it when we will be writing our function, okay? Now we will come to this input and output, and we will understand how we are reaching to this specific output, okay? So let us start from our first input object. What is our first input object? We have here A:1, B:2, and C:3, okay? Now if we see the output, what we have an array of objects, correct? In that, what we have specifically mentioned what is our key and what is our value, correct? And each one of them is inside an object. So first one is our key and value pair, right? So this we have come here and we have wrote inside an object key:A and value:1. So we have specifically mentioned here inside an object that what is our key and what is our value. Same goes to B:2 also, right? Key is B and value is 2. And this is mentioned inside an object. Same goes for C also, right? So same thing we have done here. For this input object, it is also the same. Here what we have name:John, right? So what is our key? Key is our name, value is John. So we have created here array of objects, and inside that we have created one object where we are putting our first key and value pair, right? So our key:name, value:John. For the second one also it is the same, right? We have age and 30. What is our age? Key, right? What is our 30? Value. So we have written here what? Key colon age, value colon 30. Same goes for the last one also. City colon New York. So we have created third object and we have written here what? Key colon city and value colon New York. This is how we are reaching to this particular output, okay? And the last test case we have here what? If it is an empty object, you please give me an empty array, okay? So for all of them, we are going to write our function and we will be writing one function which will help us to pass all the three test cases. So now we have understood how we are reaching to this particular output, right, from the given inputs, correct? So now on the basis of that, we are going to write our approach, okay? So first of all, in this question, we are going to use our object.entries method, okay? Now we know what this method is going to return, right? Because this we have seen in our previous challenges, right? What it is going to return? It returns an array of our key and value pair, right? So suppose I consider this as our first input object, okay? So I will write here what? Obj is equal to our object, okay? Then how we are going to pass our object to the object.entries method? We will write here what? Object.entries, okay? And in the parenthesis, we are going to pass our obj, right? And what will be the resultant output from this? We will get an array and inside that we will have our sub array, right? So we will write here what? A comma 1. So this will be our first sub array. After that, what we are going to get? Another sub array. So we will get here what? B comma 2, right? And then we are going to get our last sub array, that is nothing but C comma 3, okay? So this is our final resultant we are going to get after we use our object.entries method, okay? Now on this array, we can easily use our map method, right? And I will write here what? Map method, and I will show you the basic syntax of our map method. Suppose we have an array and we are storing inside a variable called as ARR. So I will write here what? ARR, and on this we have to use our map method because it's an array method, right? So ARR.map I will write, and in this parenthesis it takes a callback function. So I am just writing a normal arrow function right now for the syntax purpose. Now this callback function is going to take what? Element comma index and our array, okay? So I'll just write it here like this. Now we know what is our element, right? What is it? It is nothing but this one, and this one, right? And where this element is lying, that is our index, and we know what is our ARR also, right? So this is how our map method is written. Now in this case, what this map method is going to do? Obviously it is going to iterate over each element, right? And then it is going to transform our each element into an object with a key and value pair, okay? Now let us implement our map method on this obj ARR. So I will write here what? Obj ARR dot map, okay? Now to this we are going to pass our callback function, okay? And to this callback function, we just need our element as a parameter. So that is what we are going to pass it. And in the right side, now we have to pass here our object. So how we are going to write it? Inside this round parenthesis, I will just write here what? Key colon. And what will be the value to the key? We will write here what? Element of 0. I'll explain you why element of 0. What is our element now? This is our element, right? And where is our key inside it, right? So it is lying at 0th index, so element of 0, right? And I will come here and now I'm going to put here what? Value colon, okay? And to this what we are going to write? Element of 1. Why element of 1? Because it is just next to our A, right? That means 1 is lying at what index? 1 index, right? So that is why we have written element of 0 and element of 1. And we are going to store this entire thing inside a variable called as a result. And at the end, we will just print our result and we will get our final output as well, okay? So this is our final resultant. And if we just console it out, we are going to get this exact output. Now we can do the same thing in one more way, okay? So what will be that way? In that way, we will be using our destructuring concept, okay? and we will be also using our object shorthand property. Okay. Now in this, how we are going to use our destructuring concept. Now here it's an array. We have seen for the objects, right, in our previous challenges. Now let us see for an array. So we will write here what? Our square bracket. Inside that I am going to write our key and value, because we are solving this particular question and we see we need our key and value itself, right? So that is why I am writing here key comma value, and to the right hand side we have to pass our array. So this will be our first element. So we are going to pass it like this. And then it will take what? A as our key and value as our 1. So that is why we will be using our destructuring concept. So destructuring an array we have to do here. Okay. Now why shorthand property also? What does shorthand property says? If your key and value has a same naming convention. So suppose we have here name colon name itself. So in an object, how we can write it? Just a name, right? Because it automatically understand that it is name colon name, and it will substitute the value of your name, right, to it, and definitely we are going to get our exact output, right? So now let us see how we are going to use our destructuring and object shorthand property inside our map method. And I will show you one by one. Okay. So first of all, we will take our obj array, and on that we are going to write our map method. So it will take a callback function, and here in this parenthesis, we are going to destructure our element. Okay. So I will write here what? Key comma value. Okay. Then we will come here and round parenthesis flower braces, and then we are going to write here what? Key colon key we will write, and then we will write here what? Value colon value. Okay. So this is our usage of our destructuring. Now on this, let us see how we can use our object shorthand property. So I will just take this entire thing and we will write it here once again. I will just remove this colon key and our colon value. Okay. So this is what is our usage, our object shorthand property, and we will store this inside a variable called as a result2, and we will just print our result2. Okay, so I'll write here what? Print result2. And finally, we will get our output similar to this itself. Okay. And if you see, our final output will be exactly the same like this itself. So we can do this question in two ways. Okay. So this was our simple approach. Okay. Where we used our element of 0 and element of 1. And in the second way, what we have done, we have used our destructuring concept, our object shorthand property, and we have optimized it, right? So we can do in any of the way which you like it, but we will be preferring this one. Okay. But I will be showing you both the ways. Okay. So let us implement the same thing inside our function. So I will write here what? Function name is nothing but our array of objects. And let us quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Array of objects, and let us pass our input object. So let us take this first input object and we will come down and we are going to pass it here. Okay. And let us come above at line number 37, and we are going to receive here as a params, right? And we will just console it out. So console.log of obj, right? And let us come here to the terminal and run it. So I will write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. If we see, we got our input object. Okay. Now what we are going to do first, we are going to convert our object into an array of entries, right? So let us do that. So for that, we will declare a variable called as what? Obj-arr, right? And here we are going to write our what? Object.entries method. And to this, we are going to pass our obj. So let us just console our obj-arr. So I will just write here what? Obj-arr. Okay. And let us come here and run it in our terminal. So node 86 challenge and hit enter. If you see, you got an array, and inside that there are sub arrays of our key and value pair. If you check it, we have done the same thing here, right? So we got the exact output, correct? Now we will come down and we will use our map method without destructuring and without object shorthand property. Okay. So let us come down and write our first way to achieve the output. So I will write here what first way, and we are going to declare a variable called as what let result is equal to, right? And then we will use our obj arr, then our map method, right? And inside this callback function, correct? And to this I am just going to pass our element. Okay, and here round parenthesis, flower braces, then key colon will be what? Our element of 0, right? And then we will write here what? Value, and our colon will be what? Element of 1. Now let us just test it and see what do we get. So I will write here what? Console.log of result, correct? And now let us test it in our terminal. So we will come here and we are going to write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our exact output, right? We are getting our array, and inside that we have key colon A and value colon 1. This is nothing but the same. If you come here, key A value 1, key B value 2, and we have here what? Key C value 3. So it is the same, right? Now let us come down and we will do it in the second way, where we are going to use our destructuring and our object shorthand property also. So let us write here what? Second way. I will write here second way, and we are going to declare another variable called as a result2, right? And then we will use our obj arr dot map, and to this pass a callback function, right? And we will come here and we will destructure it by key comma value, right? And then we will write here round parenthesis, flower braces, and just key comma value, correct? And now just console our result2. So I will write here what? Console.log of result2. So let us clear the terminal and test it here. So I will write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting the same output 2 times. That means line number 44 is also executing and line number 48 is also properly executing. Okay. So I will just come here and I am just going to improvise this console.log statement here. So I will write here what? Result hyphen first way. Okay. That's what I'm going to write it. And here I will just take this and we are going to write here what? Result hyphen second way. Okay, that's what. And now we will just save it and we will rerun it here. So let us write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. If you see, you get your result in your first way and you got your result in your second way. And it is exactly the same, guys, right? Now we will just comment this out, line number 38 and line number 40 also. And let us rerun it one more time. So I will write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting the exact output, right? Now let us come here and invoke it one more time, and we are going to pass our other input object. So let us come here and we will take the second input object. That is nothing but name John, age 30, and C New York. So let us come here and pass it here, and we will just put it over here and we will clear it up, and we are going to write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. If you see, you got your exact output here as well. Now let us invoke it one more time for the third input object. That was just an empty object and we were getting an empty array as an output. Let us see what do we get here. So I'll just clear it up and I will write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our empty array also, right? So if you see, we have got the exact output for all the input objects and in both the ways. So this is what it was expected from us and we have done the same. So now let us have a quick recap of this question. So we will come above and read out our question. So we have to write a JS function to return an array of objects containing both key and value pairs from an object. And here we have been provided with 3 test cases, right? Then we came at line number 12 and 13 and we understood that these are the important part of the questions and we have noted here, right? And we also defined our function name as what? Array of objects. Then we understood how we are reaching to this particular output with respect to each input, right? Then on the basis of that, we wrote our approach, right? So in that, we used our object.entries method. Our object.entries method returns an array of key and value pairs, right? Then we used our map method and we wrote the basic syntax of it, right? Then we wrote our first way in just a similar way of our syntax itself, right? Then we came down and we just optimized the way by using our destructuring and object shorthand property inside that, and we wrote our same thing by using our destructuring and our object shorthand property, and we got the same output, right? Then we came at line number 37 and we wrote our function and our function name, and we received here our obj as a params, right? Then we just consoled our obj to test it in our terminal, and after that we wrote here what? Our object.entries method to get an array of our key and value pairs. Then we wrote our map method in both the ways, right? And we got our exact output, right? Then we came at line number 50, 51 and 52 and we invoked here with 3 input objects, right? And we were getting the exact output in the terminal. So let us clear it up, and I will write here what? Node 86 challenge and hit enter. And if we see, we are getting the exact output in both the ways for all the input objects, right? So this is what it was needed, and we have done the same thing. Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful, because it enhances the understanding of object.entries method, map method, destructuring concept, and our object shorthand property also. It is useful for data transformation and working with complex data sets. It's a great practice for functional programming concepts, okay? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to create an object where keys are the numbers and values are their squares. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JS function to create an object with keys as values and numbers as their squares, right? And here we have been provided with the 3 test cases, right? So we are going to write a function which will pass all this test case. So now we will come down and we are going to break down our question. So first of all, what we have to write? We have to write here a JS function, right? So that I will put it over here. After that, what is the next important part over here? That we have to create an object with keys as numbers and values as their squares. So let us come here, and that also we are going to write it over here, okay? Now we will come at line number 12 and we are going to define our function name. So our function name will be what? Create square objects, okay? So let us write here and we will put here our parenthesis also, right? So this will be our function name which we are going to use it, okay? Now we will come to this input and output and we will understand how we are reaching to the specific output with respect to each of the input, okay? So first of all, what we will do, we will just read out this line number 13. What it is been written that we have to create an object with key as numbers and values as their squares, right? So I will just assume here that our key is 2 right now. So what will be the value? Value will be nothing but the square of our key, right? So it will be 2 times 2, right? So we will get here what? 2:4, correct? Suppose I assume our key as 5. So what will be the value for it? Square of our key, right? So I will write here what? 5 times 5. So what we will get here? 5:25, right? Now we have understood how we have to form our key and value pair, right? But at the end of the day, we have to create an object, right? So now if you observe this, our final output now, what you have, we have here 1:1 and 2:4, right? So it is starting at 1 and it is ending at 2, and values are what? Just the square of their key. Similarly, if you check this particular input, it is nothing but 4. So it is going from 1 to 4, right? And the values are what? The square of their key. So 1:1, 2:4, 3:9, and 4:16. Similarly, at the last input also it is 6, right? So it is starting from 1 and it is ending at 6, and each value is what? The square of the key. So that is why it is 1 colon 1, 2 colon 4, 3 colon 9, 4 colon 16, 5 colon 25 and 6 colon 36. Okay. Now we have understood how we are reaching to this particular output, right? So now we will come down and we will write our approach on the basis of that. So let us come here and we will just write here what? Approach. Okay. First of all, we will come here and create an empty object and we will name it as what? Result. Okay. This empty object, we are going to use it to store our key and value pair. Okay. So I'm just writing it over here. After that, what we are going to do, we are going to use our for loop, a traditional for loop. So in that, we know we need to have our start point and we need to have our end point also, right? So what will be our start point? It will be always 1, right? We have seen from our input, right, that it is always starting at 1 only. And what will be our end point? It will be our input, right? So I assume that input is our end. So I will write here our end, okay? So now let us write our for loop. So I will write here what? For let I is equal to 1 and then I should be less than is equal to n, right? And I plus plus, correct? Now inside this flower braces, we are going to write a logic, correct? So that we can get the key as a number and value as their squares, right? So what we will do inside this, we are going to assign the current number as the key and its square as the value, okay? So let us see how we are going to write it. So I will write here what? Result of I we will write, okay? And we will write here is equal to, then I times I we are going to write it. So what will happen for each number? It is going to calculate its square and assign it as a value for the corresponding key in the object, okay? So suppose if I give you an example here, our n is equal to 3. So what will happen? This loop is going to run how many times? We know 3 times, right? So we will get here what? 1 colon 1 we will get. After that, it will have 2 colon 4 and then we will have finally 3 colon 9. So this will be our final resultant, okay? So in this, I plays a very major role. I represent here the current number which is being processed for the calculation. You can see here, result of I is equal to I times I. So here we will get here what? Result of I means it will go 1 and it will come here and get assigned. Then it will do the calculation and it is going to store it here. And since it is an object, it is going to store it in a key and value pair. So that is what we are going to get it. And at last, what we will do, we are just going to print our result, right? So that will be our final object. So I'll just write here what? Final object we are going to get it, okay? Now let us implement the same thing inside our function. So I will write here what? Function, and our function name is what? Create square objects, okay? And now let us come down and quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Create square objects and we will pass our first input, okay? That is nothing but our 2. So let us come here and write here as 2, okay? And we will come here and we are going to receive it as n, okay? Now just we will console it out. So console.log of n, and we will come here and run it in our terminal. So node 87 challenge and hit enter. We are getting our input number, right? Now we will come here and we will declare a empty object, right? So I will write here what? Result is equal to flower braces, okay? So here we are going to use it to store our final resultant, right? Now let us write our loop. So we are going to loop through the numbers from 1 to n, right? So I will write here what? For let I is equal to 1 and I should be less than is equal to n and I plus plus, okay? Now I will just console our I and I will show you. So console.log of I, and let us go to the terminal and write here what? Node 87 challenge and hit enter. Now if you see here, so in the output we are getting 1 and 2. That is correct, right? Because it is going to run from 1 to n. Our n is nothing but 2. So it is running from 1 to 2, right? Now we will come here and we will just calculate the square. So I am going to write here what? I times of I, correct? So our I is what? Our key, and our I times I is what? Our value, right? So let us see we are getting it or not. So I will clear the terminal and we will write here what? Node 87 challenge and hit enter. If you see you are getting here 1 and 1, 2 and 4, that means we are able to get the key and we are able to get our value also. Now the next thing is what? We have to assign it inside our object, right? We wanted in a key and value pair form, right? So what we will do, we will write here what? Result of I we are going to write, and is equal to, we are going to just write here what? I times of I. Okay, that is what we will write, and we will come outside our loop and we are just going to console our result. Now let us see we are getting our object or not. So we will come here and clear the terminal and we will write here what? Node 87 challenge and hit enter. If you see we are getting in an object form in an key and value pair. So if you see we have here what? 1:1, 2:4. So we are getting our exact output, right? Now we will just pass our 4 and 6 also to our function. So let us write here what? Create square object, and let us pass our 4, and let us come here and run it and see what do we get. So we will write here what? Node 87 challenge and hit enter. We got here what? 1:1, 2:4, 3:9 and 4:16, right? Let us test it out. It is exactly the same, right? Now let us pass our last input number, that is our 6, right? So I will write here what? Create square objects, and we are going to pass here what? 6, and let us clear it up and rerun it. So I will write here what? Node 87 challenge and hit enter. If you see we are getting here exact output. Let us just test it. 1:1, 2:4, 3:9, 4:16, 5:25 and 6:36. So this is the exact output which was needed. So we are getting for all the input numbers, right? Now we will just comment out this line number 30, and we are going to comment out our line number 34 also, and we will clear it up and we will rerun it one more time. So node 87 challenge and hit enter. If you see we are getting just the output here. Okay. So this is what it was expected from us, and we have done the same thing. Now let us come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. So what was the question? We had to write a JS function to create an object with keys as numbers and values as their squares, right? And here they gave us the 3 test cases, right? Then we came down and we broke our question and we wrote the important lines of the question, right? And also we defined our function name as what? Create square object. Then we understood how we are reaching to this output, right? And we also understood how the key and value is getting formed right here. And so on the basis of that, we wrote our approach. So first of all, we created an empty object called as a result. And this was needed because we wanted to store our key and value pair, right? Then we understood that we have to write here a loop because we have to iterate here from 1 to n, right? That is where our start point was what? 1. And what was our end point? It was n. And considering that, we wrote our loop, right? Now here, what was our n? N was our upper limit of the loop, right? And what was the I? I played a major role here, right? Because I was representing here the current number which is to be processed for the calculations, right? And then we came here inside the loop and we assigned the current number as the key and its square as the value, right? And for each number, we calculated its square and we assigned it as a value for the corresponding key in the object, right? And we understood if n is our 3, then what will be the resultant of this, right? And then finally, we printed our result, and that is where we got our final object, right? Then the same thing we wrote inside our function, right? So at line number 29, we created our function with a function name called as a create square object, and we were receiving our input number as our n as a params, right? Then at line number 30, we just consoled our n and we saw that our input number is being received here or not, right? Then we created here our empty object and we wrote our loop, right? And then we just printed our line number 37 to get our final output. That is nothing but our resultant object, right? Then we came at line number 39, 40 and 41. We invoked here with three input numbers, right, which we have been provided to us. And then we got our exact output, right? So let us clear the terminal and run it. So I will write here what node 87 challenge and hit enter. And if you see, we are getting here the exact output, right? So that is what it was expected. And we have done the same thing, guys. Okay. Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful, because it enhances the understanding of the for loop and object manipulation in JavaScript. It is useful for the scenarios where it involves data mapping and mathematical operations, guys. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to find the sum of all numeric values in an object. So let's proceed to this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JavaScript function to calculate the sum of all numeric values in an object. And here they have given to us three test cases, okay? So when we write the function, we have to make sure all these test cases are passed, okay? Now we will come down and first of all, we are going to break this question. So first of all, what we are going to write? We are going to write here our JavaScript function, right? Because we have to write a JS function, correct? Then what is the next important part? That we have to calculate the sum of all numeric values from the particular object, right? So that also I will take it here and I'm going to put it over here. Now we will come to our line number 12 and we are going to define our function name. So our function name will be what? Some numeric values. Okay. Now we will come here and we will understand how we are reaching to the specific output with respect to each of the input. Okay. So let us take this first input object. What we have here? We have A:1, B:2, C:text and D:3, right? Now they have said what? We have to calculate the sum of the numeric values in an object, right? So first we will have to take out the numeric values and then we have to sum them up, right? So we will come here once again and we will first take out all the numeric values. So what are the numeric values? Here 1, 2 and 3, right? And when you sum them up, what we are going to get? Let us see. So 1 plus 2 is nothing but 3 and 3 plus 3 is nothing but what? 6. So that is where we are getting your output as what? 6. Now let us move to our second input object. What we have? X:10, Y:hello and Z:5. So first of all, take out the numeric values. What are those? 10 and 5. And when you sum them up, what we are going to get? If we sum them up, 10 plus 5, we will get here as 15. So that is what is our output. Now let us go to the third input object. What we have? M:100, N:200, O:_JS and P:true, right? Now take out the numeric values. What are they? 100 and 200. Now when you sum them up, 100 plus 200, what we are going to get? 300, right? So that is how we are reaching to this particular output. Now we have understood how we are reaching to the outputs, right, in each of the case, correct? So now we will come down and on the basis of that, we are going to write our approach. So I will just write here what? Approach, okay? So now first of all, we are going to extract all the values, okay? So I'll just write here extracting the values of that particular object. So how can we do that? We will be using here what? Object.values method. Now this object.values method returns me what? It is going to return an array, right, of our values, correct? So I'll just write here what? It returns an array of values of that particular object, okay? So how we are going to write it then? We will write here our object.values like that, right? Now in this parenthesis, we have to pass our object. So I assume that our obj is our first input object. So I will take this and I am going to write it over here. So now how will I write it then? Our object.values we are going to write it, and in that we are going to pass our obj. So what output I will get here? I will get here 1, 2, text, and then I am going to get here what? 3. So this will be the output from our object.values method, correct? Now from this, I have to just extract my numeric values, right? So I will write here what? Now extracting numeric values, okay? Now how can I do that? For that, I will be using our filter method. Okay. What is a filter method? It is a array method, and it creates what? A new array of all the elements that passes a test, right? Provided by a callback function. So what is the syntax of our filter method? Suppose we have an array. Okay. So I will write here what? ARR. Okay. And then filter we will write. And inside this, it takes what? Callback function. So I'll just write here what? Callback function. So this is our filter method, right? And if it passes out the test, so what we will get? We are going to get our true values array, right? So that is what I'm going to write it here. Okay. Now let us see how we are going to write our filter method in this context. So for that, we need an array, and we have our array, right? So where is our array? This is our array, right? So this we are going to store inside a variable called as an obj-arr. Okay. So I will come down and I'm going to write here what? Obj-arr dot filter method. And to this we will pass our callback function. Okay. So let us pass it out over here. And to this it takes a parameter. So I will write here what? Element. Okay. Now how we can extract only the numeric values? By checking their type of, right? So I will write here what? Type of I am going to write, and type of element is equal to number. Then it should pass out the test, and then it will return me an array with all the numeric values. Okay. So when I write this, what will be our output? We are going to get 1, 2, 3, because out of this text is only the string which is not going to pass out the test, right? So we are going to get here output as what? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now we have got our numeric values, right? Now what is the next thing we have to do? We have to calculate the sum, right? So we will come down and we are going to write here what? Calculate the sum. How we can calculate the sum? We have one method, right? What is that method? Reduce method, correct? So we are going to use our reduce method to calculate the sum. Now what this method does? This method executes a reducer function on each and every element of an array and resulting into a single output value. Okay. Now let us see our syntax of it. So how do we write? We write here what? Our array dot reduce, right? And inside that it takes a callback function. So let us write our arrow function here, and it takes two parameters here, our ACC comma CV, right? And how do we write it here? We just have to write here what? Our ACC plus CV. What is our ACC? Nothing but accumulator, where our value is going to accumulate, correct? And what is current value? It is nothing but the next element of that particular array, right? And then after that, we write here what? Our initial value. So I will write here what? Our initial value. In case of this, our initial value will be what? 0. So I'll just write here what? Initial value will be our 0. Why it will be 0? Because we have to calculate the sum, right? And we know that sum is equal to 0. We initialize whenever we do it using a loops, right? This is what the same thing it is going to do it. Okay. So now let us see how we are going to write it. So what is our array now? This is our array. So what we will do, we will come here and we are going to store this into a variable called as what? Numeric values. Okay. So let us write here this as a numeric values as a variable, and we will come down and what we will write there? Numeric values. We will take this dot reduce. I am going to write it. Okay. And in this callback function. Okay. And here ACC comma CV, and then we are going to write here what? Our ACC plus CV comma 0 we are going to write. This is how we are going to write it. So what will be the output for this? It will be 6. Let us see how we are going to get it. Okay. So we are working with respect to this particular array. So I will take this array and I'm going to put it over here. And now what is our initial value? It is nothing but 0. So that also I'm going to put it over here. Okay. Now we will come down and we will write here what is our ACC value and what is our CV value. So what will be our ACC value? It will be 0. Why? Because it is going to take our initial value itself. Okay. So our ACC will be our 0. And what will be our current value then? It will be our 1. So we have written here what calculation? It is nothing but ACC plus CV, right? So I'll write it over here. So what we are going to get? 0 plus 1, right? So then we will get here what? 1, correct? Now this will be stored in our ACC now, okay? So in this next one, we will have our ACC as what? 1. And what will be our current value? It will be nothing but CV is equal to 2. So what we are going to write here? Our ACC plus CV itself. So what will be the calculation? We will get here as what? 1 plus 2, that is nothing but 3, right? So this is what is our accumulator value. So now we will come here and we will write here what? Our ACC is equal to 3. And what will be our CV value? It is nothing but 3 again. So I will write here what? CV is equal to 3. So then what we are going to write here? ACC plus CV, correct? And then when we substitute the values, it will be nothing but 3 plus 3. So our resultant will become what? 6. And that is where is our final output, okay? So that is how we are reaching to this particular 6. And this 6 we are going to print it, okay? So we will come here and we will store into a variable called as a sum, and we are going to print this sum, okay? So I will write here what? Print sum, and this will be our final output, or I can say the final resultant of this particular question, okay? So now we have understood the approach, right? How we are reaching to this particular output. So let us come down and we are going to implement the same inside our function. So I will write here what? Function, and our function name is what? Some numeric values, and let us quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Some numeric values. And to this we are going to pass our first input object. So let us take this input object and we are going to pass it over here, okay? And now let us come here and receive here as our obj, okay? And now we are just going to console it out. So I will just write here what? Console.log of obj, okay? And let us test it in the terminal. So I'll write here what? Node 88 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our input object, right? Now what is the next thing? We have to extract what? Values, correct? So let us extract the values from the object. So what method we will be using? Our object.values method, okay? So what we will do? We will first come here and declare a variable called as what? Let obj arr, so that we can store the values inside it, okay? And we are going to write here what? Our object.values method, and to that we will pass our obj, okay? Now let us just console it out. So I will write here console.log of obj arr, okay? Now let us test this out in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 88 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our array which has the values of that particular object, right? After that, what we have to do? We have to extract our numeric values, right? So I'll write here what? Extract numeric values. For that, what we are going to use it? We are going to use our filter method, right? So that also let us write it down. So first of all, I will declare a variable called as what? Numeric value. So I'll write here what? Let numeric values is equal to obj arr dot filter we are going to write. And to this, we will pass our callback function, okay? And here we are going to pass a parameter called as an element, and we will write here what? Type of element is equal to number, correct? And if that is the case, it is going to pass the test and it is going to give me an array of only of the numeric value. So let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of numeric values, and let us test it in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 88 challenge and hit enter. If you see, from this, we are getting just our numeric values, right? So now what is the last thing we are going to do it on this? We have to calculate the sum, right? So I'll just write here what? Calculate the sum. And how we can calculate? We can calculate the sum by using our reduce method, correct? So first of all, what we will do? We will declare a variable called as a sum, and to this sum, we are going to store our final output, okay? So let us use our array now. What is our array? It is nothing but numeric values, right? Dot reduce, I am going to write it. And to this, we will pass our callback function. And here what we are going to write? ACC comma CV, correct? And we will write here ACC plus CV comma 0, correct? And now let us just console our sum. So I will write here what? Console.log sum. And now let us just test it in our terminal. So I will write here what? Node 88 challenge and hit enter. And if you see, we got our final output, that is nothing but 6. So that is what we wanted, right? If you check above, we have in the output called as what? 6. And that is what we have got here as well. Now let us test it for the other input object also. Let us see whether we are getting this output 15 or not. So we will come down and we will invoke it one more time. And I'm going to write here what? Some numeric values. And to this, let us pass our input object. And let us come here and just run it. So I will write here what? Node 88 challenge and hit enter. And if you see, we are getting what? 15. So exact output, right? Now let us go for the third input object. So I will come down and we will invoke it one more time. So I will write here what? Some numeric values. And to that, let us pass our input object and let us test it one more time in the terminal. Before that, I'll just clear it up and I am going to write here what? Node 88 challenge and hit enter. And if you see, we got our 300 also. So let us come above and let us test it. See, 6 we have got, we have 6 here. We have 15 here, we have 15 here as well. And we have last one is what? 300 and we have got 300 as well. That means we are getting the exact output, right? Now just comment out the console.log statement. So line number 39, line number 42 as well, line number 46 as well. And now let us save this and run it over here. So we'll clear it up and node 88 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting what? 615 and 300. That is nothing but our exact output. So this is what was needed and we have done the same, guys. Okay. Now let us have a quick recap of this particular question. So let us come above and read out the question. So we have to write a JS function to calculate the sum of all numeric values in an object, right? And here we had what? 3 test cases, right? Then we came down and we broke our important part of the question and we wrote here what? JavaScript function. And what was our function name? Some numeric values, right? We decided that this is what we are going to use it. And after that, what we wrote our approach, correct? So how did we wrote the approach? After understanding how we are getting our outputs, correct? So what was the approach we wrote? First, we have to extract the values, right? By using our object.values method, what it does, it returns an array of values of that particular object, right? And we have seen this correctly here as well, right? After that, what we did, we extracted the numeric values from that particular array, right? So for that, we used our filter method. What does this filter method does? It is going to create a new array with all the elements that passes a test provided by that callback function, right? And we have seen here as well that after that, what we did, using that particular array, we calculated the sum by using our reduce method, right? So what does this reduce method is going to do? This reduce method works on each and every element of the array and resulting into a single output, right? And we have seen this over here as well. And we also understood the iteration of our reduce method. How does it get performed and how we get our final output, right? And then finally, we printed our sum. That is our final resultant output, correct? At line number 38, we wrote our function as what? Some numeric values, and we were receiving here our input object as what? Our obj. Then at line number 39, we just consoled our obj to test whether we are able to receive our input object or not. After that, we extracted the values from that input object, right? By using our object.values method. So we got our values array, correct? After that, what we did, from that values array, we had to extract the numeric values, right? So for that, we used our filter method, right? And we used here a check called as a type of element is equal to number. So if that passes out the test, we are going to get our numeric values, and we tested out the same in the terminal as well, correct? And after that, what we did, we calculated the sum, right, by using our reduce method. So what we did, we used here our reduce method and we stored the entire output inside a sum variable, and we consoled our sum variable. That was nothing but our final output, right? Then at line number 53, 54 and 55, we invoked this function 3 times by passing our different input objects, right? And we got our exact output, correct? So let us once again test it in the terminal. So I'll clear this out and I will write here what? Node 88 challenge and hit enter, we got our exact output, right? So this is what this question was expecting, and we have done the same, guys. Now I will tell you why this challenge is useful. It enhances our understanding of object.values method, filter method, and reduce method. It is also useful for data processing and object manipulation. And it's a great question for interview preparation and real world application. So keep coding and keep improving your JavaScript skills, guys. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to find the sum of all even numeric values in an object. So let's proceed to this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have a JavaScript function to calculate the sum of all even numeric values in an object. And here they have given us the 3 test cases. So when we write the function, we have to make sure that all the test cases are passed here. Okay. Now we will come down, and first of all, we are going to break down our question. So we have to write here what? JavaScript function. So I will take this and I'm going to put it over here. After that, what is the next important part? That we have to calculate the sum of all even numeric values in an object. So let us take this and we are going to put it over here. Okay. Now let us come at line number 12 and we are going to define our function name. So we will keep our function name as what? Sum even numeric values. Okay. So let us write it over here with a parenthesis. So this will be our function name, okay? Now we will come here and we are going to understand how we are reaching to the outputs with respect to our each of the input. So let us come to our first input object. So what we have here, we have A:1, we have B:2, C:text, D:3 and E:8, okay? Out of this, what are the numeric values now? We have here what? 1, 2, 3 and 8, right? But we have to calculate the sum of all the even numeric values, correct? So out of those numeric values, we are going to consider only our even numeric values. So what are the even numeric values? We have here 2 and we have here 8. So then if you make a sum of it, that is 8 plus 2, what we are going to get? 10. That is how we are reaching to this particular output, okay? Now let us go to our second input object. So what we have? X:10, Y:hello, Z:5 and W:4. So from here, what are the numeric values? We have 10, 5 and 4. And out of that, what are the even numeric values we have here? We have 10 and we have 4. So if you then add this 10 and 4, what we are going to get? We will get here what? 14, right? So that is where we are reaching to this output as well, okay? Now let us go to the third input object. So let us read out. So we have here what? M:100, N:200, O:_JS, P:_true and Q:6. Now let us take out the numeric values. So what are those? 100, 200 and 6, right? Now out of that, what are the even numeric values? We have 100, we have 200 and we have 6. So all three are what? Even. So when you add 100 plus 200 plus 6, what we are going to get? We are going to get here 306. So that is why we are getting here 306, okay? Now we have understood how we are reaching to this outputs, right? From the given input. So on the basis of that, now we will come down and we are going to write our approach, okay? So I will write here what? Approach. So now first of all, what we are going to do? We are going to extract the values from our object. So we will write here what? Extract the values, okay? So how we are going to extract the values? We will use here our object.values method, okay? So I will write here what? Object.values method, and what does it return? It is going to return me an array of values of that particular object. So I will write it over here, okay? So suppose if I consider this as our first input object, so I will come here and I'm going to write here what? Obj is equal to this particular object. So how we are going to write it? We will write here what? Object dot values, and to this we are going to pass our obj, okay? So what it is going to return? It is going to return an array, and inside that we are going to have what? All the values of our object. So we will write here what? 1, 2, then we will have here our text. After that we will have 3 and then we will have 8, okay? So this will be nothing but our array which we are going to get it, which is going to have our all the values of an object if we are using our object.values method. Okay. Now from this particular array, we have to extract our even numeric values, right? So I will just take this and I am going to put it over here. Okay. And before this, I will just write here what? Our extract. So let me write here our extract. So extract even numeric values. Okay. So how we are going to extract it? We will be using our filter method. Okay. So what does this filter method do? This filter method creates a new array with all the elements that passes a test provided by a callback function. Okay. Now let us write a syntax. So I will write here what? Our arr dot filter. Okay. And inside that we are going to write here what? Our callback function. So inside this callback function, we are going to write a condition. Okay. And if that condition passes out, so we will get a array of our true values. Okay. So we will get here what? Our array of true values. And that will be nothing but our elements at the end of the day of that array. Okay. So that is what we are going to get it. So now let us see in this context how we are going to use it. So suppose we have this particular array, right? So we will store this inside what? Our obj values. Okay. Now let us come down and what we will do? We will use our obj values. So I will write here what? Our obj values dot filter method we are going to write. Inside that our callback function we will be writing, and now here we have to write a condition. So what will be the condition? Let us see. Okay. Now here in the condition we have to make sure that first of all it is a number, right? Because here in this array we have a text, correct? We have to calculate the sum of all the even numeric values. So first we have to get our numeric values. Then we will check the even numbers also from that. Okay. So for checking out for a numerical values, what we are going to do? We are going to use our type of, right? So I will write here what? Our type of value we can write, or in this case it will be what? Our element, right? So I will write here what? Type of our element should be is equal to number, right? So that is what we are going to write it. And second thing, so this will be for a numerical value check, right? So I'm just writing here what? Numerical value check. Okay. After that, we have to do a check even for a even value, right? So I will write here what? Even value check. So for a even value, what we have to check? That our element should be completely divisible by 2, right? So that is what we are going to write it. So we will be writing here what? Element modulus of 2 is equal to 0. Then it will be an even number, right? And we have to make sure that both of the condition is to be satisfied, right? So that is where we are going to use our AND operator along with it. Okay. So I am going to complete now this filter method. Okay. So let us write it here once again. And here we will pass our element, right, to this callback function. And here we are going to write here what? Type of element we will write is equal to number. You can do a strict check or a normal check also is fine. Let us take a strict check. Okay. So I will write here what? Number, and then we will be writing here our AND operator, and then element modulus 2 is equal to 0. And that is where we are going to get only our even numbers from here. Okay. So what will be the output? Then we are going to get it from here. We will get here 2 and 8 from this particular array. So I will write here what? 2 and 8, because these are the only two elements which is going to pass our given condition. So this will be our filter method which we are going to write it. After that, what we have to do? We have to calculate the sum, right? So I will write here what? Calculate the sum. Now to calculate the sum, what we are going to use it? We will be using our reduce method. Okay. So what does reduce method do? It is going to execute a reducer function on each element of the array. resulting in a single output value, right? Now, if I have to give you a syntax, what we are going to write it, we will write here what our ARR dot reduce we will write. And to this, we are going to pass our callback function, right? And here we will pass our ACC and CV as a params, correct? And we will write here what our ACC plus CV, and here we will have to write our initial value, right? So this is our complete syntax which we are going to write it, okay? Now in this context, what we are going to write it now? So this is our output, right? This is nothing but our even numeric values, right? So let us come here and we are going to store inside a variable called as a even numeric values, okay? So we will use this variable name and we are going to write our reduce method. So we will write here what dot reduce, and in this our callback function will take what our ACC comma 0 and our arrow function, and we will write here what ACC plus CV, right? So what will be our initial value? It will be nothing but our 0, okay? So this will be our final reduce method which we are going to write it. So here what is our ACC? If I have to say, it is nothing but the accumulator. So whenever we are performing the addition, that is ACC plus CV, so whatever the resultant we are going to get, that will get stored in our ACC. That is why the name is called as what? Accumulator. What is CV? It is nothing but it is referring to our current element of our array, okay? So let me show you the iteration, how it is going to perform, okay? So what is our initial value in this case? It is nothing but our 0, right? So that is why our ACC will have what? 0 itself. So ACC is equal to 0. And we are working on which array? This array, right? So I will take this and I am going to put it over here, okay? Now in the first case, what will happen? We will have our ACC as what? 0, okay? And what will be our CV value? It will be nothing but 2, okay? So now what we have written? ACC plus CV, right? So we are going to get here what? 0 plus 2, correct? And then the final resultant will be what? It will be 2. So this sum value is going to store in our ACC. That is why our ACC will now become what? 2, okay? And what will be our CV value? It is nothing but 8, okay? So what we are going to write here now? ACC plus CV. So we will get here what? 2 plus 8. That is nothing but what? 10. And if you go above, you will get the same output. That is nothing but the 10. So if we are working with this input object, our output is 10 and we have got the same output here as well, okay? And then what we will do? We will come here and we will store this into a variable called as a sum, okay? And we will print this sum variable, okay? And we will get our final resultant. So I'll just write here what? Final output. And this is our complete approach which we are going to follow, and we are going to implement the same thing inside our function as well. Finally. So let us write our function. So we will write here what? Function, and our function name is what? Sum even numeric values, and we will quickly invoke it. So I'll write here what? Sum even numeric values, right? And we will take our first input object from the above and we are going to put it over there, okay? So let us take this and we will put it over here. And now let us come here and we are going to receive here as an obj, okay? Now let us just console our object. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj, and we are going to just test it in the terminal. So I'll write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our input object, right? After that, what we are going to do? We are going to extract the values from this. So what we will do? First, we will declare a variable called as what? Const obj values. Const बोल के let लिख रही हूँ. So let us write our function. So I will write here what? U से चलेंगे. So let us write our function. So I will write here what? Function, and our function name is what? Sum even numeric values, okay? And we are going to quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Sum even numeric values, and to this we are going to pass our first input object. So let us take this and we are going to come down and we will put it over here, okay? And now let us receive here as an obj. I will write here what? Obj. And let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj. And now let us just test it. So I will write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. If we see, we got our input object. Okay. Now let us extract the value. So I'll write here what? Extract the values from our obj, correct? So how we can do it? By using our object.values method. So I will declare a variable called as what? Let our obj values is equal to our obj. That means object.values, right? So let us write our function. So we will write here what? Our function, and our function name is what? Sum even numeric values, and we will quickly invoke it. Okay. So I will write here what? Sum even numeric values, and to this we are going to pass our first input object. So let us take this first input object and we will come down and we are going to pass it over here as an argument, correct? And let us come here and receive it as an param. So I will write here what? Obj, correct? And now let us write here console.log of obj and we will just test it out. Was full gay Mary. So let us come here and we will write our function. So function, and our function name is what? Sum even numeric values, and we are going to quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Sum even numeric values, correct? Now let us come above and we are going to take our first input object. So let us take this and we will come down and we are going to pass it over here as an argument, okay? And let us receive here as a params as our obj, okay? And we will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj. Now let us test it in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are going to get our input object. Now what is the next thing we will do? We are going to extract, right, values from that obj. So how we are going to do that? By using our object.values method. So first of all, what we will do? Let us declare a variable called as what? Let obj values is equal to our object.values method. We are going to write it. And to that, we are going to pass our obj. And just we will console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj values, and let us see in the terminal what do we get. So I will write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting an array of our values of an object, right? So let us come here and check it over here. If you see, we have got here the same, right? 1, 2, text, and 3 and 8, right? It is nothing but the same, correct? Now we will come down and what we are going to do? We have to now extract our even numeric values, right? By using our filter method. So let us take this and we will just put it over here. And now let us write our filter method. So for that, what I will do, I will declare another variable called as what? Even numeric values. So we will write here what? Our obj values, right? This is the array which is holding our all the values of our object, right? So from this, we have to extract our even numeric values, right? So that is why we are using this obj values, right? Now we will write here what? Dot filter, and to this we will pass our callback function, okay? And here we are going to pass just our element, okay? And we are going to write here our condition. So what will be our condition? We are going to write type of our element is equal to number, correct? And then we are going to use our AND operator, and what we are going to write here? Element modulus of 2 should be is equal to 0. That means what? Completely divisible by 2. And then we are just going to console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of even numeric values, okay? And now let us come here and clear the terminal, and we will write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. And we get here our output as what? 2, 8. That means we have extracted our even numeric values. After that, what we have to do? We have to calculate the sum, right? So we will just take this and we are going to write it over here. And for that, we will use our reduce method. So we will declare a variable called as a sum, and in that we are going to store our final output. So what we will take? We are going to take our even numeric values array, okay? And dot reduce method. And in that, we are going to pass our callback function. And we are going to write here what? Our ACC comma CV, correct? And we will write here our ACC plus CV comma 0, correct? And now let us just console our sum. So I will write here what? Console.log of sum. Now let us come here, clear the terminal and test it out. So I will write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our output as what? 10. That is nothing but the same, right? We are getting here also same, and in the approach also we calculated and we got our sum is equal to 10 itself. And that is what we are getting here. Now what we will do, we will invoke it 2 times more to pass our other input object. So I will write here what? Sum of even numeric values. Okay, now let us take our second input object. So we will take this and we are going to pass it to this. So let us pass it over here. And let us run in our terminal now. So we will write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. What do we get? We got here 14 as an output, right? Let us see the output what we are getting. We are getting 14 itself, okay? Now let us take this third input object also and let us come down. First, we are going to invoke it, okay? And to this, we will pass our input object. So let us pass it and let us come here and we will write here what? Node 89 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting 306, right? And if you check the output for the third input object, it is nothing but the same, right? 306, okay? Now we will come down and we will just comment out the console.log statements. So I will just comment out this. We will comment out line number 45 also, line number 49 as well. Okay, now we will clear the terminal and we are going to write here what? Node 89 challenge and we will hit enter. If you see, we got here what? 10, 14 and 306. That is nothing but our exact output, right? 10, 14 and 306, correct? So this is what was needed and we have met our question expectation, okay? Now we will have a quick recap of this particular question. So let us read out the question. We have to write a JS function to calculate the sum of all even numeric values in an object, right? And here they have provided the 3 test cases, right? Then we came at line number 12 and 13 and we broke our important part of the question and we wrote it over here. And also we defined our function name as what? Sum even numeric values, right? So we understood how we are reaching to this particular output, right? And then on the basis of that, we wrote our complete approach, right? So what we did, the first thing, we extracted the values from an object, right? By using our object.values method, right? After that, what we did, we extracted the even numeric values, right? By using our filter method. So what does our filter method is going to do? It creates a new array with all the elements that passes a test provided by a callback function, correct? And then we wrote here our condition also. So what was our condition? That it should be a number, right? So for that, we checked the type, correct? And then for an even value check, what we did, we wrote here our element should be completely divisible by 2, correct? That is what we have written, and this should be together, right? That is why we used our AND operator also. And then this was our complete condition which we have wrote inside our callback function. And then finally we got our even numeric values, right? That is nothing but our 2, 8. After that, what we did, we calculated our sum using a reduce method. So what does the reduce method do? It is going to work on each and every element of an array, resulting into a single output value, right? And we got our final sum. We also understood how the working is going to be done inside our reduce method, right? And then finally we printed our sum, correct? So that is nothing but our final output. Then at line number 41, we wrote our function and our function name was what? Sum even numeric values, correct? And to that, we were passing our input object as a params, right? As a obj. Then at line number 42, we just consoled here our obj that whether we are receiving our correct input object or not. Then we wrote here to extract the values, right? So we wrote here what? Our object.values method, and to that we were passing our obj and we consoled it out and we tested in the terminal as well. Then we extracted our even numeric values, right? By writing our filter method, and in that we wrote our condition, right? So whatever the condition will be passed out, we are going to get the true values on the basis of that, right? And we even that tested in the terminal. After that, we just calculated the sum by using our reduce method. And finally, at line number 53, we printed our final output, right? Then at line number 55, 56, and 57, we invoked our function 3 times by passing our 3 different input objects, right? And we got our exact output. So we will clear this terminal and we are going to rerun it one more time. So I will write here what node 89 challenge, and if you see, we got our exact output, right? So that is what our question was demanding, and we have done the same. Okay. Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful, because it improves our skills in object manipulation and using our array methods like filter and reduce. Okay. And it's a great practice for data processing and aggregation task in the real world application. Also, it is excellent for interview preparation, which involves data handling and manipulation challenges. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to find the sum of all odd numeric values in an object. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, here we have our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write a JavaScript function to calculate the sum of all odd numeric values in an object, right? And here they have provided us with 3 test cases, right? Now we will come down, and first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to write our JS function, okay? So I will write here what JS function. After that, what is the next important part here? That we have to calculate the sum of all odd numeric values in an object, okay? So let us take this and we are going to put it over here. Now we will come to the line number 12 and we will define our function name. So we will keep our function name as what? Sum odd numeric values, okay? So this will be our function name, and this is what we are going to use it when we will be writing our function, okay? Now let us proceed to this input and output, and we will understand how we are reaching to this particular output, okay? So let us take this first input object. So what we have, A colon 1, B colon 2, C colon 10, D colon 3, and E colon 8, right? And what is the output? Output is 4. And what we have to calculate? We have to calculate the sum of all odd numeric values in an object. So first of all, let us take out the values from here, okay? So what are the values? 1, 2, text, 3 and 8, right? These are the values. And out of that, what are the numeric values? 1, 2, 3 and 8, right? And out of that, what are the odd numeric values? It is nothing but 1 and 3, right? And when we sum them up, what we are going to get? 4, right? So 1 plus 3 is 4. And that is where the output is what? 4. Now let us proceed to the next input object. So what we have? X colon 11, Y colon hello, Z colon 7, and W colon 4. So let us first take out the values. So what are the values? 11, hello, 7 and 4, right? And from that, now what are the only the numeric values? 11, 7 and 4. Now from that, what are the odd ones? It is nothing but 11 and 7. So when we sum them up, what we are going to get? 18, right? 11 plus 7, that is nothing but 18, right? Now we will proceed to our next input object. So what we have? M colon 101, N colon 200, O colon JS, P colon true, and Q colon 9. Now what are the values? 101, 200, JS, true, and 9, right? After that, what are the only the numeric ones here? 101, 200, and 9. Now, what are the odd ones from that? It is nothing but 101 and our 9, correct? And when we sum up 101 and 9, what we are going to get? 110, right? That is nothing but 110. So that is how we are reaching to this particular output. Now we have understood how we are reaching to this particular output in case of each of our input. Now, on the basis of that, we are going to write our approach, okay? So I will just write here what? Approach. So first of all, what we will have to do, we will have to extract the values, right? So I will write here what? Extract values. So first of all, what we will have to do, we will have to extract the values. So I'll just write here what? Extract values. Now by using what we can extract the values? By writing our method. Is a name changing. So first of all, we will have to extract the values. So I will write here what? Extract values. Now, how can we extract the values? We will be using our object.values method to extract the values. So suppose if we assume this is our object, so I will take this object and I am going to write here what? Obj is equal to this object. Okay. So then how we will be writing our object.values method? I will write here what? Object.values, and to this values we will pass our obj. Okay, and what is the output we are going to get? In an array we will get 1 comma 2 comma text we will get. After that we are going to get 3 and then 8 we will get. Okay, so what does this object dot values method return? It returns an array with all the values of that particular object. Okay, so that is why we are getting this particular output. After that, what we have to do? We have to extract our odd numeric values, right? So I'll just take this and I will put it over here. And before that, I'm going to write here what? Extract. So we have to extract our odd numeric values. Okay. So how can we do that? We will be using our filter method for that. So I'll just write here what? Filter method. So what does this filter method do? This filter method creates a new array with all the elements that passes a test provided by a callback function. So how we are going to write it? So I will write here what? Our arr.filter, and to this filter method, we are going to pass our callback function. Now this callback function needs a condition. Okay, so I will write here what? Condition. And if that condition passes out, then we will get our what? True values. So I'll write here what? True values. And we will get this in an array form. Okay. So that is what we have written it over here. Now in this context, how we are going to use our filter method? For that we need an array, right? So we will take this particular array, and what we will do? We will store this inside a variable called as a obj values, and we will use it wherever this array will be needed. Okay. So now we will use this variable and we will write here what? Our filter method. Okay. And to this we will pass our callback function, and here we are going to pass what? Element. And here we need to write that condition. Okay. Now down we will see what will be the condition needed. Okay. So we have to do here two checks, right? What are the two checks? First, we have to make sure that it is a number, right? So we will have to check for a number, correct? And second, what is the check we have to do? We will have to check for a odd number, right? So that also we need to check it. So we will just write it over here. Now we will come here and we will see what will be the condition we have to write here. So we will write here what? Our type of element should be is equal to number, right? And after that, here what is the check we have to do? That our number should not be divisible by 2, right? Then only it will be odd number. So what we are going to write? We will write here what? Element should not be divisible means we will use our modulus operator. So modulus of 2 not is equal to 0, then it will be an odd number, and this we have to check it together. So that is why we will need here our AND operator as well. So I will write here what? Our AND operator. Now let us put our condition also inside our filter method. So I will take this and I am going to put it over here. Okay. And in place of the condition, let us replace it with our exact condition. So I will write here what? Type of, and then we have to write what? Element is equal to number, correct? And we will be writing our AND operator. Then we have to write here what? Our element modulus of 2 not is equal to 0. So this will be our entire condition, and if any of the element passes out this test, we will get our true values in an array form, right? So that is what we have to do it. So what we will get here, the output, we are going to get here what? 1 comma 3. Why 1 comma 3? Because if we come here and see our obj values array, what we have? 1, 2, text, 3 and 8. So from that, what are the numbers? 1, 2, 3 and 8, right? Now amongst that, what are the odd numbers? We have just 1 and 3. That is why we are getting here what? 1 and 3. Now after that, what we have to do? We have to calculate what? The sum of all the odd numeric values, right? So this I will take it from here and I'm going to put it over here. So for that, what we have to use, we will have to use our reduce method. So I will just write here what reduce. Now what this reduce method do? This reduce method executes a reducer function on each element of an array, resulting into a single output value. Okay. So if I have to write here, what I am going to write, our ARR dot reduce I will write, and in that it will take a callback function. Okay. And to this we are going to pass what, our ACC comma CV, and here we will be writing our ACC plus CV comma initial value. It is going to come here. Now what is the initial value? It is nothing but the initial value which we give it. Okay. And if you have the initial value, it will be the same which is going to go for our ACC. ACC is nothing but the accumulator. Okay. So wherein whatever the addition will be done, it will go and accumulate it over there. That is why the name comes here as what, accumulator. And what is CV? CV is nothing but our current value, which is referring to the element of our array. Okay. And why we have written here initial value? Because if our initial value will not be there, then our ACC will take the first element of our array. And if we have an initial value, it will take that initial value as its initial value. So ACC will become whatever the initial value we are going to give. Okay. So in this aspect, what we are going to write here now, suppose we store this inside a variable called as a odd numeric values. Okay. So this variable we are going to use it now. So I will write here what, odd numeric values dot reduce. Okay, this is what I am going to write it. And here we are going to write what, ACC comma CV, and we will write here what, our ACC plus CV, and comma 0 we are going to write it. And after that we are going to get the output as what, 4. 1 plus 3, it will automatically do it. Okay, now let us see how we are going to sum up everything. So I will write here what, our initial value is equal to 0, and our ACC will also be 0, right? Because it is going to take initial values value. So that is why it will be 0. Now on which array we are going to work on this, right? So we will take this and we are going to put it over here. Now let us understand the iteration. Okay. So we will have here our ACC is equal to 0 and CV will be what, 1. So then what we have to do, our ACC plus CV, right? So what we are going to get here then, 0 plus 1, correct? So we will get output as what, 1. Now this will be our ACC value for the second iteration. So I will write here what, our ACC is equal to what, 1, and what will be our CV value? It will be nothing but 3, right? So what we are going to write here, ACC plus CV, correct? So we are going to get here what, our 1 plus 3, right? And that is where it will become 4, and this will be our final output. Okay, so I will just write here our final output. Why this will be our final output? Because we don't have any other element after that, right? And this what we will do, we will store it inside a sum variable, and finally we will print this sum variable. So I will write here what, print this sum variable, and this will be our final output which we are going to get it. Now we have understood how we are reaching to the final output, right? Now we will implement the same thing inside our function. So I will write here what, sum odd numeric values, right? And let us quickly invoke it with a function name. So I will write here what, sum odd numeric values, and to this we are going to pass our first input object. So let us take this input object and we are going to pass it over here. Let us pass it and we will receive here as a params as a obj, right? Now at line number 43, just console it out. So I will write here what, console.log of obj. Okay. Now we will come to the terminal and we will just test it out. So we will write here what, node 90 challenge, and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our input object, right? After that, what we have to do, we have to extract our values, right? So that is what we are going to write it. Now for that, what we have to use, our object.values method. So first of all, let us declare a variable called as obj values is equal to object.values method, and to that we are going to pass our obj. Now let us just console it out. So I will write here what, console.log of obj values. Okay, and we will see in the terminal what output we get. So I will write here what, node 90 challenge, and hit enter. And if you see, it is returning an array, right? Let us come above and let us check it over here. It is exactly the same what we have written here, right? So it is returning nothing but an array of our values of an object, right? Now we will come down, and what we are going to do, we are going to extract our odd numeric values, right? So for that, we will be using our filter method, right? So let us write our filter method. So we will first declare a variable called as what? Odd numeric values is equal to our obj values dot filter, right? And to that, we will pass our callback function. And let us write here what? Element, right? And here, let us write the condition. So what we are going to write? Type of we will write, and we have to check this element is equal to number, correct? And we will be using our AND operator. And after that, what we'll be writing? That element modulus of 2, right? Should not be is equal to 0, right? And if the condition is satisfying, we will get our resultant output. So let us just console it out. So console.log of odd numeric values. Now let us test this out in the terminal. So first of all, we will clear it up, and I will write here what? Node 90 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our odd numeric values. If you check it from our approach, what we have written, it is exactly the same, okay? After that, what we have to do, we have to sum up all the odd numeric values, right? For that, we will have to use our reduce method, okay? So let us use our reduce method. And for that, first we are going to declare a variable called as a sum. And here we are going to store our final resultant output, right? So we will write here what? Odd numeric values dot reduce, correct? And to that, we will pass our callback function. And here we will write ACC comma CV, right? And here ACC plus CV we are going to write comma 0. And let us just console out. So I will write here what? Console.log of sum. And let us see in the terminal what output we get. So let us come here, clear it up, and we will write here what? Node 90 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got here output as 4. That is nothing but our final output from this particular input object, okay? Now let us test it for the another input object. So we will take this and we will come down, and if you saw, the output was 18, okay? So some odd numeric values, and let us pass it and let us test it here. So node 90 challenge and hit enter. You see, we are getting 18. That is exactly the same if you check it over here, okay? Now let us pass the last one, and you check the output also. It is 110, okay? 110. So let us come down, and we will write here what? Some odd numeric values, and to that let us pass our object, and we will just clear it up and rerun it one more time, and let us see, we get here 1110. So let us come above. So for the first it is 4, for the second it is 18, right? And for the last it is 110. So we are getting all the outputs correctly, okay? Now what we will do, we will come down and we will just comment out our console.log statement. So we'll comment this out. We will comment this out also, and we are going to comment this out also. Now let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what? Node 90 challenge and hit enter. You see, we are getting 4, 18 and 110. So that is the exact output which we are getting, and we have got the same output. Now let us have a quick recap of this question. So let us come above and we will read out the question. So we have to write a JavaScript function to calculate the sum of all odd numeric values in an object. And here they gave us the 3 test cases, right? Then what we did here, we wrote the important parts of our question, and we also defined our function as what? Some odd numeric values, correct? And we understood how we are reaching to the output, right? With respect to each of the input. So on the basis of that, we wrote our approach. So first what we did, we extracted the values by using our object.values method. What it does, it is going to return an array of all the values in the object, right? That is what we have seen as well, correct? And after that, what we did, we extracted the odd numeric values, correct, by using our filter method. Now what does this filter method do? This filter method creates or returns a new array with all the elements that passes a test provided by a callback function, right? And this callback function needs a condition, right? So that is what we have written here. So we did a to check, right? Using our AND operator, first for a number, and second it should be an odd number. That is what we have done here, and we got here our odd numeric values, right? So after that, we calculated the sum of all the odd numeric values by using a reduce method. Now what does this reduce method do? This reduce method executes a reducer function on each element of an array, resulting in a single output value, right? And we have done the same here, and we got our final output as what? 4. That is a single single output value. And from line number 36 to 38, we understood the iteration, how it is going to perform and how we are going to get our final output. And we stored our final output inside a sum variable, right? And that is where after that we printed our final output. And we understood the complete approach, and on the basis of that, then we wrote our entire function, right? So what we wrote here, our function and our function name and our obj was what? As a parents, we were receiving our input object, right? Then we consoled our obj just to test whatever we were passing it, it is able to receive it or not, our input object, right? Then after that, we extracted the values, correct, by using our obj.values, and we tested in the terminal as well, and we got our final output, correct? After that, we used our filter method, and inside our filter method, we passed our condition and we tested that how many elements are passing that particular condition, correct? And after that, on that odd numeric values, we just calculated the sum, right, by using our reduce method, and we printed here as console.log sum, and we got our output also. From line number 56 to 58, we invoked this function 3 times by passing our 3 different input objects, right? And we got our final output as well, correct? Now let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. Node 90 challenge and hit enter. We are getting our exact output, right? This is what was needed, and we have done the same thing, right? Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to find the length of the longest string value in an object. So let's proceed to this challenge, and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, we have here our question along with the sample input and output, right? So what is the question? We have to write the JavaScript function to calculate the length of the longest string value in an object. And here they have provided the 3 test cases, right? Now we will come down and we are going to break our question. So what we have to write first, we have to write a JavaScript function, right? So we will take this and we are going to put it over here. After that, what is the next important part from this question? That we have to calculate the length of the longest string value in an object, right? So that also I will take here and I'm going to put it over here. Now we will come to our line number 12 and we are going to define our function name. Now we have to find the length of the longest string value. So we will come here and we are going to define our function name as what? Find, okay, longest string length, okay. This will be our function name. So let us make this LS capital and we will remove this space as well and we will make this S capital, okay. And let us put it here parenthesis. So this will be our function name, find longest string length, okay. Now we will come here and we will understand how we are reaching to the each of the output with respect to our input. So let us take our first input object and we will just put it over here, okay. Now what is our first input object? It is nothing but A colon apple, B colon banana, C colon kiwi and D colon grapefruit, right? Now we will come down and we are going to extract all the values from this object. Why? Because we have to calculate the length of the longest string value in an object, right? So that is why I will take out all the values of this object. So what is the first value? We have apple, right? After that, what we have? We have banana, correct? So that also I'm going to put it over here. After that, what we have? We have kiwi, correct? So that also let us put it over here. After that, what we have? We have here grapefruit, correct? So that also I am going to put it over here. Now, after this, what we are going to do? We are going to calculate the length of our each values, okay? So what will be our apple length? It is nothing but our 5, right? What is our banana length? It is nothing but 6. So that also I'm going to write it over here. What is our kiwi length? It is nothing but 4, right? After that, what is our grapefruit length? It will be 10, correct? Now we have calculated here each of the values length and we can easily see that 10 is the greatest length, right? And that is why grapefruit is our longest string. And that is where we are going to get here output as what? 10, because we have to get the length, right? So that is why we are getting the output as what? Here as a 10, okay? Now let us consider our next input object. So this is our next input object. So I will put it over here, okay? Now from this we are going to extract the values, correct? So we will write here what? Elephant, okay? After that, we are going to write our giraffe. So that also I'm going to write it over here. After that, what we have hippopotamus, right? So that also let us put it over here. Now what we are going to do, we are going to calculate the length, right? So what is the elephant length? It is nothing but 8. What is our giraffe length? It is nothing but 7, correct? And what is our hippopotamus length? It is nothing but 12, okay? Now from here also we can easily see that 12 is the greatest one, right? So that is why here we get the output as what? 12, okay? Now let us take our third input object. So I will just take this and I'm going to put it over here, okay? Now what is our input object? We have M colon short, N colon tiny, O colon lengthy word and P colon word, right? So now from this we will extract our values, right? So what we will have here what? Short, correct? After that, what we will have our tiny. After that, what we will have? Lengthy word, correct? So that also let us take and put it over here. After that, what we will have our word, right? Now, after this, we are going to calculate the length of our each of the value, right? So what will be the short length? It is nothing but 5, okay? What is our tiny length? It is nothing but 4. And then we have here lengthy word, that is nothing but the length is what? 11. And after that we have your word, that length is also 4, correct? So that is what we are going to write it over here. Now from this also we can easily see that 11 is having the greatest length. That means lengthy word is the longest string. And what is the length? It is nothing but 11. And that is where we get here output as what? 11, okay? Now we have understood, right, how we are reaching to the each of our output, correct, with respect to our each of the input. Now on the basis of this, we are going to write our approach, okay? So I will just write here what? Approach. So let me write here approach. Now in this question, first of all, what we have to do, we have to extract our object values, right? So I will write it over here what? Extract the values. So for that, what method we are going to use it? We will be using our object.values method, correct? Now what does this method does? This method returns an array, right? So I'll just write here what? This method returns an array of the values, correct, of the particular object. So that is what I am writing it over here. Now how we are going to use this? Suppose this is our object, correct? So I will take this first object and I will come down and I'm going to put it over here. So I will write here what? Our obj is equal to this particular object, and now we will use our object.values method. So let us write it over here, object.values method, and to this we are going to pass our obj. So what is the output we are going to get? We will get an output of the values, right, in an array form. So let us write it over here. So first I am going to get this apple. So I will put this over here, okay? After that, what I am going to get? I will get this banana. So that also I'll put it over here. After that, what I will get? I will be getting kiwi. So that also I'm going to put it over here. Okay, so let us put it over here. After that, what we are going to get? Our grapefruit, okay? So that also I'm going to put it over here. So this is the output which we are going to get after using our object.values method, okay? So this is what is the output we are getting after we use our object.values method, okay? Now what we have to check from this particular array, whatever the elements we have, it should be a string, right? So we have to check here what? Our each element, okay? I'll write it over here. Our each element, we will have to check it for a string, okay? And for that, we are going to use our filter method, okay? Now, what does this filter method does? This filter method creates a new array with the elements that passes the test provided by the test function, okay? So what we are going to write it here? If I have to write the syntax, we will write here what? Our arr.filter, and to this we are going to pass our callback function, right? Now this callback function needs a condition, right? So I will write here what? Condition. And if this condition passes out, then what we are going to get? We will get our true values, that also in an array, correct? So that is what will be our output, okay? So now if in this context I have to write, what I will do, first of all, I am going to store this inside a variable, okay? So the variable name, I will keep it as what? Obj values, okay? And now if I come here, I am going to write here what? Our obj values dot filter method, I am going to write it. And here it will take a callback function, right? And here it will be what? Element, okay? Now what we have to check here, that it should be a string. So what will be the condition? We have to write here condition as type of element should be is equal to string. That is what we are going to write it over here. And if this is equal to string, then we will get our output as what? We will get the output as all of them, because right now in this case, all of them is what? It is nothing but a string, right? So I will get this particular output in this case. Suppose if I had a number here somewhere, then I would not have got that number. Right now, when it tested, it passes out for each of the element. Now that test case, we will pass it separately when we write our function, okay? So this is what we are going to get it when we are going to use our filter method, okay? Now after this, what we have to do, we have to calculate the length of each element of this particular array, okay? So for that, what we are going to use, we are going to use our map method and our length property also, okay? So I am writing it over here. Now what does this map method do? This map method transforms the each element of an array using a callback function, and it returns a new array. So if I have to write a syntax, what I am going to write it, I will write here what? arr.map. And to this, I am going to write what? Our callback function, okay? So what does this map method do? It is going to transform our each element, right? And then it is going to return me a new array, okay? Now we will come down and we are going to write it with respect to this particular array. So what I will do, first of all, I am going to store inside a variable called as a string values, okay? So let us take this variable name string values, and here I am going to write it dot map, okay? And to this, I am going to pass our callback function. And then we will pass here what? Our element, okay? And then what I am going to write it? Element dot length, I am going to write it. So this will give me what? The length of our each element, okay? So what will be the output we are going to get? We will get the output as what? 5, 6, 4, 10, right? That is what we have written here, right? It was nothing but 5, 6, 4, 10, right? So this is what we are going to get it if we are using our map method along with this length property, okay? So now we have got this output, right? Now after this, what we will do, we will find the maximum length from this, okay? So I will just write here what? Find the maximum length from this. So how can we get this? So for that, we are going to use our math.max method, okay? And along with that, we will be using our spread operator, okay? So I will write here what? Spread operator. Now what does our math.max method returns? It is going to return the largest number from the provided number or the array, correct? And if we are using an array, then we will have to use what? Our spread operator, so that we can pass an array as an individual arguments, okay? So how we are going to write it here? So we will be writing here what? Our math.max, correct? And to that, we are going to pass here our spread operator, and then we will pass this particular array, right? So that is what we are going to put it over here. And from this, then what output we are going to get here? We are going to get 10. So that is nothing but our max length, right? So that is what it is going to give. And then finally, we will get our desired output. If you go above, you can see this was the maximum length. So that is where it is the length of the longest string, right? So that is what we have done. And this is our final approach, which we are going to write it, okay? So let us implement the same approach inside our function also. So let us write here what? Function, and what will be our function name? Find longest string length, okay? And let us invoke it quickly. So I will invoke it here like this, find longest string length, and to this we are going to pass our first input object. So let us take this object and we will come down and we are going to pass it over here, okay? and let us receive here as an obj. Okay. Now let us just console it out. So I will write here what console.log of obj, and let us see what do we get in the terminal. So we will write here what node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our input object, right? Now after that, what we have to do, we have to extract the values, right? So for that, what we will do, we will declare a variable called as a what, let obj values is equal to, we are going to use our object dot values method, correct? So I will write it over here, object dot values, and to that we are going to pass our obj. So let us just console it out. So console.log of what, obj values. So now once again test it in the terminal. So I will write here what, node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got the values, right? And we are getting in an array form. If you check it from here, we are getting the exact output, right? Now, what is the next thing? We have to check that our each element is a string or not, right? So we will come down and we will do that by using our filter method, right? So what I am going to do, first of all, I am going to declare a variable called as a let string values is equal to, and we will write here what, obj values dot filter I will write, and to that we are going to pass our callback function, and we will write here what element, and then we are going to write here type of, correct, and then element should be is equal to string, correct. And now we will just console it out one more time, our string value. So I will write here what, console.log of string values, and now let us test it in the terminal. So I will just clear the terminal and I'm going to write here what, node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting the same output as the previous obj values, right? Why? Because here, if you see, for each of the element, it is passing the test, right? So that is why we are getting the same output, okay? After that, what we have to do, we have to calculate the length, right, of the each element. So for that, we are going to use our map method and the length property, right? So let us come down and declare a variable here one more time. So I will write here what, let string length I am going to write it, okay? So I will write here what, let string length is equal to, we will use this string values dot map, and to that we are going to pass our callback function, and we will write here what, element, and we will write here element dot length. Okay, now let us once again test it out. So I will write here what, console dot log of string length. Okay, and now let us just test it in the terminal. So I'll write here what, node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting here 5, 6, 4 and 10, right? That is what we have written, correct? So now after that, what we have to do, we have to find our max length, right? So for that, we are going to use our math.max method along with our spread operator. So for that, we will come here and we will declare a variable called as what, longest length. So let us write here, let longest length is equal to math.max. We are going to write it. And to that, we are going to pass our spread operator and our array. So that is nothing but our string length, right? And let us console it out. So I will write here what, console.log of longest length. Okay. Now let us come to the terminal, clear the terminal and run it. So I will write here what, node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting here 10, right? So that is our first output. We are able to get it, correct? Now what we will do, we will take the second input object and we are going to invoke it one more time. So I will write here what, find longest string length, correct? And to this, let us pass our another input object, save it and clear the terminal and rerun it. So node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, I am getting this 12 as well, right? So if you test it above, we have got here 12, right? Now let us test it for the third input object. So I will take this input object and we will come down and we will invoke it one more time. So I will write here what, find longest string length and we will pass it and we will just test it one more time. So I will write here what node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our 11 also as an output. So we can test it above. It is exactly the same, right? Now we are going to invoke it one more time. So I will write here what find longest string length, and to this we are going to pass an object and which will have a value mix of our numbers and a string. So I will write here what a colon 75, then I'll write here b colon hair, okay? And then I will write here comma, and I'm going to write here C colon shoes, I will write it, and I will write here D colon 100, okay? Now let us see what do we get in the output. So first of all, let us clear the terminal and I'm going to rerun it. So I will write here what node 91 challenge and hit enter. Now let us check for the last input object. So what we are getting here, see, you can see we are getting here all the values, right? After that, our filter method is working very properly. You can see here that it is filtering it out only the string value, right? So we have here our hair and shoes, right? And after that, what we are getting here the exact output as 5. So it has calculated the maximum length from it, right? And we are getting here as 5, right? So that means it is able to justify our logic with respect to this input object also, right? So that is what we have done. Now we have got our exact output, right? So now what we will do, we will come here and we will comment out the console.log statement. So I'll comment this out. I will comment this out. And this as well, we are going to comment it. Line number 67 also commented. And let us save it one more time. And we will clear the terminal. And I am going to write here node 91 challenge and hit enter. And let us see what do we get. So we get here our exact output, right? So 10, 12, 11 and 5 we are getting it, right? So 5 is for the last input object, okay? So we have got here our exact output. Now let us have a quick recap of this particular question. So let us go above and let us read out the question. So we have to write a JavaScript function to calculate the length of the longest string value in an object, okay? And here they provided us the 3 test cases, right? And then we came at line number 12 and 13 and we wrote here our important part of the question. And also we defined our function name as what find longest string length, okay? And then we came down and we understood with respect to each of our input object how we are reaching to the output, right? And on the basis of that we wrote our approach, right? So what was our approach? So first of all, in the approach we wrote here what extract values, right? How can we extract the values? By using our object.values method, correct? So what it is going to return? It is going to return an array of the values of our object, right? And that is what we have got it over here. After that, what we did, we used a filter method. Why we need a filter method? Because we wanted to check that our each element of our array should be a string, right? So for that we used our filter method, correct? So what does this filter method is going to do? It is going to create a new array with the elements that passes the test provided by our callback function, correct? So we wrote here our condition as what type of element should be is equal to string, right? And that is where we got our output for this particular input object, correct? After that, what we did, we came here and we calculated the length of our each element of this particular array, right? So for that, we used our map method along with our length property, right? So how we wrote our map method? Here we passed a callback function. So what does this map method is going to do? It is going to transform an array and it is going to return a new array, correct? That is what we have written, and we wrote here our map method, right? And we used here in that our length property also, and we got here our exact output, correct? After that, what we did, we had to find out the maximum length from this particular array, right? So for that, we used our math.max method using our spread operator. And we wrote here what? Our math.max with a triple dot, and we passed our array, correct? So what it is going to do, our math.max method returns the largest number from the provided number or the array, right? And using a spread operator over here to pass an array as an individual arguments, correct? And that is where we got our final output, right? And we got here our as what? Our max length, correct? Then we came down at line number 57 and we wrote our function and we were receiving here obj as our input object, right? Then at line number 58, we just consoled it, right? Then at line number 60, we extracted the values, right, of our object and we consoled it as well. then after that what we did, we just tested that our each element of this obj values is a string or not, correct? And then we consoled that as well and we tested that as well, correct? After that we calculated the length of our each element by using our map method and our length property, and that also we tested here, correct? And after that we found out the max length from that particular array, right? And for that we use our math.max method and we used along with a spread operator. Then we found out here what our max length, right? And for that we use our math.max method, and in that we were passing our spread operator along with the array. So why we used a spread operator? Because we can pass an array as an individual arguments, right? For that we have done, and finally we consoled our longest length, right? Then from line number 72 to 76, we invoked this function 4 times, right? With 4 different input objects, correct? And we got our exact output, right? So we can clear the terminal and we can test it one more time. So I can write here what node 91 challenge and hit enter. If you see, you are going to get your exact output, right? So that is what our question was demanding, and we have done the same thing, okay? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is important, because it improves an understanding of object.values method, filter method, map method, and math.max method also. It also teaches us how to manipulate and process the string data in objects effectively. Also, it helps us with the practical data processing and interview preparation scenario. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is to find the longest string value in. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, here we have our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JavaScript function to find the longest string value in an object, right? And here they have provided us the 3 test cases, right? So we have to make sure that all the 3 test cases are passed when we write our function, okay? Now what is the next thing we are going to do? We are going to break our question, okay? So what is the most important part here? We have to write a JavaScript function. So I will take this and I'm going to put it over here. After that, what is the next important part? That we have to find the longest string value in an object. So I will take this and I am going to put it over here. Now let us come to the line number 13 and we will define our function name. So what will be our function name? Our function name will be what? Find longest string, okay? So that will be our function name with the parenthesis, okay? So this we will be using when we are going to write our function. Now let us come here to this input and output and we will understand how we are reaching to the specific output with respect to each of the input, okay? So let us consider this input object. So I will take this input object and I am going to put it over here, okay? Now what we have to find? We have to find the longest string value in an object, correct? So for that, first of all, we are going to extract all the values from this object. So what are the values? It is nothing but apple, banana, kiwi, and grapefruit, correct? So let us write here that. So I will write here what? Apple here. Then we will take our banana and we will put it over here. After that, what we have? Kiwi. So let us take that kiwi and we will put it over here. After that, we have our grapefruit, right? So let us take this grapefruit and that also I am going to put it over here. Now we have got all our values from this particular object. After that, we will get the length also of this values. So let us find out the length here. So what is our apple length? It is nothing but 5, right? So let us write it over here. Then what is our banana length? It is 6, right? So we will write it over here. What is our kiwi length? It is nothing but what? 4, right? So let us put it over here. And after that, what is our grapefruit length? It is nothing but 10, right? So we have got here our values plus our length, right? Now we can easily identify 10 is the maximum length, and that is why our longest string will be what? It will be nothing but grapefruit, correct? So that is where we are getting here output as what? Grapefruit for the first input object, okay? So that we have successfully understood now. Now let us proceed for the next input object, okay? So let us take our next input object and I am going to put it over here. Now let us find out all the values from here. So we are going to extract the values. So what are the values? It is nothing but elephant, giraffe, and hippopotamus. So I will write it over here. Elephant, Then we will write here what giraffe, and then we are going to write our hippopotamus. So let us write it over here. After that, we are going to get the length of each of the value. So what is our elephant length? It is 8, okay. What is our giraffe length? It is nothing but 7. So I will write it over here. After that, what is our hippopotamus length? It is nothing but 12. So now we can easily understand that yes, 12 is the maximum length, right? And that is where the longest string will be what? Hippopotamus. And that is where you get here output as what? Hippopotamus, okay? So let us put it over here, what? Hippopotamus. Now let us go for the third input object. So I will take this third input object and we are going to put it over here, okay? Now, first of all, what we have to extract? We will extract all the values from this particular object. So we will write here what? 75. Then we have our hair. Then we have our shoes. And then we have 100, right? Now we have to find what? Longest string, right? So we need only the string values, correct? So from this now we are going to extract only our string value. So what it will be? It will be hair and it will be shoes, okay? Now we will find out the length of it. So our hair length is what? It is nothing but 4. And what is our shoes length? It is 5, right? So we can easily identify that the maximum length is 5. And that is why we will have here what? Shoes will be our longest string. And that is where you get the output as what? Shoes, okay? Now we understood how we are reaching to the output, right? In case of each of the input object, correct? So now considering this, we are going to write our approach. So I will write here what? Approach. Now in this, first of all, what we have done, we extracted all the values, right? So that is what we are going to do it. So we will first extract the values. So I will write here what? Extract values. And by using what we are going to extract it, we will be using our object.values method. So I will write it over here. Now we will consider our first input object itself. So I will take this and I am going to put it over here. So how we are going to write? We will write here what? Object.values. And in this we are going to pass our obj. So let us assume this is our obj. So I will write here what? Obj is equal to, and this obj I am passing it over here. So what is the output we are going to get? We will get an array, right? What does our object.values method return? It returns an array containing the values of our object properties, right? So I will write here what? First we are going to get this apple. So let us put this apple over here. After that we are going to get what? Banana. So let us take this banana and put it over here. After that, we will get what? Kiwi. So let us take this kiwi and we will put this kiwi also. And after that, we are going to put our grapefruit, correct? So let us put our grapefruit also. So this is what we are going to get it, okay? And what we will do, we are going to store this array inside a variable called as what? Obj values, okay? So wherever we will need this array, we will be using now our obj values, okay? Now, what is the next thing we have to do now? We have to extract our string values from here. If you observe here in both the cases, like here, we did not had any numbers, right? That is why we did not worked upon the string. But in the third case, first we extracted all the values. Then we extracted only the string values from it, right? So here also we will have to do the same. Now we have extracted all the values from this object, right? After that, we have to extract only the string values, okay? So we will write here what? We have to extract now only the string value. So let us write it over here. And for that, what we are going to use it? We are going to use our filter method, okay? Now, what does this filter method returns? This filter method returns a new array with the elements that satisfy a condition specified in the callback function, okay? So how do we write our filter method? For that, we need an array, right? Because it's an array method. So arr.filter I am going to write, and we will write here parenthesis, correct? And in that, we will pass our callback function, right? And this callback function needs what? Condition, right? So that is what I am going to write it over here. If this condition gets satisfied, what we are going to get? We are going to get our true values, that also in an array form, right? So I'm going to write it over here. Also remember, in the filter method, the false values are ignored. That means we don't consider the false values. Only we are going to consider our true values, okay? So if I have to write with respect to this question, how we are going to use it? We are going to use our obj values, because filter method needs an array, and from this array only we have to filter our string values, right? So I will write here what? Our obj values dot filter, and in this I am going to pass our callback function, okay? And here I am going to write what? Element correct, and we are going to check the type of. So I will write here what? Type of element should be is equal to string, and if this condition passes out, we are going to get the output. Now in this case, we will get output as what? All of them, because here we don't have any of the numbers, right? So that is why we are going to get all of them as our output, okay? And what we will do, we are going to store this inside a variable called as a string values. So let me write now string values, okay? After that, what we will do, we are going to find out the length of each of them. So for that, what we will be using? We will be using our map method along with our length property. So let me write it over here. Now what does map method do? This map method is going to transform the each element in an array using a callback function, and it returns a new array. So what does the map method does? This map method transforms the So if I have to write the syntax, how I am going to write it? If I have to write the syntax of our map method, how I am going to write it? arr.map, and to that we are going to pass our callback function, okay? Now with the help of this callback function, we are going to transform our array, and it will return in a new array, right? So that I will write it over here. So if I have to write with respect to our string values, how I am going to write it? So I will use this string values, and I will be writing here what? Dot map, okay? And to that we will pass our callback function, okay? And here I am going to write what? Element, okay? And then we will write here what? Element dot length. That's it. We are going to write it, and this is going to return me a new array. So what it will have here? We are going to get output as what? We will get here 5, 6, 4, 10. Okay, this is what we are going to get it. If you see, we have written here the same, right? 5, 6, 4, and 10. So this is what we are going to get it. And what we will do, we are going to store this inside a variable called as what? String length. Okay. That is what we are going to do. Now what we have to find? We have to find our longest length, right? So I will write here what? Longest length. Now how we can find out that? We will be using our math.max method along with our spread operator. Okay, so that also I'll write it over here. Now what does our math.max method does? It returns the largest number from the provided numbers or the array. If we are passing an array, then we will have to use our spread operator. Why spread operator? Because it will spread it out and it will consider as a individual arguments. Okay, so that is what we are going to do it. So how we are going to write it here? So I will write here what? Math.max, and to that we are going to pass our spread operator syntax 3 dots and our array. So this will be our array, right? So let us take the string length and we are going to pass it over here. So what is the output we are going to get? We will get our output as what? 10, okay? And this we are going to store in a variable called as what? Longest length, okay? So let us write it over here. After that, what we are going to do? Now we are going to find our longest string, okay? So how we can find out the longest string? we are going to use here again our filter method itself. Okay, so it will filter it out and it is going to give. Now let us see how we are going to use our filter method to find out the longest string. So for that, we will take help of our string values and we will take help of our longest length also. Okay, so let us see what we are going to write it over here. So I will take the string values. Why string values? Because it is holding all the string values, correct, in an array form. So let us take this. So I will write here what string values dot filter, and to that we have to write our callback function. So I will write our callback function, and to that I am just going to pass our element. Okay, now here I have to write a condition, correct? So what condition I will be writing? I will be writing here what? Our element dot length. Okay, so that means each of the element length, okay, if it is equal to our longest length. Okay, so that is what I am going to put it over here. If this matches out, it is going to give me an output in an array form. So where it is going to match? It will match at a grapefruit only, right? So we will get our output as what? Grapefruit in an array form, right? So I will write it over here, grapefruit. Okay, now, but our output is a normal string, right? If you go above and if you check your output, it is just a string, right? So how we can reach to this? We can reach to this by using our spread operator, okay, or by using just our index. Okay, how we can use that? Both of them I'll just show you over here. Okay, so what we will do, we will write here our console.log statement. Okay, and to that we will write our three dots and we will pass this particular array. So if we pass it out, we are going to get our output as what? Just as a grapefruit. Why we will get it? Because it will spread out the elements of an array, correct? So we are going to get it grapefruit. Now next thing what we can do it using our index. Now we know that it is going to filter it out and it will only match up where it will find out with the same length, right? So what we will do, we will come here and we will use this particular array and we will take our 0th index. Okay, suppose you store this inside a variable called as a longest string. Okay, so what we are going to do it, we will take this longest string and we will write here what? Of 0. So it is going to give me again what? Grapefruit. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. In this case, how we are going to get the output if we are using this particular longest string variable? So we will write here what? Three dots, and this particular variable we will use it and we will just write it over here directly. And then we are going to get our grapefruit itself. Okay, so the same thing we are going to get it in both the cases. So whichever you like it, you can use it. I will show it to you in both the cases. Okay, now we have understood the complete approach, right? How we are going to do it, correct? So now the same thing we are going to implement it inside our function. So let us write our function. So I will write here our function find longest string. Okay, and let us quickly invoke it. So I will write here what? Find longest string. And to this, we are going to pass our input object. So let us take the input object from here and we will quickly go down and we will just put it over here. Okay. And now let us receive here as a obj as a params. Okay. And console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj. So let us test it out in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our input object, correct? Now, next thing is what we have to do. We have to extract our values, right, from the object. So for that, we will declare a variable called as what? Obj values, and we are going to use our object.values method, right? And to that, we will pass our obj. Now, let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj values. And let us test it in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we get the values in an array form, right? Let us go above and we will check it in our approach also. If you see, we are getting the same thing, right? Now what we have to do, the next thing, we have to extract the string values, correct? By using our filter method, right? So let us come down and we are going to declare a variable called as what? String values is equal to, and we are going to use our obj values, right? Dot, and I will write here what? Filter, and in that we are going to pass our callback function, right? And we will pass here what? Element, and I'm going to write here what? Type of our element should be is equal to our string, right? And I will just write it over here, and we are going to console now. So I will write here console.log of string values, correct? And now let us test it in the terminal. So I will clear it up, and I am going to write here what node 92 challenge and hit enter. So now if you see, we are getting the output here, right? Apple, banana, kiwi and grapefruit. Here there is no change. Why? Because in this particular array, we did not had any numbers, right? We had all the string. That is why we are getting all the same output, right? Now, if you check here, we are also getting the same, right? That is what we have done. Now, after that, what we have to do, we have to find out the length of our each values, right? So for that, what we are going to use it, we are going to use our map method along with the length property, correct? So let us come down and we will write here what? Let, we are going to write it, and we are going to declare a variable called as a what? String length is equal to string values. We are going to write dot map, and to that we are going to pass our callback function, right? And here I am going to write what element, and here I will write what element dot length. I am going to write it. Now let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log string length, okay? And let us just test it in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got here what? 5, 6, 4 and 10. Let us see above, it is the same, right? We have got here what? 5, 6, 4 and 10 when we were using our map method and length property, okay? Now let us find out our longest length, right? So how we will be doing it? So now for that, we have to use our math.max method and our spread operator, right? So let us come here and we are going to declare a variable called as what? Longest length, right? And we will write here what? Math.max, okay? And to that, we are going to pass our spread operator syntax, and we are going to pass here what? String length. Now let us console this out. So I will write here what? Console.log of longest length. So let us write it over here. And then we will just test it in the terminal. So I will write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting here as what? 10. That means it has extracted our longest length, right? Now, after that, what we have to find? We have to find our longest string, right? So let us come here and declare the variable. So I'll write here what? Longest string, okay? And for that, what we are going to use now, again, we have to use our filter method, right? If you see here, we have used here our filter method, right? So let us come down and we will do the same thing. So I will write here what? Our string values we have to use, correct? So string values dot filter, and to that we are going to pass our callback function. And here I am going to write what? Element, and here our element dot length we are going to write should be is equal to our longest length, right? Now let us come here and console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of longest string. So let us clear the terminal first, and I will write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, I am getting my longest string. That is nothing but the grapefruit, correct? So that is what I said. We are going to get in an array form, but our output should be in a string. So then for that, what we are going to use it? We will use our first spread operator, okay? So let us come down and we will write here what? Console.log of, okay? I will write here console.log, and we will write here 3 dots, and I will just pass our longest string, okay? And let us clear it up, and I am going to write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting it over here. So what is our spread operator doing? It is spreading out the elements of this particular array, and it is giving me, okay? Now we can do this in one more way. So I will write here what? Console.log of, and I will write here what? Longest string of 0 we are going to write. So now if I just clear the terminal and if I rerun it, what we will get it? Node 92 challenge, and if you hit enter, you are going to get here what? Again as a grapefruit, okay? And I will say this would be the best one. So guys, why I'm saying this is the best one? If you come here to the array of the values which we have, suppose we have one more element which is of a same length of a grapefruit, correct? So here you are going to get 10, 10. Here you will get 10 only because it is going to max value, right? But after this, what will happen when it is filtering it out with this respect, you are going to get inside these two elements, okay? And when it is going to spread it out, it will spread it out with our two elements, and here we will get here two values, correct? And that is where we will not be able to get the desired output, right? So that is why use this approach. Why I'm saying it? Because it will give you only the first element of that particular array, okay? So in our cases, we can use both the approaches because all of them have a different length, right? So we don't have to worry about it, okay? Now let us invoke our function two times, okay? And we are going to pass our two different input objects. So let us invoke it and we will come above and we will take our second input object. It is nothing but this, okay? So let us take this and we will come down, okay? And we are going to pass it over here. Let us see in the terminal what we get. So let us clear it up and I will write here what node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting here as what? Hippopotamus, okay? Now let us invoke it for the last time. So I will write this our function name and we will go above quickly and we will take our last input object and we are going to pass it down, okay? So let us pass it over here and we will just rerun it. So I will clear it up and I'm going to write here what node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our exact output, right? So let us come above and test it here. So we got the grapefruit, we got the hippopotamus, and we have got here what? Shoes, right? So that is nothing but our exact output. We are able to get it. Now let us come down and we are just going to comment it out. So I'll comment line number 60, comment line number 63, then we will comment line number 66, then 69 also, then 72 also we are going to comment, and then we will comment our line number 75 also, okay? And now let us come here and clear it up and we will rerun it. So I'll write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. We got our output, each one of them two times, right? One with our spread operator and one with our using our array of our index, right? So now let us comment our line number 77 also and we will see what we get in the terminal. So I'll just clear it up and we are going to write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our exact output, right? That is what our question was demanding and we have got the same output, right? Now let us have a quick recap of the question. So we have to write what? A JavaScript function to find the longest string value in an object, correct? And we had our input and output, right? Then we came down and we broke our question and we wrote the important part of our question, right? And we also defined our function name, correct? That is nothing but find longest string, correct? Then we understood how we are getting each of the output, right? With respect to our each of the input. Then on the basis of that, we wrote our approach. So we understood that to extract the values, we have to use our object.values method, right? And we have done here, correct? And after that, we have to extract only the string values, right? So for that, we used our filter method, right? So what does this filter method is going to do? This filter method creates a new array with the elements that satisfies the condition, correct? Specified in our callback function. And we got our exact output as a string values we stored, right? Then we came down and we found the length of our each values, right? By using our map method and length property, right? So what does this map method do? It is going to transform in each element in an array using a callback function and it returns a new array, right? And that is what we have got here as well, correct? Then we came down and we found out our longest length, right? So for that, we used our math.max method along with our length property, right? So what does this math.max method does? It returns the largest number from the provided numbers or array, right? And if it is an array, we have to use our spread operator. Why spread operator? Because whenever we pass an array, it will not be considered as an individual argument, right? So for that, we need the help of our spread operator, right? And that is what we have done here. And after that, we found out our what? Longest string, right? So how we found out our longest string? By using our filter method, correct? So we got an output in an array, right? And we needed in a string, correct? So for that, we can do that in a two ways, right? By using a spread operator and by using our index also, right? So we used our spread operator and we passed it with our array, right? That is nothing but our longest string, right? And here we used our array and we used our index number, right? And we got our desired output, right? But which one is the best one? This one is the best one using our index, right? And we have seen that as well, correct? Now let us come down and we will understand what we have written inside our function. Then at line number 59, we wrote our function as what? Find longest string, and we were receiving our input object as what? Obj. Then we just consoled our object right here, and then we came down and we wrote our object.values method to extract all the values from our object, correct? Then we came down and we wrote our filter method to extract all the string values from that particular object, right? Then we came down and we used our map method, right? So that we can take all the length of our string values, correct? Then we came down and what we did, we extracted here our maximum length, right? That means our longest length. And for that, we used our max method along with our spread operator. Then after that, we got here our what? Longest string, right? How? By using our filter method, right? Then we consoled here what? Our longest string, right? By using our spread operator and by using our index also. Then we came down at our line number 81, 82 and 83. We just invoked this with 3 different input objects and we got our exact output. So if I clear the terminal and if I write here what? Node 92 challenge and hit enter, we are going to get our exact output, right? That is what needed and we have done the same thing. Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful, because it enhances the skills in object manipulation, array methods and problem solving in JavaScript. It is also useful for data processing tasks and interview preparation. Let's move to our next challenge, and this challenge is all about to convert an object into a query string format. So let's proceed with this challenge and we will move towards our VS Code. If we see in the VS Code, here we have our question along with the sample input and output, right? So let us read out the question. We have to write a JavaScript function that takes an object and converts into an query string format, right? And here we have what? 3 sample test cases, right? So when we will write our function, we have to make sure that we get our exact output with respect to our each of our input, okay? Now what we are going to do, we will first break down our question. So we will take this JavaScript function and we are going to put it over here. Why? Because we have to write our JavaScript function. After that, what is the next important part? That we have to convert that object into a query string format, right? So let us take this and we are going to put it over here as well. Now let us come at line number 12 and we are going to define our function name. So our function name will be what? Object to query string. So let us write it over here, object to query string with a parenthesis. So this will be our function name, okay? Now we will come above and we are going to understand how we are getting this output with respect to each of our input, okay? So we will take this first input object and I am going to put it over here, okay? Now what is the output for this object we are getting? It is nothing but this, right? So I will take this and I am going to put it over here. Now what is this format? This format is nothing but a query string. Why I am saying it is a query string? Because they said, right, you have to take an object and you have to convert it into what? Query string format. So that is why I'm saying it is a query string. But first of all, we will have to understand what is a query string, right? So query string is nothing but a part of a URL that contains key value pairs used to pass the data to the server, okay? It starts after the question mark symbol and separates key value pair with ampersand, where each pair is in the format of what? Key is equal to value. So that is what here also you will see. Key is equal to value you have, and each key and value pair is separated by what? Ampersand, okay? So that is what I have said, that query string is nothing but it is a part of a URL that contains a key and value pair. It starts with what? Question mark symbol. If it is in the URL, it will start with question mark symbol and separates key and value pair with ampersand, where each pair is in the format of what? Key is equal to value. That is why it is in this particular format, okay? So that is why we are getting here output as what? Name is equal to Alice and age is equal to 25, right? For this particular input object. Now let us take for the second input object. Okay, so I will take this input object and I am going to put it over here. So for that, what is the output we are getting? That means what is the query string we have? We have this particular query string. I will just put it over here. Now let us see in the output what we have. We have here is active is equal to true, right? That means we are getting key is equal to value, correct? After that, we have here what? Our ampersand, right? And then we have here what? Score is equal to 95. This is also fine. After that, we have ampersand and then we have here what? Email is equal to John229 %40 example.com, right? That means here the special character is not written as it is. Our special character has been encoded, okay? So whenever we will have spaces or special character in our query string, it will be encoded, okay? So for that, we are going to use our inbuilt method provided by our JavaScript itself, okay? That is nothing but encode URI component function, or we can say encode URI component method. So we will be seeing that out when we start writing our approach, okay? Now let us proceed to the third input object, okay? So I will take this third input object and we are going to put it over here. And what is the output we are getting? We are getting this particular output, right? So this is nothing but our query string, correct? So I'm going to write it over here. So if you see what we have, first name is equal to John, that is fine. After that, what we have? Ampersand. That is also okay. After that, we have last name is equal to Doe. That is also fine, right? But in the last one, what we have? City is equal to new %20 York, right? That means here the space also has been encoded. Okay, so whenever you have spaces or special characters, it is going to encode. And for that, in our function, when we write, so we are going to use a inbuilt method that is nothing but encode URI component. Okay, so that we are going to use it and we will get our desired output. So we have understood how we are reaching to this specific output, right? That means how we are able to convert our object into a query string format, correct? So now on the basis of that, now we will come down and we are going to write our approach. So I will just write here what? Approach. Now, in this question, first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to extract our all the keys from the object, okay? So that is what I am writing it over here. Now, for that, we are going to use our object.keys method. So that also I'll write it over here. Now, this method gives us what? This method returns us all the keys, okay? So I'll write it over here. It returns all the keys in an array form of a particular object, okay? Now, in our previous challenges, we have seen our object.values method. What it returns nothing but our all the values, right, in an array form of a particular object, right? So that was object.values and here it is object.keys. So in this question, we have to work with our keys. That is why we are taking here what? Object.keys, okay? Now, what is the next thing we will do? We will take this particular input object and I will write it over here what? Our obj is equal to this particular object. Now, let us see how we are going to pass our obj to the object.keys method. So, I will write here what? Object.keys, okay? And to that, we will pass our obj. So, what we are going to get in an output? We will get an array and in that, we will get here what? Name. And we are going to get here what? A. So this will be our output if we are using our object.keys method and if we pass our obj as this particular object, okay? So now what we will do, we will come here and we are going to store this output into a variable called as what? Obj keys, okay? So wherever now we will need this particular array, we will be using our obj keys variable, okay? So now what we have to do next, we have to get here what? Key is equal to value, right? If you observe the output, what we have? Key and is equal to value, right? So that is what we have to get. So for that, what we are going to use it, we will be using our map method. Okay. Why map method we are going to use it? Because it is going to iterate over the keys and it will build our key is equal to value pair. Okay. So for that reason, we are going to use our map method. Now, what does this map method does? This map method transforms each element in an array, right, using a callback function, and it returns a new array. So if I have to write the syntax of it, how I am going to write it, I will write here what our arr.map, and to that we are going to pass our callback function, right? Now what will be our callback function? Let us see. Okay. And what will be our arr also? Let us see to it. So now what will be our arr? It will be nothing but our obj keys, right? So I will take this obj keys and I am going to write here what map, and we will pass our callback function. Okay. Now what we are going to pass here? We will pass what? Element. Okay. So here what we need, guys? Here we need key is equal to value, correct? So I will write here what? Key is equal to value. So how we can get this key is equal to value? What is key over here? Key will be nothing but our element. Why I am saying it will be element? Because if you see your obj keys array, it is nothing but holding all the keys, right? So that is where our element will be our key. So if I have to write here what I am going to write, element I will write, and after that I am going to write our is equal to. Now what will be our value? It will be nothing but our obj of this particular element. Okay. So I will write here what? Our obj of element. So as soon as we write it, we are going to get this particular format. Now, if I have to write it, I am not going to write it directly as it is. I will be taking help of our template literals. And when we have to write a template literals, we will be using our backticks, right? So I will write here what? Our backticks. Then we are going to write here what? Dollar. Flower braces we are going to write, then key we will write is equal to I am going to write, and then again dollar flower braces, and inside that I am going to write here what? Our obj of element. Okay. And then what it is going to give me? It will give me directly what? Key is equal to value. So let us see what the output it is going to return. It will return nothing but in an array, right? Because our map method returns an array, and it is going to return me what? Name is equal to Alice, and then we will have your comma, and we will have your what? Our age is equal to 25. So now this particular is fine when we have this particular input object where you don't have a spaces or where you don't have a special characters, right? But if you come above, we have here objects where it is having a special characters. We are having here a spaces also, right? And in the output, it is not just key is equal to value and it is separated by a ampersand. We also have encoded our special characters and spaces, right? So for that, how we can do it? So only by doing this, it is not going to help us, okay? So we will have to modify our map method. So what we will do, we will come here, and for that, we are going to use our inbuilt method, right? I told you when I was explaining you the input and output, right? So what is the inbuilt method we are going to use? We are going to use a inbuilt method called as what? Encode URI component, okay? So I will write it over here and I will show you how does it work also. So first of all, let me tell you what it is actually. So what is encode URI component? It is nothing but an inbuilt JavaScript function that encodes a URI such as a protocol, host name, path, query string, or a fragment. So what is a URI? Uniform Resource Identifier. So as soon as it encounters any special character or any spaces, it will make sure that it is going to encode it, okay? So now I will show you in the terminal how it is going to encode it. So I will write here what? Node, and I will hit enter, and I am going to use that method. So I will write here what? Encode URI component, and to that I am going to pass our @. So I will write here what? @, and I am going to close this, okay? And if you see, we are getting what? %40. That is exact the same, right? Now let us once again run this particular method, and to that we are going to pass what? Space, okay? And if I hit enter, we are getting %20, right? So now we will come down and we will take our map method. So I will take this and I'm going to put it over here, okay? And what is the next thing we will do? This element is there, right? We will pass it to our function encode URI component. And this obj of element is there, right? This also we are going to pass it to this function. So I will take this, and what I am going to do, I will put it over here like this, and I will just pass this element to this, okay? And here as well, I am going to do the same. So I'll write here what? Our encode URI component, okay? And to this, we are going to pass our obj of our element. So this will be our final map method, and the output, whatever we are going to get it from this. So we will be storing inside a variable called as what? Query, okay? So now after that, what we have to find? We have to get our query string, right? This is not the final output. This is only going to give me what? In an array, key is equal to value, right? And if it would be some spaces or special characters, it will encode it and it is going to give me. So it is not going to give me the final output. So we have to get our query string, right? So for that, what we are going to use? We are going to use our join method, okay? And to this, what we are going to pass? We will pass here what? Our ampersand symbol, okay? Why? Because we have to join, right? So what this join method is going to do? This join method is an array method, right, in JavaScript that combines all the elements of an array into a single string with a specified separator between them, right? And the resultant is what? It is nothing but a string. So that is where we are going to use our join method. And to that, we are going to pass a separator as what? Our ampersand to this, right? So then if we are going to do it, so how we will be doing it? So we will write here what? Our query we will write, and we are going to use our join. And to that, we are going to pass our ampersand like this. So what is the output we are going to get? We will get here what? Name is equal to ls I will get, okay? After that, and I am going to get, and then I will get here what? Age is equal to 25. So this will be our final output, and this is what we wanted, right? So using our object.keys, our map method, our template literal syntax, our encode URI component method, and our join method, we are going to reach to our final resulted output, right? So now what we will do? We will come to this terminal and we will exit from here, okay? So I will write here what? Process.exit, okay? And now we will get our normal terminal where we can write our function and we can run our function also, okay? So I'll just type here what? CLS, okay? Now we will come here and we have understood our approach, right? So now we are going to implement the same thing inside our function. So we will write here what? Our function. So function I am going to write, and what will be our function name? Object to query string, right? And let us quickly invoke it. So here I will come and I'm going to write what? Object to query string. And to this, we are going to pass our input object. So let us take the first input object and we are going to pass it, okay? So we will take this and we will come down and we are going to pass it over here, okay? Now what is the next thing we are going to do? We will come here and we are going to receive here as our obj, right? And I will just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj. And we will come here and we are going to write here what? Node 93 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our exact input object, right? So that means whatever the input object we are passing, it is able to receive and it is able to print it, okay? After that, what is the next thing we have to do? We have to extract all the keys, right? So I will write here what? Let obj keys, right? And we will write here what? Is equal to our object.keys method, correct? And to that, we are going to pass our obj. Now let us just console it out. So I will write here what? Console.log of obj keys, correct? Now let us test it in the terminal. So I will write here what? CLS, and then I will write here node 93 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting our array, right? And in that array, we have what? All the keys, right? Let us come above and let us see what we have here. So if you see here, we have what? Name and age, right? So that is nothing but the same, correct? Now what we will do? We will come down and we have to write our map method to get what? key is equal to value, right? So let us come down and we are going to write our map method, and we have to include our encode URI component function also, right? So we will come down, and what we will write here first, we are going to declare a variable, right? And we are going to write here what? Let query is equal to, correct? And we will write here what? Our obj keys dot map, correct? And to that we will pass our callback function, and we will write here what? Our element, correct? And here we will use our template literal syntax, correct? Then I am going to write here what? Dollar and our flower braces, correct? And inside that our encode URI component, correct? And to that we are going to pass our element. Then after that what we will write? Is equal to we are going to write. Then again we will write here what? Dollar, flower braces, encode URI component, and to that we are going to pass what? Our obj we will pass of our element, right? That is what I am going to write it over here. And we will just console our query now. So I will write here what? Node 93 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting what? In an array, we are getting key is equal to value and key is equal to value, correct? So that is what we have got, correct? Now we have to get our final query string, right? So after that, what we are going to use? We will be using our join method, correct? With a separator of what? Ampersand, right? So let us come here and we are going to declare a variable called as what? Let query string is equal to, and we will use our what? Our query, right? So query dot join. And in this method, we are going to pass what? Our ampersand, right? And now let us just console our query string. So I will write here what? Console.log of query string, correct? Now let us come to the terminal and we are going to rerun it one more time. So I'll write here what? Node 93 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we got our query string, right? Name is equal to Alice, ampersand, age is equal to 25, right? So that is what we are getting here, okay? Now let us come down and we are going to invoke it for the another input objects where we have to check encoding has been done or not, right? So let us come above and take our second input object from here. So I will take the second input object and we are going to come down and we will invoke it one more time. So we will write here what? Object to query string, right? And to that we are going to pass our second input object, okay? Now let us clear the terminal and rerun it one more time. So I will write here what? Node 93 challenge and hit enter. And if you see, we are getting the output, right? You can see here, our at the rate has changed to what? %40. And we get our final query string also. That means encoding is working, right? So this function is working for us, correct? Now we will invoke it one more time for the last input object. So I will write here what? Object to query string. And we are going to go above and we will take our third input object, okay? And we will come down and we are going to pass it to this function, okay? So let us put it over here and we will come to our terminal and we will clear it up and we are going to write here what? Node 93 challenge and hit enter. If you see what we are getting here %20, right? That means this space has been changed to what? %20. That means it has been successfully encoded, right? So this encode URI component function is working for both our input cases where we had our special character and here we had our spaces, right? Now we will come here to our function and we are going to comment our console.log statements. So we will comment our line number 46, then our line number 49, then our line number 53 also. We will save it and we are going to clear it up now. And we will write here what? Node 93 challenge and hit enter. If you see, we are getting all the three query string, okay? Now let us go above and we will just match up with our output, okay? So what we have here, name is equal to Alice, ampersand, age is equal to 25. If you see, we have exactly the same, right? For the second input object, what is the output? Is active is equal to true. Ampersand score is equal to 95. Ampersand email is equal to John229% 40example.com. If you see here, we have exactly the same, right? Now, what is the last input output we have here? We have first name is equal to John, ampersand last name is equal to Doe, and city is equal to new %20 York, right? If you see here, we have exactly the same, right? That means we have successfully achieved our desired output, okay? So now we will come here and we will have a quick recap of this particular question. So what we have to write? We have to write a JavaScript function that takes an object and converts it into a query string format, right? And here they gave us the 3 test cases, right? Then we came down and we wrote here what our important part of our function, right? And we also defined our function name as what? Object to query string, correct? Then we came down and we understood how we are reaching to the desired output, right? And then on the basis of that, we wrote our approach, correct? So first we extracted all the keys, right, from the object by using our object.keys method, right? So object.keys method is going to return me what? It is going to return me all the keys, right, in an array form of that particular object. And we got here the correct output, right? And whatever this output it is going to give, we are going to store it inside a variable called as what? Obj keys, right? Now, what is the next thing we have here? That we wanted to get what? Key is equal to value, right? So for that, what we did, we used our map method. Why we used our map method? Because we had to iterate over the keys to create a key value pair in a format key is equal to value, right? So for that, we used our map method. So map method does what? It is going to transform our each element in an array, right? Using our callback function, and it returns a new array. So that is what we have written here, right? And we got this particular output. But this case is going to work only where there is no special characters, there is no spaces, right? What if we have our special characters and our spaces? So then we will have to encode it, right? So for that, we came down and we used our inbuilt method, right? Encode URI component. So that is nothing but what? It is an inbuilt JavaScript method that is going to encode it, right? So it will make sure that our special characters or our spaces are encoded, right? So that is what we have done here, and we stored it inside a variable called as a query, right? And after that, we wanted to get our final query string, right? So for that, we used our join method. What does join method do? It is going to combine all the elements of an array, right, into a single string with a specified separator between them. And here, what was the separator? It was nothing but our ampersand, right? And that is what we have done. And here we got our exact output also, right? And then what we did, we finally printed our query string, right? So I will just write here that as well. So we have finally printed our query string, and that is what was our desired output. Now, after understanding our approach, we wrote the function also, right? So same implementation we have done inside the function. Then at line number 47, we wrote our function, and our function name was what? Object to query string, right? And here we were receiving our input object as a obj as a params, correct? Then at line number 48, we just consoled our obj, correct? And after that, what we did, we extracted our keys, right, from the particular object by using our object.keys method, correct? And then we consoled it out to just test it, correct? Then we came here and we wanted to get what? Key is equal to value, correct? So for that, we used our map method. We used our inbuilt function also. That is nothing but our encode URI component, correct? And we wrote our map method. And we got our query, right? That is nothing but key is equal to value. And we just consoled it here, right? And then finally, we got our query string and we just consoled our query string, right? Then we came at line number 61, 62, and 63, correct? We invoked here 3 times with 3 different input objects, right? Where we had a normal case, where we had our special characters also, and where we had a spaces also, right? And we got our final output also, right? So let us come to the terminal and we are going to clear it up, and I am going to write here what? Node 93 challenge, and hit enter. If you see, we get our desired output, right? That is what it was needed, and we have done the same thing, okay? Now I will tell you guys why this challenge is useful, because it teaches us how to process the objects and convert them into a query string format. It is also also useful for building query strings for URL parameters and API requests. It also enhances the understanding of JavaScript methods and working with the data. I hope you found this challenges helpful for your coding journey. Keep practicing, keep improving, and have a great day. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like button, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Code with Poonam for more coding challenges, interview preparations, and JavaScript tricks. Also, let me know in the comment section which problem you found the most interesting or the challenging one. I would love to hear your thoughts. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Happy coding, guys. Hey everyone, welcome back to Code with Poonam. In today's video, we are diving into some powerful object-based challenges in JavaScript. Mastering objects is crucial for coding interviews, real-world projects, and writing clean, efficient code. Here we will cover essential concepts like merging two objects, finding common keys and values, converting object to arrays, swapping keys and values, checking if all values are numeric, removing duplicates, summing up the values, and much more. These challenges will enhance the problem-solving skills and help us to tackle the JavaScript interview questions with more confidence. So grab the notebook, code along, and let's explore these exciting object-based problems together. And if you get stuck anywhere, please drop a comment. I am here to help, guys. Also, don't forget to like the video, share with your friends, and subscribe for more coding challenges. And let's get started with our first question. And the first challenge is merging two objects in JavaScript. This will be very super useful for combining data and managing object properties more effectively. So let's jump into today's challenge and open up our VS Code. So if you see in the VS Code, the question is already mentioned. What is the question? Write a JavaScript function that merges two objects combining all their properties, right? So let us break down this question. So what is the important part here? That we have to write a JavaScript function. So I'll take here and I will put it over here. After that, what is the important part here? That we have to merge two objects combining all their properties, right? So we will come here and we will write here that as well, okay? Now, since this function is related to merging the two objects, so what we will do, we will come here